2017年 HGC 的计划一定会给风暴英雄一剂强心针。
这个展望，我感觉我不能说，反正让他说。
希望就是比赛越来越豪华，我们战队实力越来越强，然后英雄出的越来越多，越来越好玩。好，你可以反着说一下，我觉得。
不。
2016风暴要火，2017风暴肯定火，祝大家新年快乐！
祝大家在新的一年联赛当中，每盘碰到的队友都是像瑞士一样，每盘碰到的对手都是像四大才子一样。
新年快乐，万事如意，今年大吉，风暴要火！
各位星际争霸的观众朋友们，各位网易的游戏玩家们，大家好，我是小色。
大家好，我是91。
在新的一年，我也不知道网易的哪个人想出来的，让我们来祝福，就特别让我来祝福啊，这不，当然呢没办法，我这个还是要祝福一下大家。那我就在2017年祝福大家，找不到女朋友的就找不到女朋友啊，赚不到钱的也赚不到钱。剩下的好像穷和女朋友都有了，其他也不需要什么了吧？啊，当然游戏水平可能会越来越低。
我觉得你说的东西都错的。我应该祝大家在2017年里有一个好的身体，毕竟身体才是第一位。然后祝大家在工作事业上都能够，包括学习上都能够更加上进。
最后呢，我们还是祝大家新年快乐吧！新年快乐，快乐，快乐，快乐！
目标前排，争取夺冠。
碰到谁就希望打败谁喽。
好，恭喜莫言获得了广州站的冠军。欢迎大家来到我们的炉石传说黄金大公开赛上海站。
我这次来是专程因为电竞之星那个卡贝来的。
这次也是我第一次来到炉石的线下的比赛。
我是来自新疆乌鲁木齐，现场气氛我觉得挺好的，大家都很热情，
大家都是一起喜欢玩游戏的人，聚在一起感觉很开心。
其实每站黄金赛都是就是像一个炉石的聚会一样，我觉得这种感觉特别好。 我爱炉石，我爱炉石，我爱炉石，打得不错。
我爱玩炉石，
我爱炉石。
To all the Chinese Hearthstone fans out there, I'm Raina, and I wanted to wish you a Happy New Year. 新年快乐，身体健康。
Hey Chinese Hearthstone fans, I'm Chalky. Happy Chinese New Year. 新年快乐，包包金城。
Hi everyone, to all the Hearthstone fans and players out there, I'm Sidonia, and I want to wish you a Happy New Year. 新年快乐，爸爸伸手。
Hello Chinese Hearthstone fans, I'm Dog. Happy Chinese New Year. 新年快乐，恭喜发财。
大家好，我是 Frozen， 祝大家在新的一年里鸡年大吉，祝所有的炉石玩家们天天12胜，月月上传说。
Happy Chinese New Year， 新年快乐
！2015年7月，黑石山的火焰点燃了炉石传说的热情，10名中国和北美的顶尖炉石选手齐聚上海，炉石传说中美擂台赛正式拉开帷幕。3轮的较量，101场的对决，给我们留下了一个又一个难忘的瞬间。
好，这样的话，康姆也是为中国队开了一个好头，第一场是以3比0战胜了。
狗哥一场都没赢啊！
好的，那么我们恭喜 Dog 再次为美国队拿下1分，这样子美国队就已经大比分4比1中国队了。狗哥现在绝对是我们全民公敌啊！他现在已经打掉我们3个选手。
哎呀，最后神抽了一个锤子。
这乌鸦片子是一路神抽。
最让我们印象深刻的，还是那个在中国队命悬一线时站出的英雄。奴隶战一波27血的精彩斩杀，不仅终结了狗哥的连胜，也让潮神一战成名。
死亡之耳砍脸，
死亡之耳砍脸，血红斩气，先后都一样。
死亡之耳砍脸之后，拿一个奴隶主送在这个老司机身上。
送掉之后可以这样子，格子多站一点，
格子多站一点，打出更高伤害，
还可以。
对的，这种
3比0狗哥。狗哥在打掉我们3个人之后，被我们潮神3比0再次封零。
随后的对决中，潮神更是上演了连越3强斩杀对手的亮眼操作，让所有的观众记忆犹新。
因为如果打脸的话，很容易一波就破了。哎呀！如果上一回合摸到是怒火中烧就赢了，你知道吗？
算一下，现在有没有可能够了？够了吗？我算一下，
够了吗
？1刀，5、2，不行，缺个斩杀，我操！
我想问你怎么过？
缺个斩杀呀，少一道墙。
他已经2个斩杀都用光了，好吗？
那够了，再见。
漂亮，
够了，确实够了。 潮神败中求胜，够了。
对啊，所以说刚才那个拼命就非常非常有意义啊。
够了，这才是潮神，
这才是我们
见过的潮神。
我们聊的是
神一样的奴隶战
，26的奴隶战，
神一样
漂亮。
恭喜美国代表队最终赢得了中美炉石联赛最终一轮的胜利。那么感谢他们出色的表演，他们也将会获得最后一轮的奖金30万人民币。
新的一年，中美擂台赛再度开战，新赛场、新赛制、新版本、新选手。炉石传说再战中美。
这里是炉石传说中美擂台赛的比赛现场，我是解说青青。
幸运护符呢？
他留了横扫，我不是很懂。
他就
其实打贼有什么东西需要横扫的吗？这里
硬币司机大发刺骨直接大饭。那我们看到一个手牌扔光造大饭，然后准备清界的盗贼。
好的。
好吧，那就先恭喜一下小七吧。
这个贼也是科技都攀不过别人。
哎，选择先发现
5、6龙，
他出这样的话就是你不好解我下回喷加一起去解，那肯定拿自私打击是毫无疑问的。
对，这里抽一口的话，如果没有生物去劫场或者法术去劫场，就已经死了。
哈也没关系。这样的话，我们看到塞多尼亚还是死了。虽然说他看起来他看到了希望，但其实是他死了。还有一个漂亮的自私打击带走。刀叉有木有？没有硬币。拍卖师硬币。
拍卖师硬币冷血
有可能杀得死的，
也不够，
因为有司机还有
司机代发，对，有司机代发是有机会，火车王不够。
还差，哎呀，
差一点点。C 神这边的话也是差伤害的。
这边差3，这边 C 神是差2伤。
没有。
没有。
54加96好像比现在场面稍强一点，而且你这个灭是可以灭他第2个5杠石。
然后考虑到第2个50的情况，选择直接硬撞。
好，这边选择上一个5杠石。
就是现在刷已经不够时间了，他唯一的区别就是根须还是护符吧。刚好灭加黑肤色，这个非常简单。
对，8费。上回我已经想好之后肯定不会错过斩杀。
是。
那恭喜一下小七，他的龙木跑掉了。
小七打牌应该是不仅连自己的牌，连对面的牌都已经
要猜到了，
规划到。
对。
因为德鲁伊只有16血了嘛，这一脚是很有可能踢死的。我手里还有冷血的。
哎呀，很纠结，很纠结。啊，他要打。
他要打隐藏吗？不行呀。
哎，没打对策啊！
这隐藏不了啊。
少刷了1，然后少解一个蓝龙，
这
打人站不住了。
不太。
可能是比较疲倦了。
我们只能说应该是。毕竟是4个多小时的鏖战，可能思路不太清晰。就
非常可惜。
这不就是？是。而且还有一个问题，人家只有10，请问你怎么打死他？地狱猎加7加魂火，
哎，伤害是够的呀，他是有10点的。
那也要2回合呀。
那打好几个回合。哎，这打脸了，这下打脸了。
哇，好凶！
那不如沉默4-1去撞掉怎么样？
这样能打8呀？
也可以，
就为了
可以，
我们就简单一点。
为了打一血。
这样的话，你呼拉解不了，
呼拉是过不来的。
是，
你只能火球点。
那就要杀了。
那这个场面怎么解？没法解。
哇，
厉害呀！
就算有雷诺，我觉得也翻不了了。
一直都能赢。
比分已经来到了3比1啦。
哦，这边2边选手都掉线了。
就是我们接到现场的通知的话，今天也是时间比较晚了，然后现场的网络可能需要调试。那比赛的话，应该是今天就到此结束，然后明天会接着今天的残局接着打。
我觉得我是优势比较大吧，但是上回也不能斩杀，因为规则就是这样嘛，所以也没办法。
对，没关系，那我们明天接着再来。那么希望洛基明天能够更好的发挥。
我们觉得今天小七和洛基的发挥6，肯定6，
绝对6。
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Even earlier than before, but we're still here. Team North America looking sharp over there. Team China looking ready as well. We are going to start today with the rematch. I do apologize. Yesterday, there were some internet troubles with the venue and with like Chinese servers. I don't know, apparently everything went down and it was just something crazy with like DDoSers or something. But anyway, they've dealt with the issues now. They have a system in place, and since there's no present lethal on the board, the rules state that there has to be a regame. So even though Dog was probably going to lose that game, I would say 85-95% of the time, it's a rematch. So he's got a second chance. So I guess as it turns out, every dog gets his day, and yesterday was Dog's day. So it is going to start out with Lovely Chook up against Dog. But just a recap of what went down yesterday in case you missed it. In case you were doing that fun thing we like to call sleeping. We had the starting players from either team. Raynad up against Omega Zero. Omega Zero is widely considered one of the strongest, if not the strongest player on the Chinese lineup. And he came out right out of the gate with a very interesting set of decks. He had a Tempo Mage involved in there, some kind of wacky stuff going on. So it was a Tempo Mage lineup with a Dragon Priest that tried to counter Rogue using Tempo Mage and Dragon Priest, as well as counter Pirate Warrior. And there's a Master Spell in the Dragon Priest to help it try and counter out that Rogue. It was pretty crazy. And he had moderate success with it. He was able to take out Raynad, and then they sent out Sidonia to try and deal with him. And all of the players in the North American lineup, every single one of them have card for card the same exact Pirate Warrior deck and same exact Rogue deck. So they were sitting here thinking, oh my god, Omega Zero is going to sweep our entire lineup. All of our decks. He counters the two decks that every single one of us brought. And, well, as it turns out, he started off pretty well doing that, taking out Raynad, then taking out Sidonia, kind of pinning out the Rogue and pinning out the Pirate Warrior. And then Dog stepped up to the plate, and he was actually able to escape with the Rogue, escape with the Pirate Warrior. Got a little bit fortunate on the Conquest Q order. Things just kind of lined up in his way there. And he was able to just narrowly take down Omega Zero. So they got that problem out of the way for them, for Team North America. Well, a lot of the other players on the Chinese roster also have very similar strategies targeting those two decks, and Team North America is most likely going to be suffering as all 5 of their participants have that Rogue deck, and all 5 have that Pirate Warrior deck. So, you know, they're not out of the woods yet. They got one guy down that targeted it, but it appears Lovely Chook has a very similar kind of target in his sights with these decks. There's Sidonia with the pentakill, just in case you didn't watch some of the earlier days. It is a 3-round tournament. This is round 3. Omega Zero has 2 double kills, so that's 10,000 RMB. LVGE, only 1 double kill so far, but, you know, at least a little chunk of change in his pocket, about 750 US. Nothing to scoff at, that's for sure. He came out round 1 doing unexpectedly extremely good work and helped China win that first round. So it's a 3-round tournament. Round 1 fell in favor of China. It was the best of 5 conquest round. All of the rounds are last player standing. And then round 2 is the last hero standing, last player standing. And North America came out on top there. The big thing that happened round 2 is Sidonia got a pentakill. He beat every single player on the Chinese roster. And that's because, you know, they didn't have anything that kind of dealt with exactly what Sidonia had. They had very similar decks in a lot of cases, and they got really punished for that. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening to North America in round 3, is you start seeing, like, these are the good decks, let's try and play as many of the good decks as possible. And sometimes you end up with too many people playing the exact same good decks, and that can be an issue, that's exploitable. And North America did it to China in round 2, and it looks like China's doing it right back to North America in round 3. So they've learned from the enemy. China saw what North America did in round 2, and they're like, that worked, let's do that. So you gotta give them credit for that, because that's something I've noticed between the rounds from the Chinese team is they've really been adapting. They've been looking at what's worked from the North American lineup, copying that, and implementing that with what's been working with them. So they're just kind of like melding their strategy with North America's strategy as it goes on. And I think that's really creative, and it shows that they're not stubborn. And that's really important in card games, is to be flexible, be able to adapt to the meta, be able to adapt to change, especially in a 3-round tournament, because over 3 rounds, you learn a lot of information about your opponents. You learn a lot of information about the format, what people are going to try and do, how people think, and you have to adjust accordingly to that. And that's what takes like a good player in the game to a great player, because now they're not just playing Hearthstone in the game, they're also playing Hearthstone out of the game. It's just twice as much playing, basically. So I've been really impressed with how that's been working out. This is the final round. So that means, at the end of this, one team is going to be the victor. Someone is going to be decided the best region in Hearthstone, right? Because China beat EU last time around. Like, I know we probably got some EU fanboys in the chat saying EU #1, la-di-da, but last time around, China defeated EU. We had this guy up there right now, Lovely Chook. You can see his picture right there. He defeated Kalento in the grand finals, EU versus CN. He won a Ferrari, becoming one of the youngest people in the world to own a Ferrari, and you know, put his region on the map as the best region because they just defeated the best region. And he's looking to try and hold that title here by taking down Dog, Chalky, and Frozen, and holding the title back in China. So here's Dog, there's Lovely Chook. Dog's got a mug, Lovely Chook doesn't. Mug definitely a useful fighting tool. I think they're plastic, but I mean, I'd rather have a mug than not have a mug if we went to war. I don't think he's allowed to take his shirt off. Maybe the rules are different on Douyu and different on Twitch. Looks like Lazy Dog today, wearing the sweatpants. Not even jeans. They doesn't even have socks on, look at that. Did Dog even wake up today? I don't know. I can't blame anybody for that. I usually like going in comfortable. Like, I don't care if I look ridiculous. The most important thing to me is I'm in the zone, I'm comfortable. Because if I'm comfortable with where I'm at and what I'm doing, then I'm going to play better. So I'll be up there sitting crisscross applesauce in the chair. I'll take my shoes off. I'll be wearing pajama pants. Tournament organizers hate it, but you know, whatever gets you in the zone, man. It's more important to win than anything else, in my opinion. And I love trying to win. And I think you got a better chance of doing that if you're just at peace with yourself and in like a good position. So I appreciate Dog going in there just looking cool as a cucumber. Anyway, we're going to break down the matchup. I believe we're going to start with the matchup that was disconnected last time, which is going to be Dog on the Aggro Shaman up against Lovely Chook's Pirate Warrior. So let's see here. We have the Aggro Shaman, not banned, by the way. You know, the Chinese, they have like a bunch of players that ban Aggro Shaman and a bunch of players that ban Pirate Warrior. They kind of like mix it up based on the techs in their deck. So a little interesting. So here's the Aggro Shaman from Dog. Actually, you should probably look at this. The way that it went down so far, Dog's gotten a win with the Reno Mage. He's gotten a win with his Druid. He's yet to win with his Rogue, and he's yet to win with the Pirate Warrior. Or the Aggro Shaman. Oop, wrong one. Professional caster. Alright, so this is the Aggro Shaman that Dog's working with. One of the things to note about the upcoming matchup is he's only got one Maelstrom Portal. That's the key thing here, going against Pirate Warrior. Maelstrom Portal's a pretty good card. He's only got one of those. So that could be slightly a liability compared to some of the lists that run two of them. Other than that, you know, it's mainly a standard list. Oh, are we replaying the whole series from the beginning? We saw the Lovely Chook Aggro Shaman there. I thought Aggro Shaman was banned from Lovely Chook. We'll see. They might be redoing it right from the get-go. That would be interesting. But it was already at a 1-2 at the time when the disconnect happened. You gotta imagine they pick it up from the 1-2 board state. Or position. Okay, yeah, they just showed the wrong overlay going into it. Easy to do. Aggro Shaman there, as you see, from Dog. And he's going to be going up the Lovely Chook Aggro Warrior. It should probably appear on the screen in a second. I'm going to pull up the main deck list. You guys can just gander at this curve. Yeah, there we go. He's rocking double South Sea Captain. It's been the tech of the tournament, is the captains here. Here's the full deck list, if you guys are curious. So he's only got one South Sea deckhand, so a little less likely to get the 1-drop early on, but not really too much of a consequence. South Sea deckhand's got to be one of the weakest cards in the deck, so you lower a little bit of consistency to increase the power level over all of the deck. South Sea Captain's a great card against Aggro Shaman. It allows you to, if you stick the board early, snowball it immediately and really hard. So what Lovely Chook's going to be looking to do is try and play a 1-drop on 1 and then coin out this Captain and then just siege board immediately and never let it go from that point. So I would say, if we look at the decks in terms of tech, Lovely Chook has an advantage in that, like, just tech. His deck is teched for this matchup, whereas Dog's deck is not. However, if we look at the global stats of this matchup, which I can bring up right here quickly before they get it in, Pirate Warrior vs. Aggro Shaman, 61% for Aggro Shaman. So is his tech good enough? You know, Dog's got one less good card against Pirate Warrior, and Lovely Chook's got 2 additional good cards against Aggro Shaman. That's a 3-card swing in a 30-card deck list. You know, is that enough to make the difference? It's got to give him a few percentage points. I can't imagine it gives him 11 percentage points, though. That seems like too many, but you know, we saw it earlier. Lovely Chook started out ahead in this matchup, and then the disconnect happened. Dog did have a terrible hand, though, at that time. But he's got a redemption chance. There we go. We see him keep the 1-drop and the 3-drop there. Just as I said, you wanna go 1-drop into coin 3, and it is really tough to beat from the Aggro Shaman side. If the Aggro Shaman misses their 1-drop or their 1-drop dies to the N'Zoth's first mate. Because if they miss their 1-drop, that means both of those little 1/1s are sticking, and they're turning into 2/2s. And it's not crazy for Aggro Shaman to miss a 1-drop. A lot of people cutting a deckhand and whatnot. Dog currently has 2 deckhands in the build instead of 2 Maelstrom Portals, though. So I guess that can kind of help him try and guarantee he's got a 1-drop. So I would say if Dog wanted to go first or second, I would say definitely you want to go first. And that's often true about aggro matchups, because the guy going first starts with board, the guy going second has to recover the board. And if you're an aggro deck, you're generally speaking pretty proactive. So having the board first is usually where you want to be at. In the face of the Tunnel Trog now. You gotta be worried about all the ways that this can trade up. If you utilize your coin here, you got no play for the next upcoming turn. So the options are playing both of the 1-drops, I think, or playing N'Zoth's first mate and starting to swing. I don't think you want to play the Buccaneer here. There's just too many ways Dog can utilize the Overload mechanic to trade in, or Flame Tongue to trade in, or even just Spirit Claws to trade in and generate value. So I think it's just N'Zoth's first mate, swing at the Tunnel Trog, go face with Patches, and look to try and set up a clear on the next turn utilizing Coin Captain. You know, you just play into Maelstrom Portal, you play into so many things if you coin out the Buccaneer. And you just mess up your curve for the following turn. Ugh. Well, the second Tunnel Trog is great stats to compete on the table. The thing you're worried about here is Dog is the coin 3. You've seen him keep 2 cards. Oftentimes you're going to go 1 coin 3. He's either got 2 Frothing Berserkers or 2 South Sea Captains. Now how do you beat either of those? And if you can figure that out, that's the play. I'm having a little trouble myself. The second Tunnel Trog seems to be the only way. So you don't come out ahead, but you come out not that dead. So is there anything better than the Coin Captain here? Coin Captain allows you to take a value trade and contest. Since the upgrade's picked here, it's interesting. You may be able to hold the weapon charge, right? So if you coin the Captain and trade with the 2/2 into the 1/1, and then the Captain dies, it returns to a 1/1. So you effectively gain a weapon charge at the cost of nothing. Well, 2 face damage. Or 1 face damage, because the weapon would go face for 1. So very little, though. It's like, you're getting like you're paying pennies on the dollar for that trade, so it's super efficient. You know, he can like double tax return and whatnot. He's gonna opt to like play it safe, not let his minion get into Maelstrom portal range. Yeah. Oh no, he's gonna bump here. I see. This is a similar sort of thing. Plays around with the lightning bolt on the captain. So that's what he's thinking about there. He doesn't want his captain getting lightning bolted, and the trade only costs him face damage and the weapon charge. So it's a really inexpensive trade to do, and it's just nice and safe. Just keeps things all, you know, nice all in one place put together. So I can get behind it. What? So the upgrade coming in to allow the trade to happen. Seems good. The overload here from Dog is a bit punishing, as it doesn't have the ability to totem alongside his Flame Tongue, so he can't protect it. So if you just play a naked Flame Tongue here, you're kind of surrendering it just to die to a lot of stuff. The biggest fear? Corkround Elite. Corkround Elite comes down, kills that Flame Tongue totem for free. You are not happy. You could think about face tanking this with the Spirit Claws to allow yourself better development, and then on the next turn, you can play Azure Drake and kill the next minion that's played. You know, you're taking a little bit of face damage, but you're protecting your Flame Tongue totem, and you're developing a nice way to get that Azure Drake out there without losing board control. So I think this is a stronger play than the Flame Tongue totem by far. Now, as Lovely Chook, you gotta see this and be a little bit weary of Drake coming down. That's like the expected thing to happen when your opponent hangs a mana and develops Spirit Claws while taking 4 damage on turn 4. You know, you gotta think immediately, why is that happening? What makes that the best play? And Azure Drake is what comes to mind, right? But, so this probably is just the perfect draw there to be able to interact with that Azure Drake quite cleanly. These Lava Bursts are not what Dogs wants. And not every day can you use Mortal Strike for removal and have it look good. But that looks clean. What you want to do in this matchup a lot of times is transfer your cards into like minions. Any sort of burn card you want it to kind of turn into a minion. And here, if you're Mortal Striking on Zerdrake, you're kind of turning it into a Frothing Berserker because you're kind of preserving it from sticking is sort of the deal. Although, this matchup, not as much about card advantage as other aggro mirrors, because Pirate Warrior eventually loses the card advantage battle. Like it's just, it has to happen eventually because the card quality in the Shaman deck is so much higher. Like, Zerdrake is insane card economy compared to anything that the Pirate Warrior can have. So the Pirate Warrior does have a very limited window of time where they need to finish the opponent. So they need to be like just aggressive enough to kill the Shaman before the Shaman stabilizes, but not too aggressive, otherwise they'll lose the board control too fast and that'll be even less damage than if they had preserved it. See the stats there on the side, 10% chance to draw an Arcanite Reaper. So Dog's starting to get board control. Now one of the things that's interesting about this turn is he could have opted to Totem instead of Totem Golem. And before you just jump on the bandwagon that Firebat's insane, why are you toteming in an aggro matchup? The #1 way to win this matchup is not killing the Pirate Warrior player. It's actually creating the infinite wall of taunt, where every time you hero power, you create a taunt totem because you've accumulated enough totems. And I think Dog can read the fact that the remaining card in Lovely Chook's hand is a burn card, as it's been sitting there so long, but he wanted to develop the Totem Golem to be extra safe against the top deck, which is reasonable. But a Totem, even though you think it's an 0-2, with the Flame Tongue in hand, it is a 2-2. So it has some trading potential. So here comes down the Leroy. Trying to get it in before taunts. He does not want to get locked out by those taunts. He has the Mage Hero power, which allows him to go over taunt, as well as a potential 1 Mortal Strike remaining in the deck. This is kind of clocking him a little bit. Since there's only 1 Mortal Strike, though, you can kind of disrespect it and try and hero power every turn. It is kind of greedy, though. He's gonna need to get pretty lucky. I think you gotta start toteming. I think if you're lava bursting here, you're gonna get overloaded too much. You're gonna start falling behind. Yeah, dog agrees. The totem flies out. He's hoping for spell power. Spell power would have been beautiful there. But yeah, this is the worst possible totem he could have got. You gotta let the Maelstrom fly at this point, I think. You can get Stone Tusk Boar. You can get South Sea and Patches. There are 3 outs on this Maelstrom portal. You gotta give it. Gotta be like above 7% chance to clear this Leroy. Something like that. It's somewhere in. It's in the realm of possibility. That's for sure. Voidwalker's not bad. There you go. That's a taunt. And that's an Arcanite Reaper. That's not what you want to see for dog. Now, the question is, does Lovely Chook value this Reaper's first charge? How many Reaper charges does he feel like he needs to connect to win the game? So if he Reapers now, he gets to push 2, and then if there's no taunt, he gets to push 6 next turn, leaving him 2 damage off lethal. He could alternatively clear the taunt and then try and connect 2 Reaper charges to the face. And that appears to be what he's going with. It's more flexible against other taunts. He's got a lot of time, he has 24 life. I think it's a fine line of play. Leaving the totem up, though, increases the odds of the taunt totem being found. Because he could have Reapered that turn, hit the Voidwalker, pinged the 1/1 totem, just pushed 1 with Finley. Set up for 9 damage to be lethal. He has a 5 damage weapon. All of his burn cards deal 4. And dog would have the lowest chance possible to get a taunt. So. But this way saves Reaper charges for more flexibility in the event that there is a taunt, so that he can kind of go longer with it. Dog trying to set up lethal. Dog's not trying to outlast Lovely Chook. Dog is trying to kill him. Dog's in attack mode. It's 9 damage. It's not enough to get the job done. From the hand of Dog, we see Flame Tongue Totem for additional 4 damage, plus Lava Burst for additional 5 to 6. That's 18 damage. Removing the 1/1 totem is not enough to keep Lovely Chook alive. He's gonna need to kill the Azure. If he kills the Azure, he can set up lethal with the Reaper as well. But depends how in danger he feels. At this point, you have to be scared. Your opponent is not trying to totem at all. They're not trying to get taunts. They're going face. You know, there may not be a bark, but you can definitely tell a bite's coming. That is 8 damage on the table with the Flame Tongue, plus an additional 5, making 13. It all comes down to the totem roll. That patient moment, waiting to totem. You pray a little bit. Didn't get there. Oh man. Yeah, he thought he could burn him out. Didn't quite get the burn in time. That's one of the valid strategies in those positions. You either go for the, hopefully you can burn him out in time, or you go for the try and roll a totem every turn, create the infinite taunt wall. Those are the 2 lines to take, and you gotta look at your hand as the shaman player, evaluate it, be like, well, I got a lot of burn, let's go for the burn line. Or you evaluate it and say, well, I got no burn in my hand. Let's start toteming. So yeah, it kind of depends what they do against you as well. So China takes down Dog. That was the disconnected game from yesterday. So Lovely Chook takes it over Dog 3-1 to start off today. That is going to put China also up 3-1 on the entire round. So remaining from Team North America, they have to choose to send out either Frozen or Chalky. Those are the last two hopes. And one of these guys needs to take down Lovely Chook's lineup. So we'll just quick overview here of Lovely Chook's lineup and what's going on with that. So Lovely Chook, he has got Rogue to top things off. Every single player in the entire tournament has slowly shifted to exactly the same Questing Rogue card for card. I imagine this is a good variation of Rogue, as 10 people don't usually all do the same exact thing. And then they have Aggro Shaman here for Lovely Chook. He's got a double Maelstrom Portal and double Deckhand and Finley variation. So what that means, no Azure Drakes here at top. He's not looking to try and beat Reno decks with this. He has cut a lot of points against Reno decks to try to increase his points against Pirate Warrior, increase his points against Aggro Shaman. This deck is going to destroy the mirror. It's got such great ability to grab the board early on and immediately and just never let it go. So he's looking to try and win mirrors with this. Next up, he's got the Crazy Priest deck with the Defender of Argus, the Mass Dispel, the one Blackwing Technician, the one Northshire Cleric, the one Holy Nova, one Dragonfire Potion. This beats Rogue. We've seen that. This has a positive win rate against Rogue throughout the course of the tournament. It has been the interesting linchpin of round 3 for China, and it has his variation. He's removed the Ooze. So we saw in the first game with Omega Zero piloting a very similar build of Priest, but in his variation there was weapon removal with Ooze, and he banned Shaman, left up the Pirate Warrior, and now in Lovely Chook's variation there's the added Holy Nova and the removed Ooze, and he bans Pirate Warrior, leaves up Shaman. So you can see how like Holy Nova is a lot better against Shaman. Just little tech choices like that are something that the Chinese players really sprinkle in their lineups. And then of course he has the Pirate Warrior. Almost every player in the tournament playing card for card the same Pirate Warrior. Just an effective, nice little one deckhand, double captain build. You saw it last game, very powerful deck. And he tops his lineup off with Reno Lock here. Oh crap, this is best of 7. Oh man, I didn't even realize the game started. I apologize. I totally forgot it was best of 7. I thought it was still best of 5. I apologize. Oh wait, no, they're not playing again. Are they? What's going on? Oh no, they're analyzing the game. Whew. Oh, I had a mini heart attack. You can't do that to me, man. Holy smokes. They're analyzing this turn. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this turn as well. I think that's what they're talking about. They don't like it either. I think the best play is to just utilize the Reaper Charge, ping off the totem, go face with Finley. You have 4 damage with Heroic Strike, 1 Mortal Strike, double Quarkron Elite, so that's all of your outs for lethal are with the 4 damage. So you want to put at least 1 damage face this turn. And then as well, you would be able to remove the totem to lower the odds of Dog finding the Taunt Totem, because you could ping the 1/1 totem. And then Finley's a 1/2, so it's not directly contested by the Spirit Claws. So I think it's suboptimal to do the saving of the charge, because the game's not going to go that long anyway. We know Dog has Burn in his hand because of how the game's developed thus far. Lava Burst's been there since turn 1. Flame Tongue Totem's been there since, like, before that. So, like, Flame Tongue was in the mulligan opening, and then Lava Burst was since turn 1. You know these cards are Burn. So, I think it's incorrect to try and play super patient, but able to get there anyway. Are any games going to be best of 7? Today, all of the games are best of 7. All of the games are best of 7, but it finished 4-2. So the best of 7 was over. We didn't miss any games, guys. We had it under control. I just saw them play the game when I tabbed back in and had a mini heart attack. I'm drinking too much coffee and it's too early for that. Here he makes a good read that he's gonna die if he doesn't kill the Azure Drake. Because those cards have been there forever. So good read on Lovely Chook, realizing, hey, he's trying to race me. Let's let's stop this down. Put a leash on the situation. And there you see the final score there. 1 for Team NA, 3 for China. NA has taken down 1 Chinese player. 4 of them remaining to take down. We have Chalky and Frozen left to do it. Is it going to be enough? Who are they going to send up to try and take down the EU vs CN champion, Lovely Chook? We'll find out right now. Looks like it's Frozen up against Lovely Chook, the inside man. Frozen's been helping out a lot with the tournament, helping translate. He's able to speak fluent Chinese. He's also setting up his own event in China at the moment, trying to bridge the communities together. His dad works at some high-up company in China or something, and he's getting his dad to sponsor some Hearthstone tournaments, and then he's doing all the organization for it. A great guy, trying to bring 2 very distant communities together, create some great Hearthstone action. You gotta appreciate that, and that's gonna be coming up, I think, in like 3 or 4 days. I'm a little biased because he hired me to cast it, but I mean, the guy's great. Should be a fun tournament to watch. I think that one's got like a lot of big names in it. Definitely one to look out for. If I remember correctly, I think like Osaka's gonna be there. There's gonna be Zixo. There's gonna be many top players competing in that event as well. So that should be a cool one to tune into. So far, though, Frozen round 1, he had a 0% win rate. He got 3-0'd by LVGE, the coach of Team China. So when you get 3-0'd by the coach, that doesn't feel good. But in all fairness to Frozen, the draws were not going in his way. LVGE had some of the greatest Anyfin Paladin draws I've ever seen in my entire life. And then round 2, Frozen didn't get an opportunity to play. In round 2, it was Cydonia took the spotlight and just beat the entire Chinese team. So Frozen sat on the bench and just watched. Hopefully he didn't get rusty from just enjoying the experience. He's leading off with the Questing Adventurer Rogue. Same build for everyone in the whole tournament. That still blows my mind that everyone in the tournament has the exact same deck list. Okay, and it's going to be the mirror. Card for card, 30 card mirror. 30 card mirror. Frozen's the sort of guy, though, he doesn't miss lethal setups. So the number one thing that I have about the rogue play that we've seen demonstrated this tournament in all 3 rounds, there's been amazing, like, just board control plays, being able to identify how to mulligan, being able to identify how to control the board, being able to identify all sorts of great, rogue lines, especially players being familiar with how to set up the best Edwins possible. There's been perfect Edwin timing from both sides. The one thing that's lackluster from both sides in their rogue play that really leaves a lot to be desired is the conceal lethal setups. A lot of players have been, from both sides, missing conceal lethal setups, and I've been spotting them left and right, man. But I mean, I'm looking for them. They're probably, I guess, more focused on the other aspects of the game, such as board control and stuff. But there's been a few of them thus far this tournament, so Rogue's a tricky deck to play. I'd say Rogue has been played the best and the worst in this tournament, like at the same time, by the same players. It's actually insane, right? Sometimes you see some guy, one of the players play Rogue, they do everything right, and then it looks amazing, and Rogue looks beautiful, and then you see another time, The player goes out there and he makes one little mistake, and then everything just goes downhill from there. It's just awful sometimes. Like that's the nature of Rogue, though. You make one mistake with Rogue, you lose the tempo a little bit, you miss one lethal setup, you miss one window of opportunity, and then the heal, and then you're just done. There's not a lot of room for error in the Rogue deck. Extremely powerful, but very limited amount of damage, very limited amount of time to get the job done. So Rogue has 22 points of damage in it, and 2 conceals for a variable amount of damage on top of that. And your opponent's got 30 life, potentially more. So if you miss some damage here and there, you can very easily find yourself in a situation where they just out-heal your deck. You're not a value deck, you're an aggro deck. You have windows of opportunity to strike with the damage that you have in your deck, and your damage isn't even 30, so you gotta find chip in there somewhere, and you gotta make conceals worth it. And it can be very difficult to do, especially in high-pressure situations. Very difficult to do indeed. But yeah, look at this. Card for card, same Rogue. And North America started with this Rogue first, and China copied it. And it's proven quite effective thus far for them. Because the biggest thing in the Chinese arsenal, the biggest thing that happened that they were just causing them to lose points all over the board was round 1, they lost every Rogue mirror. Round 2, they lost every Rogue mirror. Round 3, though, now that they've switched the deck up, now they're starting to win Rogue mirrors. The Rogue mirrors are going kind of 50-50 now. So, great adaptation from Team China, able to identify, what's going wrong, how do we fix it, and then bam, turn around the next day, have it fixed. That's what Hearthstone is, man. Adapting to the meta. Most of the game is played outside the game, which is why it's a beautiful game. It's so simplistic to play inside the game. Very complicated to play outside the game. Especially very complicated to deal with 5 personalities in Hearthstone. It's so insane. Everybody's got their own different opinions, and everyone's... whatever they piloted the most lately, they have a bias to, so trying to convince people of things can be extremely difficult. Well, you don't need to convince me here. That's a good hand. Double buck. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Typically speaking, in the past, you talk about Rogue mirrors, you break it down, you're going to come out and say, the guy going first is at a disadvantage in the past. Well, that's not always true now. I would say the guy going first is at an advantage if he has turn 1 Buccaneer. It's a lot of damage. And we were speaking earlier how there's 22 points of damage. Well, when you get an extra 7 to start the game, that puts them around 22. So you don't need very much chip over the course of the entire game. And you start finding yourself able to just make any one conceal stick on anything, becomes enough damage to close it out. Not a lot going on here. You can think about the coin dagger approach. I'm not a big fan. I think the curve you want to follow here as Frozen is eviscerate on 2 on the Buccaneer into coin Tomb Pillager. Just get that guy out there before your opponent's Tomb Pillager comes out. And the important thing about that is it makes it so they can't play their Tomb Pillager because they're afraid you're going to cold blood conceal it. So they have to react to yours. And unless they have, prep eviscerate, prep sap, or some sort of backstab play, they're going to spend their entire turn killing your Tomb Pillager, and then you can redevelop after that and just be the guy that's ahead on tempo. A lot of mousing over action. Aiming the cold blood to pretend it's a backstab. Frozen's going deep. He's not messing around. Taking a little bit of pain here. And there's that 7 damage we talked about. It's just insane. 1 mana deal 7. It's so good. Well, this is kind of awkward. He was bluffing backstab to try and pretend he doesn't have it, and then he drew it. Nice little clear board there. Gonna be able to coin Tomb Pillager. Now, Lovely Chook expects this coin Tomb Pillager. Frozen kept a card, didn't play anything. He has a Tomb Pillager. Like, 9 times out of 10, there's a Tomb Pillager there. So, he needs to set up in the best way to help himself deal with Tomb Pillager, and that's why he's not cycling this fan here and instead developing his Buccaneer. It uses mana less efficiently, but it's so much stronger to set up to help him be able to beat Tomb Pillager. And that's why I was kind of confused that Frozen went with the Eviscerate instead of the... I went with the Backstab instead of the Eviscerate. Because a Backstab with the Coin Tomb Pillager turn would have been a lot stronger, but they don't always have the second Buccaneer, right? He expected that second kept card to be a Tomb Pillager, I imagine. Lovely Chook maintains on tempo thanks to the Buccaneer being able to trade up there. This Eviscerate, though, that could change things. No Conceal currently in the hand for Frozen, but he can take the gamble on the sap at the moment. Or he can, you know, say, my hand's strong enough, I don't need to gamble on sap. I can wait till Gadget and win that way. Those are kind of like the two lines here. So if you go all in with a questing, the odds your opponent has sap in their top 7 cards are pretty unlikely. Going first, Lovely Chook kept 2 cards, which decreases the odds even further. So he kept 2 cards, so he found 1 off the mulligan, and then drew an additional 3 since then. So you're looking at 4 cards potentially being sap. There's 2 saps in the deck. You run the numbers on that. That comes out with you winning the game most of the time. So I'm a guy that plays on those sort of assumptions and those sort of numbers. So I just YOLO the questing here 100% of the time. If my opponent keeps 2 cards going first. Like, the odds of them having sap, pretty low. He's got 17.75% chance to have it here. I think. That can't be to draw it. It seems absurdly high. I think they're trying to do to have it. And I don't know what like guideline they're basing off of how many cards they're considering there for the distribution. He saves coin, uses prep instead of coin. A little interesting. Holds the Cold Blood back as well. Wants exactly a 4/4. Now, what is Frozen thinking when he's holding back the coin instead of the prep? He's thinking he wants to maybe coin Gadget or something? Interesting. Because he could have very well had used the coin instead of the prep there. He values the coin higher. I mean, it's better for minion development things, I guess. If the questing sticks and he coins Gadget, it can be very difficult to remove the Gadget and the questing. So that might be the logic. Prep picked up not good enough. Oh, the stats are because he can draw twice with the fan. I see. I see. That makes sense. Let's count this damage up here. We're starting to get cooking. You can play 4 cards, so that's an 8 damage questing, and then you have an additional 8 damage in your hand. It's only 17 damage because 1 with the dagger. It's not quite enough to get the job done, but not a bad chunk of change, that's for sure. Now, he didn't see sap last turn, but it is not impossible that Lovely Chook wouldn't sap it. You have to imagine 9 times out of 10 if he has sap there, he's using it though. The scary part is the amount of resources you commit here as Frozen. The all-in. And I like the all-in play. Like, the all-in, you're very statistically likely to win the game. Leroy's not bad. It's no sap, but Leroy prep fan. At this point, all Lovely Chook needs to do is kill this questing. And he's got to feel like he's in a favorable position after that. He has Gadget Conceal to follow this up. 8 damage and burn already used from Frozen. 1 Eviscerate, 1 Cold Blood gone. That could be huge. The other thing is the YOLO Auctioneer here could be potentially a play. Ooh. Talk about a top deck. Leroy +1 burn spell runner extremely unlikely to happen, but this board control sticking, not that unlikely. The sap picked up for Lovely Chook a little too late. Gonna try and sap. Just still fighting for board. It's pretty scary when Rogue starts getting you this low. A good seal! So now if Frozen goes face for 2 here, and then conceals, does it set up any sort of lethal? No, it doesn't help. You still need a 4 damage burn spell. So I think you just, well, if you go face for 1 this turn, you need a 4 damage burn spell. If you don't go face for any, you need 2 4 damage burn spells. So it changes the odds of lethal for next turn by a lot if you trade with the Ezra Drake. That's a tough decision for sure. He's going to conceal and see what he finds first. The fear, of course, is not double fan because 1 has been utilized, so there should be no way that the gadget gets cleared. After seeing a spell from the conceal, Frozen decides to go face. Now he only requires 1 4 damage burn spell instead of 2 for lethal. Vastly improving his odds of lethaling his opponent next turn. There's very low chance that he dies leaving the Ezra Drake up. So, the order is fine. I like the sequence from Frozen. If he gets a minion there, I think you trade with the Drake, go on board control plan. But no minion. Seems fine to decide to go with the kill him plan. It's 12 damage. With the Eviscerate off of the Swashbuckler, it's another 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess lethal setup, not too bad. Frozen needs to win the game now. Sap is not a spell that he can cycle. Leroy picked up off the top to close it out. Not too bad. Coming back from having no Buccaneer up against 2 Buccaneers. Able to get there with the YOLO questing adventure. Awesome. Yeah, Frozen's a guy that doesn't loot rogue mirrors. Definitely picked the correct time to go all in. Able to get there, takes the W. Yeah, the odds of your opponent having sap at that state is so extremely low. And it's just, you get to factor in so much information by the cards they keep and all that sort of stuff. So I really like the way Frozen played that game. I would have done exactly the same thing. But you still need to get lucky to win. At the end of the day, that Buccaneers start terrifyingly strong, and it's one of the powers of Rogue now is they have such great early game, which is weird because they've never had it in the past, and when they do get it, it's so insane. Here we go. The Priest lost one of its good matchups for Lovely Chook now. He no longer has the Rogue, which the Priest is designed to farm, utilizing this Mass Dispel card. And the Defender of Argus. Defender of Argus, great card against Priest. Also a great card against Druid, though. Mass Dispel, not so much. The Jade Druid coming out for Frozen. I believe he's rocking a 2 Ancient of War build. Let's take a closer look. I think, no, he's rocking the 1 Ancient War build. There's been a lot of different Jade Druid lists floating around in the North American team. They all seem to have their own opinions on this one. So, we have 1 Ancient War, 1 Gadgets and Auctioneer. No Druid of the Claws or anything wacky like that. Seems fairly normal. Double Living Roots. So, and it's going up against the Dragon Priest. So how does the Living Roots help against Dragon Priest? It doesn't really help that much. The most important thing about Dragon Priest is hitting the Jade count high enough, fast enough. Ancient War is pretty terrible against Dragon Priest because it's very likely to get Shadow Word Deathed and give the Priest more tempo, more initiative. So it's good for him that he's one of the players on the North American team only playing 1 Ancient War. That's going to work out in his favor. And having this Wild Growth in his opening hand works out wildly favorably. It's so important to just be able to have more mana to deal with Priest's game plan, right? Priest is trying to play overstated minions. And now, their overstated minions work with their hero power, synergize with their other effects, if you can't kill them immediately. And most of the time, you don't have the mana to kill them immediately. But if you Wild Growth on turn 2, that Dragon Priest game plan starts to fall apart because you're playing overstated minions for the mana costs too. So you just keep up with them. Mulch, though. Mulch in the opening hand. It's a good card in the matchup. Ambitious to keep in the opening hand. He really values the ability to shut down some of the high health Priest minions. If Priest does get something to stick, they will often be able to land Cabal Talon Priest on it, and Druid cannot remove that for a very long time, barring a Mulch. So Frozen really wants to keep the prime removal in the matchup, it seems, to try and not let the board snowball out of favor. So it's a risk. It's a strong card to keep, but it's definitely a risk with Wild Growth already, because you run the risk of finding not minions to play, and that can be awkward. Ooh. Scaled Nightmare fits the curve the best. Deathwing's hilarious. Azure Drake's a lot of value. So Scaled Nightmare is really ambitious because it's useless unless you're ahead on board. And if you take it here, while developing a 1-3, you're saying, I'm going to be ahead on board. So it's a little cocky. Opts to go with Deathwing. If he's able to get the Mulch out of the way from Frozen, Deathwing can very easily seal a game in favor of the Dragon Priest. Great card against Jade Druid. There's only 1 Mulch in the deck for Frozen. 1 Mulch. So as soon as Lovely Chook sees that Mulch fly, we're going to see that Deathwing come down. Not typically the minion you want to give additional health, but I guess it'll do. There you go. Dragon's pretty good against Dragon Priest. However, the board contests it pretty well. The trade's gonna go in, and you gotta be kind of afraid of Coin Blackwing Corruptor. But I don't think it's worth playing the Innervate this turn to get a stronger position against Corruptor, as it's not that much stronger against Corruptor with the 3-4 able to farm. Full board control for the Dragon Priest, which is typical. Double Innervate. Now, Dragon Priest can struggle a lot of times at dealing 1 damage to things. Lovely Chook does have 1 Holy Nova in his deck, though. If you go with the Elephant here, you do get punished by the Holy Nova. You could go for the full tempo play, which is the Double Innervate Feral Rage Jade Behemoth. Now, the scary part about that is, Lovely Chook plays Shadowed Pain, rip your 2 Innervate Tempo Swing. So, that's a big gamble. I don't like that one bit. Lowers your gadgets in value. But other than that, though, these Innervates are not doing much besides if you draw Gadgets and Auctioneer. And that's 1 card in your deck. If you don't hit it, these Innervates do basically nothing. He's drawn too much removal, too many low-value cards at this point. He's starting to get to the point of the game where Innervate becomes useless. And Frozen's going to try and take this Tempo Swing here. There's no Shadow Word Pain in Lovely Chook's hand yet, so he's going to be rewarded by this, potentially. Plays around the Holy Nova. Full tempo. He just wants to stop the snowball of the Priest. Priest is really strong when they have minions on board to buff, but when they don't, it can get real weak real fast. Has the ability to develop a plentiful amount of stats. Can look for a Shadowward Pain if he wants to with a Powerward Shield. Ooh, he wants to put it on this. Wonder what he's thinking about with that. I guess it makes swipe a little bit more awkward for Frozen than if it were on the other one. Definitely plays into Mulch a lot harder though, that's for sure. And we see that's what Frozen's got cooking up right now. He can siege tempo with it, or he could try and hold it for higher value. And I think at this point, you're going the tempo line. We just used 2 Innervates to get a Jade Behemoth out there. It looks like he wants to hold it though. I don't know. What 6-drop is he afraid of? There's not a lot of 6-drops in the Dragon Priest from Lovely Juke. If we look at the build, Bookworm's the only 6-drop. Other than that, you know, Operative could come down and be kind of scary. Argus is a bit scary. He's gonna go with the swipes. Hold on to the Mulch. Card he kept since the Mulligan. Typically used as a tempo card. I wonder what's driving his decision to hold back on using it for tempo now. I guess he, at this point, Frozen has decided with that top deck, it's not a minion. I can't develop while mulching, so I'm not going to actually gain that much tempo. I'm just going to keep the same tempo that's on the board now. So there's no reason to do that. I just walk too hard into Bookworm, Shadowward Pain, all that sort of stuff. I have to abandon this tempo plan. It's not going to work out. I need to find my stronger, bigger cards and go for value line. Because the Priest is not dying to this. So he's like shifting gears right now. Went all in on tempo and now he's backing off. And usually when you have to shift gears, you're in a very, very bad position, and we can tell that that's the case. He drew a couple minions, 2 Innervates, and then utility. Not enough to commit to going full face, and not enough to commit to going value. He's just drawn a real mix of cards here. A Dragon Priest continuing to take the board. Nourish is what he needed. That'll fix some problems, especially since he's going the value line now. Now he's got enough Jade cards that he can make something happen here. Brand Bronzebeard, by the way, not a card you see in every Jade Druid deck. They've been, a lot of them been cutting it because aggro is too much of a problem and Brand is too slow versus aggro, but Frozen's decided to include it. Should help out matchups like this one and any other sort of control matchups. The Mulch coming down while developing. Developing a 3/3, not great, but he's just trying to limit the amount of damage he's taking. I don't think now's a good time for a commercial break. Alright, Discover. Removal's always good in Priest, but at the same time, Ancient Award with the Mulch gone is pretty freaking insane. Oh man. And his Jade counters are not nearly high enough to deal with Ancient Award. They're going to get up to 5/5 though, which begins the tipping point. But has the ability to play Wild Growth, Decaying the card excess mana, and then he can pass with excess mana in his hand if he wants to make more flexible gadget turns later on. Ops to hero power, he thinks he needs the life. You can't blame him, he's at 20. If he could just live a little bit longer. He's so close to closing the gap here, but might not be able to do it. 10 damage in the hand for Lovely Juke. The ability to draw most of his deck with Northshire Cleric Holy Nova. Does he run into problems with overdrawing? Trade. Draw 3 cards. He's playing 2 this turn. That's 7 in his hand right now. If he draws an additional 3, he goes up to 10. But he's playing Holy Nova, so he'll be at 9. So he does not overdraw. Not too bad. You get a few cards. He's gonna have a lot of options going forward. Can't take the 4th card though without overdrawing, so he's gonna have to utilize something in his hand and choose to go for Shadow or Death. 11 damage now represented on the board. No innervates remaining for Frozen. Not sure what he needs. Double roots on the 5/4, I guess. That's not gonna do it. One more chance. Oh, he's going for the 1/1s. Doesn't believe. Now, if there were ever a time to not play Deathwing. Oh, don't pick it up! What are you doing? Okay. Oh. Ah. Yeah, immediately after I say it, he picks it up. He's like, oh, Deathwing, huh? 10 mana. Alright. As long as you kill the Gadgetson and develop, I can't imagine a way Lovely Chook is pushed off this board. Even if we're Frozen were to develop a massive amount of Jades, the issue still falls that he's gonna get punched in the face to death. Just teeny little dragons. He's got some heal here, he's got some clear. Maybe he can make it. It's gonna be tough to swing this around with no innervates though. Okay, a 6/6 and a 7/7 coming out. Only 11 damage for Lovely Chook. Frozen's not dead on board at the moment. Maybe he can swing this. And there's a will, there's a way. This is the second Shadow or Death too. If Lovely Chook utilizes the second Shadow or Death, Frozen's gonna get the green light to play this Ancient War. Those aren't lethal. That's not Falco. Oh man, this is gonna be sick though. He's got the green light to play Ancient War. As soon as he plays Ancient War, Lovely Chook knows that's the one of the few taunts in Frozen's deck. He can slam down this Deathwing and get the job done. Does Ancient War Feral Rage save him? It does. It doesn't really help the issues at hand, but it keeps him alive. Brand Deathwing synergy. Ezra Drake looking for Blackwing Corruptor to finish. Mass Dispel will get the job done as well. What a way to go out. Oh. Yeah, that's my reaction too. You see him just look around the room, put his hand on his forehead. When you get defeated by Mass Dispel at a LAN event, thousands of people watching. It hurts. Yep. I love the tech. I love the tech. China runs awesome tech. Come up with really cool strategies. Mass Dispel. Card I personally never thought would see competitive play. May just very well be the linchpin in a tournament-winning lineup. It's insane. It's never happened before. Card's been around since the beginning of the game. It has never been a key card in a deck that defines a lineup strategy. Never. That's pretty crazy. Team North America taking a break to kind of talk about their strategy, figure things out here. Priest is through. It's 1-1. Hey, Frozen picked up his first win of the tournament. Prior to this, he had a 0% win rate. Now he is 20%. Not too bad. He's really looking to try and make that win rate statistic turn around. It's unfortunate he was unable to play day 2 and, you know, get to really show what he's got. You know, he's a good player, just hasn't had the opportunity yet. The Eagles, representing Team North America, up against the Dragons. Looks like they're about ready to get back into it. Frozen's got a win with the Rogue already under his belt. Lovely Chook's got a win with the Priest already under his belt. Lovely Chook remaining has the Shaman, which I believe is banned, the Pirate Face Warrior, Reno Lock, and that's it. And I think Frozen's rocking a very similar lineup. We can kind of dive into that here. Let us see. Our North American representative. He's got Jade Druid. He's got Aggro Shaman, which was not banned, as Lovely Chook has been banning the Pirate Face Warrior. And then he has Reno Lock. So interesting cards here coming out for Frozen. You can see it right there. The Hammer of Twilight. Interesting. So we look here. Pretty standard stuff. He's got one Finley in there, one Maelstrom Portal, double Deckhand. So pretty strong on the early game. And then at the top he's got one Drake, one Hammer of Twilight. Hammer of Twilight, that's a 4/2 weapon for 5 mana. Able to efficiently kill targets such as Azure Drake, Gadgetzin Auctioneer, Tomb Pillager, and not vulnerable to weapon removal because when it is completed, it develops a 4/2. So I'd say that this card is favorable in the Rogue matchup, at least a little bit. I think it helps the win percentage some amount. Pretty cool. Nice little tech choice here, and he's going up against that Rogue matchup now. So Rogue has a bunch of 4 health creatures, and this is a 4 damage weapon. Can't really go too wrong there. Not a card you see every day though, and I think the logic behind it is the card's a bit too slow against other aggressive decks, but against the Reno decks, being able to develop something that doesn't extend into AoE or extend into Acidic Swamp Ooze is very powerful, right? All of the Reno decks, Reno Mage, Reno Warlock that you'll see, they'll all run Acidic Swamp Ooze. And at some point in the game against them, you're going to have yourself in a situation where you've extended onto the board, and they're waiting for you to play one more minion so they can AoE you. Well, in those situations, strap on your Hammer of Twilight and get to swinging. If they Acidic Swamp Ooze it, you already got in half the damage anyway, and you forced them to commit 2 mana to removing it and then having to AoE. Whereas it's so much better than Doomhammer, because if you play Doomhammer and they Acidic Swamp Ooze it, now you're dealing with the overload and it's a whole disaster of problems. It's a pretty cute tech choice. Here's a Buccaneer. Frozen off to a great start with Buccaneer, and Lovely Chook, one of the worst rogue hands I have ever seen against Aggro Shaman. Up against... If Frozen gets a weapon, it's lights out. I mean, pack it up, go home if he gets a weapon. There's no way. Lovely Chook would need something insane to happen. Already, it's very one-sided right out of the gate. You can't imagine this game goes longer than... Lovely Chook's not going to be able to play these gadgets. Unless he finds something here. And that's something. Is it something too late? Now, one of the things you could do here, in order to be able to guide the guy that has initiative and have the trades, maybe you Buccaneer Conceal. This Conceal is not connecting with this gadget. That's if you think that's happening, you're in dreamland. So you need to use it for tempo, you need to use it to get the board. I don't know if you need to use it with Buccaneer, but it's an option for sure. Buccaneer could steal, then dagger up next turn. I don't know. I've never seen it done before, but it seemed like it could have worked. There was potential. Gonna hold it for more value though. Try and find a bigger swing turn with conceal. Or maybe he thinks, you know, my hand's so bad I just need to get this gadget out. It just needs to happen. Something needs to work. And so it begins. A lot of power on the table. Oh my. Fan of knives into fan of knives. Could happen. 2 draws are trying to find the second fan. Now this is always a fun position to be in. What do you think's gonna kill you more, the Tunnel Trog or the Buccaneer? Now, if you kill the Tunnel Trog, Frozen has 2 Buccaneers, so a weapon really kills you. But if you kill the Buccaneer, now Frozen has the ability to play a weapon or an overload card to kill you. So, the way I see it, is we could either die to everything, or we could die to half of the things. So I like just saying, you know what, you got a weapon, you got me, instead of giving Frozen multiple options. Like limiting my opponent's options as much as possible. So I would kill the Tunnel Trog and say, you know what, you got no weapons. Okay, coin coming out here. Lovely Chook is going to be playing off the top of his deck for next turn, but this is to full patches so we can start removing things. Lovely Chook might make it out of this. No weapon picked up for Frozen. Starting to fizzle out. Forced to Lightning Bolt to 1-2 here in order to stop the board from snowballing in Lovely Chook's favor. And that's going to give Lovely Chook the opportunity just to hero power pass without getting any sort of punish here. Typically, Aggro Shaman tries to develop minions in the early game, but Frozen doesn't have them. 24 life for Rogue with double gadget conceal at the start of the game. It's unheard of. Against a double Buccaneer start, that Fan of Knives did so much work. The second fan. But yeah, the Fan of Knives cleared some minions and Frozen just had 2 dead turns of no development in that sequence of Fan of Knives dagger down his stuff. And those are expensive dead turns to have against Rogue. It's giving time for this hand from Lovely Chook to actually happen. The dreams are coming true. And Flame Wraith is here to try and smash those dreams. Ooh. Conceal could pick up some value now. There's 3 overload for Frozen, so he can still coin Jade Lightning. So I don't like the YOLO gadget. It's too easy for your opponent to remove. Both Lightning Bolts have been used, something to consider. So the gadget only dies to Lava Burst or coin Jade Lightning, or of course the Flame Wraith trading. But if the Flame Wraith trades with anything as the Rogue, you are ecstatic. That is happy times in Rogue Town. Go with Questing Conceal, it appears. Seems like a reasonable line to me. Try and bump it up big enough next turn to get stuff done. You got the Fan of Knives to cycle, so you should be able to play at least 2 cards next turn. Hopefully 3 or 4. And try and get something to happen here. The second one. When the first one doesn't get sapped, the second one's pretty good. Usually means they don't have sap. There we go. Now Aggro Shaman's cooking. 14 damage on the board with 4 in hand. That's 18 damage. Lovely Chook gonna be able to eliminate a lot of that though here. He hits Sap. It's a big game changer. You can clear both of these 7/7s regardless. Yeah. He's just gonna take them both out and then next turn try and lead into a Gadgets and Conceal. Could go face. Going face does not set up lethal though. And when Frozen goes face, it will set up lethal. So yeah, you have to trade. No question about it. And then you just hope this Gadgets and Conceal dream comes true. What sets up the most pressure for Frozen, giving him the best odds to win? If he plays Feral Spirits plus Hero Power this turn, then that is 2 minions in the field for Flame Tongue. So Flame Tongue becomes 4 damage instead of 2. So you would get 8-12 damage, but the Overload makes it so you don't have any mana to do anything additional on top of that. So it doesn't set up lethal in any way, but neither does Azure Drake. If you play Azure Drake, you're unoverloaded. If you hit double Jade Lightning, it's only 14. So there's no way for him to set up lethal here. So he's just trying to play the most stats he can, hold the Azure Drake for potential Maelstrom sort of stuff, or burn later on. There's a taunt. Not too bad. I think you kind of have to Gadget Conceal here though, as Lovely Chook. This is the smallest the board's going to be. Frozen only has developed 3 mana into this board, you know, and a totem. So you hope you hit a good string of spells here. Looking for Hunter Hero Power to try and close the game. Dagger is some amount of damage. That's 10 going in. Next turn there's no overload, so Frozen can play Azure Drake plus Jade Lightning for 5 and the second dagger swing for lethal. So Lovely Chook needs to get the taunt down this turn to stop that, as well as clearing the entire board. The taunt needs to stick, and it's looking tough to do. He's gonna need to find a counterfeit coin. It's still possible, things can happen. Rogue makes miracles happen. No miracles today. There's only one Swashbuckler in the deck, so he can't like play Swashbuckler and then prep a healing wave or something. Prep into backstab. He's able to remove a lot of pressure, but it's just not good enough. So close, yet so far. The thing that really just hurt him is he had a great opening. No, he didn't. He had a decent top deck side of the opening. Frozen, you know, had a very poor opening, which gave Lovely Chook a little bit of leeway there to make up for having his bad hand in the beginning. And then started stabilizing in the mid game, and then Lovely Chook had no sap for the Flame Wreath Faceless, and that guy connected. And he had to spend all of his offensive power clearing the Flame Wreath Faceless. And because Lovely Chook's opening was so bad, he didn't have the ability to all-in a Flame Wreath. He couldn't just go all-face. So yeah, there's like not much he could do that game against the Aggro Shaman. Even though Aggro Shaman had a bad draw, so did the Rogue in the early game, and when both decks have a bad draw, the deck that's favored still wins. Frozen takes the lead 2-1 over Lovely Chook. Taking a win with the Aggro Shaman. A deck that's been struggling when it hasn't been banned. A lot of players been able to kind of effectively counter it. Now it looks like we're going to see Lovely Chook on the Rogue up against either Frozen's Reno Lock or Frozen's Druid, right? Not Reynad's Reno Lock. Reynad's trying to sneak back in the tournament. Alright, there he goes. I believe Reynad and Frozen are running a very similar Reno lock, though. The leather-clad Hog Riders. I believe that's a Chalky inspiration, the leather-clad Hog Rider. He's a big fan of the card. 6 mana, 6/6 with charge if your opponent has 6 or more cards. It's perfect for the Chinese metagame because they love to spam 6/6/6. It's not bad against Reno decks, not bad against Rogue. Could prove to be quite useful in this upcoming match. Rogues definitely can't beat a 6/6 charger for 6 that requires you to have 6 cards. The only thing that can run into trouble is sometimes Rogue has one of those hands where they all in you and they dump everything on the table, and if that's the case, they're not going to have 6 cards in their hand, and that is going to be the worst card you could possibly imagine against them. So the card works only if the Rogue maybe doesn't have a Buccaneer start and goes heavy with draw and tries to set up a really late game plan. If the Rogue gets one of those rushy hands, it's not a good tech card. Some of the techs also in Frozen's build that could be potentially useful. He does have the Spellbreaker, which is a really good card against Questing Adventure and Edwin Van Cleef. So that could see some play here to be able to shut down some early aggression from the Rogue. Wow, nice hand from Frozen. Already got the Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake. So there's a few ways you take this as the Reno lock. There's option 1, which is try and stay alive. So if your hand is all removal, all AoE, and Kazakis, then oftentimes that's the game plan you want to go for. And you just kind of try and run the Rogue player out of resources. Can work very fantastically. Option 2 is develop giant threats. Because you can actually just pressure the Rogue down before they can kill you. If your threats start sicking, they don't have sap, all that sort of stuff, you can just straight up kill them. And with the hand that Frozen currently has, that option looks very appealing. He's got Drake and Giant already, so he's got the highest pressure hand that his deck can kind of have. Even though his deck's not, it doesn't have Ragnaros, so it's not like teched for the pressure plan. It still has Leatherclad Hog Rider, that can be decent pressure. So, got good tech. We got a good hand to be able to do that strategy, and that's why I think he's aggressively coining out this Twilight Drake, looking to try and put as much pressure on as fast as possible. One sap's already out of the way, so now Mountain Giant's looking like it could just take care of this Edwin by itself. He also has options like Doomsayer, Dirty Rat. Those are fun plays sometimes. Really scary against Rogue. But the Dirty Rat is the third option to win this matchup. The third option to win this matchup is you set up a turn where you can Dirty Rat and then kill their gadget. And you just pull their gadget out and then kill it and win. So he has all of the game plans available to him with his current hand. He's drawn the best cards for the matchup. He's got the pressure cards, he's got the Kazakis, and he's got the Dirty Rat. Those cards are nuts in this matchup. That being said, you know, you kind of want cards that all work together, not one card of every game plan. But that's a Reno deck for you. Leatherclad, man. Picked up right there. On the other side of things, what Lovely Chook's looking to try and do, he has a few game plans of his own as the Rogue player, based on what he's drawn. So game plan 1, play Questing on 3, see if it sticks. If it sticks, sometimes you just win from there. So that game plan's gone and went. He didn't have Questing for 3, didn't have board control on turn 3 because of the Coin Drake, so the Questing's not going to happen. Game plan number 2, win by just minion pressure. Just get good tempo off your saps, develop things, push pressure with things, and just kind of coast off that. And then there's also kind of game plan 3, which a lot of the times is concealing something really big and hoping they don't have Twisting Nether or Shadow Flame, or setting it up so if they Twisting Nether or Shadow Flame, then you kill them with out of hand burn. So you force them into a situation where they have to heal and AoE, and then you can get them that way. But that usually revolves around Edwin Van Cleef, which is gone. So he's going to have to do that with questing, which can be a lot more complicated. One sap has already been used, so Sylvanas could be kind of annoying to deal with. Guess it at least forces the trade, right? So you don't have to worry about some weird cold blood conceal stuff happening. I'm not sure what the potion does, but a polymorph's never too bad with Edwin already gone and that denying a coin. Looks like he's going for the polymorph. Polymorphs, no, it's revive 2, gain 7. Not too bad with the current graveyard for Frozen. The Drake got sapped, so that's a giant every time. Talk about things that are good against Rogue. 8/8s, pretty sweet, especially ones that if you sap, they come right back at a reduced cost. Oh man. Now can Lovely Chook still win if he trades here? That's a big question. Can he afford not to trade too? No conceal found off the cold blood, so he is going to have to trade, it looks like. But this is a lot of burst damage fallen by the wayside. If he uses the second coin, that's a lot of combo potential thrown away as well. He's just hoping this gadget sticks, I guess. He's all in on just gadget making it through the storm. Because these coins are super, super important to game plan number 3 for the Rogue, which is setting up a big concealed thing. Without coins, you're not going to be able to take those busted mana turns that can allow you to set up your one-turn kills. So all of these resources, Cold Bloods, coins, they start removing ways for Rogue to win the game. And now, even though Frozen had the pressure hand at the beginning, after seeing so many resources depleted from Lovely Chook, what's got to be on his mind now is how do I kill this gadget first, but, you know, down the road, how do I stabilize and just try and survive? Because it is very, very possible now for Frozen to get outside of the range of Lovely Chook, outside of the burst, and outside of the ability for questing to kill him. But this gadget makes it so awkward, because he doesn't have any way to kill it. The all-in from Lovely Chook of just, I hope this gadget sticks. I'm going to commit all my resources and this gadget has to stick. Otherwise, I got no chance. The opening didn't go my way. Frozen had all the answers. Let's take a risk. And it looks like he might get rewarded. Frozen's got no choice but to just play one big guy. He values that over tapping. Tapping could have hit Shadow Bolt, but that's about it. Soulfire's already been used. The backstab, a great way to start the turn here. Now, I think you want to play questing this turn. I think you do. You got 2 conceals left. It's going to be a real big boy. It potentially plays into the Twisting Nether, but you got 1 more questing and 1 more conceal after that. So once Twisting gets seen, then you go all in with the second one. You're going to draw a majority of your deck here. Yeah. I was curious, starting with... Usually you want to play 0 mana spells before spells that cost mana, so you can prep the ones that cost mana. Now it's a bit awkward, because now he's got to commit an Eviscerate to the face, potentially. Ah, there you go. You don't want to commit Eviscerates to the face usually this early, because of the Reno factor. You want to have that burst to be able to make Reno have to come down earlier, right? Like, it's not even just about killing them after Reno, it's making the Reno heal less. If you can threaten 20 damage, then they have to Reno when they're in range of that. If you can only threaten 10 damage, then they don't have to Reno for quite a long time, and Leroy gets pulled out here from the Dirty Rat. Shadow Flame able to clean up this board for Frozen. He was hoping to try and find the second gadget. If he finds second gadget there, or second questing, basically shuts down the game. But Leroy's not a bad one to find, it's just not a particularly insane one to find. Limits the burst potential, so it means Frozen's Reno down the line is going to be able to heal him for a lot more health. Takes the 10. Ooh. Now he doesn't even have to Shadow Flame if he doesn't want to. It's a little scary leaving the Leroy up, but there's been so much burn used for Lovely Juke already. So, can Lovely Juke hit lethal here? We've seen already Cold Blood utilized early on. We've seen one Eviscerate used. Leroy's already on the table, so he's got 8 damage on the field. A Sap does 6. And then, so you could have 10, 11, 12, 13, 17 damage. So there's no way Lovely Juke gets lethal. So that's why Frozen takes this line of play to save Shadow Flame. And Lovely Juke reads this situation as, well, I guess there's no Shadow Flame. And he's gonna be a little surprised. 4 cards in the deck with the Lovely Juke. Now talk about running low on resources. Questing Adventure just a little too big for Frozen to be able to deal with. Lord Jirax is not a lot of help. He's got the Shadow Flame play next turn to shut everything down. So, the way Frozen loses this game is this questing getting too large for him to beat. He knows the amount of damage in Lovely Juke's deck is 1 Cold Blood, 1 Eviscerate. So, as long as he just taunts up here... Now, Lovely Juke's gonna clear this board, la-di-da. Conceal a giant questing adventure, and then Frozen's gonna play the Sylvanas Shadow Flame because of that sick play where he saved that Shadow Flame, and that's gonna be GG. There's no way Lovely Juke can stop it. I guess barring a Swashbuckler card. That could have got wacky real quick. Well, yeah, excellent navigation there from Frozen, saving that Shadow Flame, realizing, how does my opponent win? There's not enough damage in his deck to win. He needs to win on board control. That's the only way I die. He has 2 Conceals left. I need to be able to beat Conceal. I don't have Twisting yet. Well, I could either try and tap and pray for Twisting, or, wow, I got this Spellbreaker. Now, I don't even need Twisting. I can use Sylvanas Shadow Flame to beat it. I know Edwin's gone. I know the other Questing's gone. There are no minions that can get above 5 health except for the Questing Adventure, so it's guaranteed to take it. Excellent matchup awareness, knowing what's in his opponent's deck. Sets it up perfectly. Sets him up, knocks him down. Look at that. Very well played. And I mean, I wouldn't have faulted him for playing the Shadow Flame there. I think the average pro player would play Shadow Flame there. But, you know, Frozen's not your average pro player. And those are not the cards that's going to get the job done. He's looking at 9 damage to be able to deal next turn, and he's looking at lethal on board. So he's got a Sap, which is going to give him 1 point of fatigue. And he's going to Cold Blood, it's going to give him 2 points of fatigue. So he's going to draw his natural card. It's going to be 3. Take another 2 from the Sun Fury. Alright. There you go. Knowing what's in your opponent's deck. Keeping track of the cards. Turns out it's important. Allows you to set up checkmate. So Frozen won the game when he saved that Shadow Flame there. As soon as he saved that Shadow Flame, there was no way for Lovely Juke to win. Didn't need to rely on top decking Twisting. Pretty sick. Because a lot of people look back at that game, you know, they'll be playing it and they'll be like, they'll use the Shadow Flame there, and then they'll go review their game and they'll be like, I just got unlucky, I didn't find Twisting for the all-in Conceal. Well, sometimes you just gotta make your own Twisting, Nether. Make your own RNG. Lovely Juke, queuing the Rogue back up against Frozen's Druid. Frozen needs to get a win with the Druid to close out the series, and this is not going to be an easy matchup to get it done in. Now, you talk about bad matchups for Druid. This is at the top of this. 300,000 RMB on the line. 300,000 for round 3. hefty little chunk of change. You won't see it for a few years because of all the customs and regulations and all of that sort of stuff. Try to get that back in the States. But it comes eventually. I remember they gave me mine, they just, it's all in a suitcase. And, you know, don't try to take that through airport security. That's not going to work. It's a little too much for that. But Frozen doesn't have to worry about that just yet. He's got to worry about winning the game first, and then he can worry about how he's going to transport his suitcase. Keeps the Wrath, finds the other Wrath, keeps Aya and Wild Growth. Against Rogue, it's super important to have removal. If their minions stick, their minions will do an insane amount of damage. So many cards, you just kind of have to kill. Rogue's like a very strange, cycle-heavy aggro deck. And a lot of times, if you just have a bunch of removal, they can very easily run out of creatures to play. And then they can't punish you for using your entire turn removing their creature, right? So that's the idea with keeping a bunch of removal against Rogue, is half the deck or more is spells. So when they play a creature, you kill their creature, then they do it again, and then eventually they just have spells in their hand, and they're like, well, even though you didn't develop any minions on your turn, I can't do anything. I have to just hero power pass, and they surrender the tempo back to you. It's kind of like the inevitable exchange of tempo against Rogue. You just always kill their minions, and then since the deck has to run spells to run gadgets in Auctioneer, they have to eventually miss a minion, and then you get to develop. It's a very common tactic against a lot of spell-heavy decks. Surrender tempo, remove everything, capitalize on dead turn. So that's what you look to do as the Druid. You look to just find all the removal and try and set up for one of those switches. However, sometimes they keep it going. You see how wide Frozen's eyes got there. He's really hoping for that to be the turn so he could get this Innervate Ancient War, and he's gonna have to go with Innervate Ancient War regardless. Now he's just hoping there's no sap. Lovely Chook kept 2 cards off the mulligan. Odds of having sap, not the highest in the world, but not the lowest in the world. It's always a fear. Well, usually the earlier you get the Ancient War out, the better. Not many convenient ways to get rid of this neither. He can play an Edwin here, actually. There's a Claw, Eviscerate, Trade, Coin Edwin, something like that. That looks very powerful. The question is, you could save the Claw, but I don't like saving the Claw. I think you just go in. Uh-oh. Edwin's not a card Druid can deal with easily. Druid likes to fight very honestly on the board, trade minions with things. Big stuff, tough to beat for them. They run 1 Mulch, but he's gonna need it right here, right now. And even if he has it, this Rogue hand, it just keeps giving. It's like Christmas. It doesn't stop. It's got the Azure Drake after this, and then the Gadget after that. He's got the Sap for, I guess Aya is the best Sap target remaining. You should know Frozen's deck list. It runs 1 Ancient of War. Deck lists are public for this tournament. But you can't develop while sapping this turn, so I really dislike this sap. Sap's at its strongest when you develop while sapping, but Lovely Chook really wants the Edwin to be uncontested. He saw it stick, and he smells blood. He wants it to just keep sticking. Yeah, it's a bit scary against Mulch, I guess. A lot better against something like Pharaoh Rage Swipe, probably, though. So had he went with Azure Drake, the Aya trades in, Swipe goes down, Frozen Pharaoh Rages the Azure Drake. Frozen's at 8 after that, with a 2/2 on board, and you have nothing on board. And a sap in the hand, that's pretty useless. So I understand the logic. I understand it. I don't know. It's risky because you're all in on 1 minion, and there's a single target removal that could be lurking around the corner, and yeah, it's a tough call. Not sure which is the best play. Here, the best play is definitely Drake, though. This one's easy peasy turn, and continue applying that pressure with the Edwin Van Cleef, and Frozen desperately needs an answer. One of the silliest cards in all of Hearthstone. I think there would be more people talking about Edwin Van Cleef needing a nerf if Rogue was played more. It's just a card that when you draw it sometimes instantly wins you the game. And a lot of times, you get into situations where there's very limited downside to play an 8/8 for 3 mana. Right? Like, what was the downside here to play this 8/8? He had to spend a coin? Like, yeah, that's all he spent besides his natural turn. He spent an additional coin. Like, if your downside to a 3 mana 8/8 is you need to play a coin alongside your turn, that's not enough downside to a 3 mana 8/8. So it wasn't even like a tough decision from Lovely Chook to YOLO and Edwin. It was like, yeah, I mean, you just play Edwin here. That's what you do. He's got 2 options here, though. He's got either Gadgets in for 4/4 worth of stats or double questing for a 2/2 and a 3/3. One's a 5/5, one's a 4/4. But one has more potential later on. Questings, I guess, the most potential later on, because double questing Conceal versus Druid is lights out every time. He's fighting his way back. That's a clear. Maybe he could turn this around. 3 health's a tall order to stabilize from with 1 Feral Rage gone, but I've seen stranger things before. Lovely Chook's being very aggressive. This is extremely rushy. This is the second Gadgetson. His entire deck fizzles after this. All he has left is, like, oh my! Wow. If he doesn't hit something good there, like either lethal or conceal, he has no card draw remaining in his entire deck. Looks like we're having a bit of stream issue. We're back. That's so risky! If you don't hit something good there, then you just threw away your gadget. Oh my. I don't know. I think from that position, that risk is too much for Lovely Chook, but it ends up paying out for him. Trusts in the heart of the cards, and the heart of the cards deliver. So the outs there are double Eviscerate, and double Conceal, and Sap to some extent as a 1-up. So that's like 5 outs that are pretty good on the turn. But the issue comes in the fact where you're in such a favorable position that what happens if you just wait a turn? Is the Druid's not going to kill you. The Druid maybe Feral Rages, I guess. That's the biggest concern. Whereas if you whiff on the gadget and then they kill it, and then they Feral Rage, you lose the game. Pirate Warrior coming up for Lovely Chook, up against the Druid. Alright, he had used 1 Eviscerate that game as well, so there's like 4 outs that were extremely powerful there. It's YOLO for sure. Any spell puts the questing outside of range of like the Drake trade, so it makes it a little less likely it's gonna die. I guess the biggest only concern then is you're making second swipe live from Frozen. It's the full tempo play, no question about it. It definitely is the hardest for Frozen to respond to and sets up lethal the most for you, but the argument becomes, no question he's likely to potentially win the game. The question becomes, is the risk of how likely he is to potentially lose the game from that position worth it? Because how often do you lose the game if you wait a turn, right? Is it less or more? You don't win the game in the immediate if you wait a turn, but do you lose it more or less? Is my big argument with the sequence. And I don't know for sure. So I can't say it's strictly wrong. I just think it's very ballsy. Lovely Chuk is a man with some balls. I mean, that makes sense, right? The guy drives a Ferrari. You'd probably have to have some big balls to drive a Ferrari, or at least, I don't know, maybe you're compensating for something, and maybe you got small balls. But either way, the guy's got a very impressive car. Pirate Warrior up against the Druid. Typically speaking, slight edge for the Pirate Face Warrior, especially with the tech choices involved. Pirate Face Warrior rocking double South Sea Captain, minion board control, best case against Druid. Druid, as well as against Rogue, often relies on a similar strategy of kill your minions, and then eventually you have to just play a weapon, and that's when you surrender the tempo, and I get to develop my stuff. So you just remove, and then eventually the Pirate Warrior's like, well, all I have left is burn, all my minions are dead, so I can't play my minion at the time, because I don't have any left, so now I have to just burn you in the face. And then you play taunts. And there's no minions to contest the taunts, and you heal your way out of the situation. That's the general game plan. The issue falls in when they hit minions every turn with that strategy. Frozen has the ability to ramp here if he wants to take it. Has to leave up the buck to do it. That's tough. Looks like he's just gonna start ramping. Doesn't feel like he has enough removal to remove every minion. So if you can't remove every minion, then the best way is just to develop into it, and hopefully your Jades and whatnot get big enough in time. So it's the other approach to it, right? If you have enough removal, great, go for trying to kill every single minion, and then take a swing of your own development when they don't have any minions to develop. Otherwise, try and accelerate your mana, try and force their minions to have to trade because you develop threatening minions yourself. Look at this swipe! Oh my. Now that's a card. Lovely Chuk's in a little bit of trouble, but it's not that much trouble. This Core Crown Elite lines up quite nicely. Frozen does have the Feral Rage to recover later on, though, and not a few bad turns lined up here. He's got the ability to Blossom and Rat this turn if he wants it. He's got to worry about potentially dying. So there's a 2 damage weapon, 10 damage kills him. He would die to double Heroic Strike Deckhand, and that's it. So I think you can afford not to play the Feral Rage for this turn, set up to go Fandral Feral Rage on the upcoming turn. This seems like a very one-dimensional hand. You kind of got a Reaper here. 7 life for Frozen. He can heal up to 15. Over 2 turns, how much damage does Lovely Chuk have? He can get 8 from weapons, 4 from Immortal Strike, and 2 from a deckhand. So 15 is 1 out of range of the 2-turn lethal for Lovely Chuk. No Fandral coming down there. He wants to squeeze in the hero power. He values that 1 extra life. He's trying to outlast the hand. 16. So instead of going for pressure, Frozen's trying to increase his life total even further. The Fandral would be a lot of pressure and allow Nourish to come down next turn more flexibly, so I don't know if I agree. That's tough, though. The Warlock hero power really punishes players not trying to pressure you. Allows you to get additional cards. This upgrade, you can't out-heal upgrade now. Upgraded Reaper is something you cannot out-heal. This decision to hold back the Fandral. This could be an expensive decision. Looks like the admin's walking over for something. Yeah, I think a fan drill's better than one life with Nourish in your hand. Do you play around immediate lethals? He's at 15. Lovely Chook has 5 and 7 mana. How do you do 10 damage on 7 mana? Not very easily. This would be unfortunate for Lovely Chook, by the way. In the last series, Lovely Chook had pretty much 100% of the time a win with Pirate Warrior, and his opponent disconnected and it was a regame. So, this would be the second time that that's happened to Lovely Chook. I feel bad for the guy. Looks like Frozen reconnected just in time to play Ezra Drake. And that's going to be GG. A little unfortunate there. I guess he's having some lag or disconnection issues. But maybe it'll be a rematch again. I don't know. I mean, I would say as soon as that Reaper upgrade went off, there was pretty much no way from that position Frozen was going to win. So I would give the win to the Chinese guy. I would say Lovely Chook takes the W. And I'm one of the biggest diehard NA fans you could possibly find. But, like, come on. Like, come on. The argument I guess Frozen's going to make is the lag or whatever on that turn is why he didn't do the Fandral play. That was just better in every way. But, come on. The game registered your turn. So we'll have to wait on the admin ruling and see what's going on. They're discussing it in Chinese. Frozen's not over here on the bench, so he must be meeting with the admin somewhere. Admin number 2, still standing in the same spot, chilling. Looking fancy. Wait, these aren't even the admins. Who are these guys? Because the admins come from off screen back here somewhere. Who the hell are these guys? They're just watchers? Wow. It's gonna be a regame, is it? I don't know. We have to see Lovely Chook's deck. Did Lovely Chook get the win with the Warrior, or did he not? We'll see pretty soon, I guess. Lovely Chook's queuing up Reno Lock, so maybe they awarded him the win. Maybe they did. We'll see what the overlay says. 300,000 RMB on the line. People do crazy things for money, that's for sure, but the internet is having a lot of troubles, as well as the Chinese servers. I remember earlier on in the week, there's lots of issues with the Chinese servers getting hacked and all sorts of crazy stuff there. The Chinese servers actually, like the servers in China are not, it's not the Asian server. They play on their own China server. Run not through Blizzard. They have an independent server run through like the Chinese version of Blizzard, NetEase. So they have their own system, their own way to get to BlizzCon, their own everything. It's a whole different Hearthstone over there. It's pretty crazy. All the esports in China, like a lot of the companies that make video games and whatnot, can't really compete in China unless they allow a Chinese company to remake the game and kind of hold down all the operations. So I remember there's a lot of World of Tanks players freaking out because the Chinese version of World of the Tanks had like different weighting for all the projectiles and stuff like that. So it's one of the shooter games, like where you kind of shoot missiles across at other tanks and whatnot. And I guess all of the projectiles acted differently in the Chinese version than the rest of the world version. Anyway, Druid queuing up again for Frozen. It did appear that Lovely Chook was awarded the win. I think that's fair, honestly. I honestly do. I think, you know, the guy had the win. You gotta give it to him. There's, kudos to Frozen for, you know, whether or not the admins, you know, agreed on that or not, it is the case. A lot of times you can really try and, you know, bust the admin's balls and try and, like, make the rules swing in your favor there. But, clearly they didn't swing in Frozen's favor, so he probably wasn't trying too hard to bust the admin's balls. And I respect that, you know, the integrity of the game. There's a lot of people that try and take advantage of those sort of situations in Hearthstone all the time. Oh, this is a good hand. The number one thing against Jade Druid is you do not win the late game as the Reno Lock player. You just do not. Their Jade cards get way too large, way too fast. You need to kill them early. That's the number one way to win. You put out a lot of pressure, you hope they don't have mulch for the pressure, and you start connecting minions to their face. Previously on in the tournament, in the similar situation to this, Lovely Chook decided to develop Mountain Giant, and it got mulched. I feel like you want to develop Twilight Drake in these situations, but if he's consistent, he'll do Mountain Giant again. Yeah. Mountain Giant trades better on the board. It's more pressure faster. It punishes them harder for not having the mulch. So the odds of Frozen having mulch is extremely low, and you win more when he doesn't have the mulch here. The other line of thinking there is, you play the Drake, he mulches that, then you get to play the Giant. But, why play around something they're so unlikely to have, right? So different stems of thinking. It looks bad here because Frozen does have the mulch, but it's not necessarily wrong. Can't judge things by just one instance. It's a grand scheme numbers game. Well, one of the things I do like is consistency. When players have a belief and then consistently follow that, makes me happy. And Frozen's saving the mulch here because he gets so much Fandral value. Pretty crazy, huh? Now he's going to have the mulch for the Twilight Drake as well. If he wants it. He could even just develop Aya into it. His hand was looking pretty good for Lovely Chook in the beginning, but these threats are just getting torn to pieces by this Fandral. So scared of the Fandral, he's gonna opt to Spellbreaker, and you can't blame him for that. Nourish is terrifying coming off of a Fandral. So it appears the pressure plan by Lovely Chook is not going to work out. Frozen's got the removal, he's got the answers, things are getting dealt with. So now, what is the backup plan for Reno Lock? Well, a lot of the time the backup plan involves some sick mind control tech setups, where your opponent's playing Jade Druid, they try and not extend 4 big minions onto the field, because then you can get mind control tech value, and you set up a situation where you can maybe Dirty Rat mind control tech and take like a 14/14, and then also play a Kazakus Potion and set up lethal in the same turn. Which sounds like a lot of words, but it's very, very, very doable. You can get like the classic Frost Nova Kazakus Potion plus Dirty Rat MC tech going on, and it can be really strong. However, there is no MC tech in the build for Lovely Chook, so all of the MC tech shenanigans thrown out the window. There's no way he can take a big tempo swing at the end game with MC tech. However, one of the things he's got going for him, a different win condition in the matchup, Lord Jiraxis. If you can get Jiraxis out before the Jade cards get too big, there's not a lot of burst in Jade Druid. So you stabilize Jiraxis, and then you just, your hero power is the same thing as Jade almost, and you're able to keep up with them that way. So you can, he's got to try and find Jiraxis early. That's a really solid way to win. Another way to win is a very timely Sylvanas Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame with an Emperor discount, because if you're able to kill like all of the Jades except one, something like that, take the biggest guy, and maybe heal it or something in the same turn with Earthen Ring Farseer because of some sick Emperor discounts, you could find yourself getting that desired tempo swing that MC Tech kind of simulates as well. So there's a few like cute lines that you need to try and find, and that's what you gotta look for in bad matchups. When you're super unfavored in the matchup, you gotta find the crazy stuff, especially when the opening doesn't go your way. There's also the more simplistic thing, which is get a Brand Kazakis and get 2 disgusting 10-mana Kazakis spells, or 2 really good 5-mana ones that you play in the same turn that summons a bunch of minions and gives a bunch of health to your minions, making them impossible to kill. Druid has no board clear, but to do that sort of stuff, you gotta be not dying, because you can't play a 10-mana Kazakis potion if the Druid has the board and is applying pressure. So these are all of the random little niche combinations that Lovely Chuke's got to be trying to figure out what resources to save to try and make these happen, and increases odds of having any of them happen. And meanwhile, all Frozen has to do is play Jade stuff, so you can see who's favored in the matchup by how long the description is of what they need to do in the matchup, right? If your description of what you need to do in the matchup is a sentence long, you're probably favored. If it's like a paragraph and a half or 10 pages, you got your work cut out for you, bud. Three already on the Jade count? Not exceptionally high. Frozen opting not to cycle the Jades into his deck because he wants to find the cards in his deck that are good first. You gotta find your other Jade cards, you gotta find your Gadgets and Auctioneer, all of that sort of good stuff. You don't want to be just playing one big Jade a turn yet. You want to find your second Nourish, cycle through your deck first. It's a pretty big tempo swing with that Abyssal Enforcer there for Lovely Chuke. And denied by the Mulch. Not a lot of help. By the time Siphon gets good, it's usually a pretty critical situation. Although Sylvanas Shadowflame is starting to become live, so Frozen needs to think about that. There's no burst in the build from Lovely Chuke either. There's no Leroy. There's actually not even a Power Overwhelming, so he's not going to have too much time to make the Sylvanas happen unless he peddlers into Power Overwhelming. That's a card that can change the game around. Now, do you wait for the Brand, or do you try and just get a 10 mana off as fast as possible and swing the game? He's got a very strong graveyard. He's got a Mountain Giant in it. Yeah, I like it. I think you just gotta go. You go for the 10 here, try and get the Revive, and try and win next turn with Revive plus 6 health. Not sure what option he got on the first one, but he's got plus 6 health here, or deal 6, both appealing. Oh, that's the first option, okay. Now, turn things into Sheep. And I have no idea what the other two, they don't have numbers on them though. Just takes a trade just to stay healthy. Gaining that 4 life could be important. If he took the deal 6 to all, that is going to be a nasty board wipe. He did. Deal 6 to all, summon 3. Now we've been talking about tempo swings all game, and you're about to witness the power of Kazakis. Sometimes you hit the right potion and it seals the deal a lot of time. He needed to hit the right potion, and now he needs to hit the right revives, and then he can transition into Draxus afterwards. This is huge. This is a good hand. He's got taunts and heals after Draxus as well, and Sylvanas. He might be able to get there. Thinking about Sylvanas Shadowflame, I think. I think you could clear the board and make 3 minions. And Frozen has 3 cards in his hand. Now, at this stage in the game, when you're holding back cards, they're either 2 things. They're either Nourish or Removal. And he's used a lot of Removal. So you have to imagine what Frozen wants to do is get ahead on board, set up a board that you kind of want to AoE but don't really want to AoE, and then take that opportunity to stop extending and then draw cards with Nourish. Oh, wow. He thinks that the Sylvanas Shadow Flame is going to get less value later on. I don't know, deal 6 to all, sub at 3. Seemed pretty good. I guess he's hoping it gets better later on. But the Jades are just going to keep getting bigger. Eventually they're going to get out of that 6 damage. They already are. 7 7s are coming out now for Frozen. So if he just plays Jade cards, he gets out of the range of the AoE damage. Oh, it's draw 3. I saw the 3 and I assumed it was summon, man. I can't read Chinese. I'm doing the best I can. Alright, well then that makes sense. That's why he went with this line of play. Our good Chinese folks watching the stream in Twitch chat letting us know. I just have to kind of assume in the moment what's going on, try and keep with it. But yeah, he was tempted to do it, but is going with the Sylvanas Shadow Flame instead because he got draw 3. Low rolled the Kazakus Potion, and that can happen sometimes. You got 2 summon ones you're looking for. You're either looking for the make the 8/8 or you're looking for revive 3. And it's very easy to miss them. 10-5. Attack mode. Setting of lethal. I love it. You assume it gets siphoned anyway. And this way, Lovely Chook has to either respect the AoE with twisting, or has to siphon the 10-5 instead of the 7-7. So he has to siphon a lower value minion. Can still hit twisting off the tap. 6 damage, draw 3. Does kill the 10-5 because of the way that Frozen has extended. And then maybe you can Reno out after that. He does overdraw if he goes for that, doesn't he? Overdraw is 1, but maybe it's worth it as this crummy potion doesn't seem like it's getting any better. It's going to take the tap here. You could Reno into this too. You're going to play Jiraxis pretty soon anyway. He's hoping the 2 cards that Frozen's been sitting in his hand all game aren't Feral Rage Swipe. And they are not, so... Trying to set up to have board state that can be answered by the Kazakus Potion. Frozen's trying to make sure that that does not happen. Prioritizing playing the Jade card here. $20 damage. Hooey. Well, maybe you can get in a situation where the trade set up the Kazakus Potion to do work by playing some Reno Jackson, Faceless Shambler action. You don't have Power Overwhelming in the build, so there's no way for the Shambler to get all that much better. You can see that kind of happening. Okay, he's going to try and set up for this Kazakus Potion. The health from Reno, like the heal, isn't that relevant because eventually you want to Jiraxis anyway. So it's okay to take just a boatload and a half of damage. You could just take all of it. Running out of Jade cards. That's not a Jade card. The trades are happening. The Kazakus Potion's picking up value. He's thinking about whether or not to trade the 10-5. The importance of 10 face damage at this point is quite limited. But I'd say it's still most likely worth it, because the way your board gets cleared is either twisting or the 10-mana Kazakus Potion. I guess there could be some Hellfire Demon Wrath action. But the important thing is, now when Lovely Truth clears the board, if you play 2 Jade cards, you set up lethal. So you don't need to commit the 3rd Jade card. And there's the board player. And yeah, it was draw 3. I apologize for that again. I thought it was summon 3. I saw the number 3. I always forget that there's a draw 3 option. I saw the number 3 in the mix there. And assumed it was the revive. Hey, you know, if it was the revive, Lovely Chook would have slammed it for sure and won the game. So he's got to be upset that he wasn't able to roll that option on his Kazakus potion. Frozen's deck's looking pretty thin there. His cards are starting to look pretty shiny. Now there's 1 Gadgetzan Auctioneer in his deck. So that means we're getting to the point of the game where Frozen's only going to be able to play 1 Jade guy a turn. Now as Lovely Chook, if you're looking at a time to play Dirty Rat, this is it. If you're able to get out a Bran or one of the Jade cards in his hand, because he has 1 Jade Spirit left, he's already played both Behemoths I believe, you can get in a situation where he's playing very, very few Jade cards a turn. If you can limit the amount of Jade cards he could play, then you can kind of get away with some single target removal. The other consideration here is, of course, getting this Emperor out ahead on tempo is always sweet. Holding on to the Shadow Bolt to be able to develop the Peddler. Interesting. He's able to get the discounted Power Overwhelming. That can be super clutch with Jiraxis. Huh. What are we saving the Shadow Bolt for? Or why the 2/2 is so important? There's got to be a reason that he really wanted this 2/2 out there. Frozen 2 cards remaining in the library. Guess we'll just have to see what this 2/2 can do. So that means 4 cards are now left for Lovely Chook. One of them is Twisting Nether. He can draw 2 this turn. 21 damage on the board. There's the Twisting. He can play Dirty Rat with alongside it if he wants, but you know, if he's been recording all the cards, there's not a lot of things left in Frozen's deck. There's a Nourish, a Swipe, an Innervate we see there, and I believe it's just the Jade Idols left unless he extended both of them. The 2/2 won the game, man. That's what he was setting up for. When the Jade Spirit comes down, he wanted to activate the coil, so he used the Soulfire that turn to make sure he could get the 2/2 down. I think he played both Jade Idols this game too, so I don't think he has any Jade Idols remaining in the deck. So Lovely Chook there, by using the Soulfire to develop the Dark Peddler, doubled his odds of finding the Twisting. Right? Because that's pretty sick. I was boggling my mind. I was like, why did he extend that 2/2? Why did he Soulfire instead of just Shadow Bolt just to get a 2/2? And the reason he did it was because that he knew that the Jade Spirit was coming down from Frozen, and that's a 2/3. And he's like, how do I Mortal Coil this 2/3 and try and find Twisting Nether? Well, with the 2/2. So the Dark Peddler then is able to trade into the 2/3, he plays Coil, and he can tap that turn. So he almost always finds Twisting Nether. That's pretty cool. Now he just kills this and wins. Power Overwhelming Shadow Bolt. Huh. You should know Frozen has 2 Innervates and a Swipe. Those are cards in every Druid deck. Alright. And you see Frozen's already taken off his headset, conceding the game. Wow. Frozen played both Jade Idols for minions trying to aggressively take the tempo. Got outlasted there at the end. He does only have one Gadget Sand in his deck, but I don't know. Cycling can prove quite useful. And that's a double kill for Lovely Juke. And that's gonna take the lead to China, extend it even further. One player from the Chinese team has been defeated thus far. 4 players from the North American team have been defeated. The only hope of the entire North American region falls onto the shoulders of Chalky. Chalky, the last hope. Otherwise, if Chalky loses, then what's going to happen is China would take the win in round 3, winning 2 out of the 3 rounds, winning the tournament, and being crowned greater than NA and greater than EU, making them the strongest region in Hearthstone according to the global tournaments. Because they won the last CN versus EU. So this is a big turnaround for them. Originally, if you look back at the China versus People events, they lost CN versus EU 3 times, and then they lost CN versus, or maybe it was only 2, but they lost it a few times, and they lost CN versus NA against the Firebat dog team. And then now though, CN versus EU. Lovely Chuk was the guy that held it down for CN, winning over Calento, taking home a Ferrari. And now CN versus NA. Lovely Chuk might just be able to do it again. So, and then there's some argument where it's like, maybe these aren't the best NA players, but they're pretty good NA players. The way that the players were decided for this tournament, the North American players were decided purely on Gosu Gamers rankings, and the Chinese players were were qualifiers that won the Gold Series, or placed top 4. So the top 4 finishers in the Gold Series, and then Jason Zhao is their only invite. So that the North American team is all invite, and the Chinese team is 4 qualifiers, 1 invite. So that's a storyline there too. When you talk about invite players over qualified players. The qualified guys, they're putting up some numbers right about now. The invite guys, not doing so hot. None of the players from either side that's been invited has been doing like insanely well. All of the guys that have been doing the best, aside from, Sidonia, who's got his pentakill, has been qualified. China's a strong region though, man. You see Chinese players play or talk about the game, they're always doing something different. Like, they always have crazy stuff. Like, for example, they have this weird, crazy Dragon Priest build with the Mass Silence card. So they're always innovating and doing just kind of wacky stuff. They're playing Tempo Mage in their tournament lineup. And on top of that, they play tournaments constantly over there. Like, if you look at the North American region, we have tournaments every, we got a major every 6 months, basically. We got like 2 or 3 a year, maybe, if that. And you look at China, they have a different major happening every week. They're talking about the Sylvanas Shadowflame play and the Uproot here. It's the Uproot after the Sylvanas Shadowflame. This is the second Jade Idol. They're going over the fact that he does end up playing it for a 7/7 here to try and set up lethal, instead of cycling it into his deck. If you cycle it into your deck with 2 nourishes, though, you gotta imagine you probably find one. So it's in the pursuit to close the game, and it works as long as there's no twisting. And if there's twisting, as Frozen, you think, well, fine if there's twisting. I'll just be able to recover after this because I'll just draw a bunch of cards and play another wave of Jade stuff. What he doesn't anticipate for is this Kazakis potion, which is able to be like a second twisting nether and shut things down. But I think it's a mistake not to anticipate the Kazakis potion to be AoE in some regard. Like, it's either going to be Polymorph All or AoE because it wasn't summoned, right? You can't expect it to not be any of those 3. If it was summoned, Lovely Chook had opportunities where he could have played it. If it's Polymorph All, that's an AoE, you need to have Infinite Jades to beat that. If it's Deal 6 to all, that's AoE, you need Infinite Jades to beat that. So I think it's Frozen's position. You gotta make a read on what the potion is. You gotta assume it's some form of AoE. And you gotta try and make enough Jades to combat that. I don't know what they're talking about now. This guy looks like a professor. Looks like a professor with some Nikes or something. Sitting there, legs crossed, glasses on, reading a book. Analyzing some Hearthstone. Classy. Man, I was so close. It's not an easy matchup to play from either side, the Jade Druid versus Reno Lock. Let's see, what do the stats say about it? I'm curious. Pull up some ladder stats here. Yeah, let's try to find Jade Druid. Wow, versus Aggro Shaman, I didn't realize it was that bad. Yeah, versus Pirate Warrior, I knew it was pretty bad. I thought it's a little bit better against Pirate Warrior, actually. Miracle Rogue, we knew that was just real tough. It's at 56%, so it's not that favored against Reno Lock, but it's pretty favored. You know, some of the things that happened in that game, though, we look at the opening hands there. Lovely Chook did have all the gas. He had the Mountain Giant, he had the Twilight Drake. Under a lot of pressure from the get-go. But that Fandral sticking was huge, man. That Fandral sticking. Because he was able to just remove the Giant for a Feral Rage thanks to the Fandral sticking. That's pretty crazy. So it looks like we are reviewing some Chinese tweets. I can't read it. I can't translate, sorry guys. There's no live translation on this stream. It's more analyzing non-spoken things, like playing cards. But the players are warming up. You know, we gotta get Chalky in the booth, get him pumped up. You know, someone I'm sure is giving him a nice little speech right now. Some chest bumps going on. Chalky's getting angry. You gotta get mean going into a gauntlet of the. He's got to get a quad kill, so he doesn't have to quite Sidonia them. He doesn't have to be a pentakiller, but he's got to be a quad killer, and that's no easy task. You know, mind and body's got to be focused. I one time saw a guy before a Hearthstone game do some jumping jacks. I don't know. Apparently you get your blood flowing or whatever to think better. I thought it looked ridiculous. I think if you're going to pick any exercise to do pre-game to intimidate your opponent, anything except jumping jacks. That's the least intimidating form of exercise has to be jumping jacks. I don't know, it's just, you look too flimsy, it's just, I see that and I immediately, you know, think less of my opponent. I don't know, maybe that makes me a bad person, or maybe that's the goal. They're trying to get you to underestimate him, but not jumping jacks. So hopefully Chalky chooses a proper exercising strategy. You know, push-ups, maybe some sit-ups, something sexy. Not jumping jacks. It's too flimsy. It's too flimsy. You gotta have the arms to do it, right? Maybe you got big biceps, and then you can get some jumping jacks with some flex action going on. It looks intimidating, but you know, with some noodle arms, you start flinging them around. It's just not sexy. It's not going to intimidate anybody. Alright, we're going to cut to a break. Looks like the players need some more time. When we come back, Chalky versus all of China. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Score remains 1 player for NA, 4 players for China. Chalky is the last hope. The hero NA needs, but doesn't deserve. The ironclad hog rider enthusiast. He's the guy, the mastermind of the ironclad hog rider, and why it's in all of Team North America's Reno decks. Now, maybe that's why they're losing, but maybe it was a good thing the whole time. Chalky, the creator of Face Hunter. The DreamHack Austin champion. Won a tournament with Paladin and Priest, both controlled N'Zoth variants. I'm pretty sure almost no one else in the world can say that they've won a major with Paladin and N'Zoth Paladin and N'Zoth Priest. He's like in a very elite group of people that can say he's done that before. It takes a very specific meta to make that happen. And up against Lovely Chook, one of the youngest owners of a Ferrari in the world. Defeater of Europe. So everyone that says Europe best region, this guy's proved them wrong. He won EU versus CN for China, taking down Colento in the grand finals. I was there casting that one as well. How do I always get the Chinese gigs? There's Chalky, the rogue deck that every player in the tournament is playing card for card. Pretty ridiculous. 10 players have all decided this is the best variation of rogue card for card. Let's all rock it. And we all need rogue too. They all decided that, so that's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. China looking to try and prove best region in the world. Is China the best region at Hearthstone? Or is Chucky gonna save North America? Yeah, they're really dragging this intro out, huh? Well, let's take a look at some Chucky deck lists, see what's going on in the Chucky lineup. Something strong cooking up. Hopefully, we can see something here. Let's see. Take a quick peek. Boom. Pirate Warrior. Same deck as everyone in the North American lineup. 1 Mortal Strike, 2 South Sea deck hands. Same Rogue deck as the North Americans. Jade Druid, no Ancient of War. Heavily tilted towards being favorable against control. 1 Gadget, 1 Druid of the Claw. Reno Lock with Leather-clad Hog Rider. And no combo, like all of the players in the North American lineup. And then Aggro Shaman with Hammer of Twilight. It's a last player standing format, which means you can counter queue other players with other players. So I don't like North America's decision to go with almost all of the same deck lists for every player. I think that's a bit of a misstep. If you run into a player that's got a good lineup against you, then he's got a good lineup against your other 4 friends too. I guess they were just under the assumption that the only way to play Conquest is to bring the best decks. And China's looking to try and prove that wrong. Say there's more depth to the format than that. We're gonna get you. That's a common thing about the Conquest format. Regardless of how simple the format is, there's people that say so many different aspects of the format are irrelevant. You don't need to think about it. Just bring the best decks every time, and you win. And I'm in the camp where it's probably not that simple. Nothing in life's really ever that simple. And, the results, you can't really argue with them. It's not over yet, but this would be China's second time winning against North America in the Conquest format. North America did win the last year's standing format portion, though. The Buccaneer here picked up for Chalky is very strong. Of course, definitely a power play. A card you want to see in the Rogue Mirror. As well as these backstabs are quite nice a lot of the time. Nice little tempo. I'm looking to try and capitalize on the early Buccaneer, try and get as much early damage as possible. And on the other side of things, Lovely Chook, looking to try and not die. That's got to be priority number 1. And you could utilize the Eviscerate here if you'd want to. It lowers your ability to do something cute like questing Coin Eviscerate later on, maybe? Against a Coin Tomb Pillager. So you lose that against Coin Tomb Pillager, but you gain a bunch of life. Because the other option is hitting that guy twice. So you would take 6 damage or 7 damage killing that Buccaneer if you wanted to kill it with your hero power. And if you use Eviscerate, you don't take that 7 damage. So Lovely Juke, you're gonna decide to heal for 7 with the Eviscerate rather than saving it for questing Coin 2-mana spell. You can very easily find other 2-mana spells in your deck. You got another Eviscerate and 2 Saps that could work nicely with the questing. So I think it's a fine decision. He doesn't have a very particularly fast hand at the moment. With double questing is extremely slow, so prioritizing saving life is really good to make sure that he can have the time to actually develop these questings and make something happen with it. He can make a 3/3 if he wants it, but I don't like it. 3/3 dies to so many different things. And this hand is, it's not fuel. This hand is very all-in-y, but you gotta pick the right time to all-in. Yeah, he's just gonna dagger here. And the right time's gotta be when you can get both on the table. If you get questing, conceal, that's usually gonna accumulate to 30 damage very quickly. So try to find something like that happening, get both of them on the table, play a bunch of spells with both of them. So if one gets sapped, the other one's still a ginormous threat. So that's how Lovely Chook's hands kind of shape it up. Meanwhile, Chaki's got the more traditional hand. He's got the Tomb Pillager to try and get more coins for Gadget. He's got the Gadget to cycle through his deck. Just gonna try and find Conceal, play like a standard Miracle Rogue game. And Lovely Chook is gonna most likely have to all-in at some point, barring any change. And it's just trying to time that all-in is the tricky part. So Chaki's got an easy game to play. He just plays standard Rogue. Lovely Chook's got the hand that's got a little bit more depth to it. Have to nail the right time to all-in properly. Man, do you even use the backstab? How many times can you get clubbed for 5? It's pretty scary against Rogue. That guy could always, you know, gain 4 attack, then go invisible. And that's 18 damage out of the gate, out of nowhere. And then you'd still have to deal with it. He's going to opt to remove it. He decides 5's too much damage. Rogue packs too much pressure. Chaki is running double Conceal, double Cold Blood, so there's a lot of ways you can take some damage here. And now this changes things. This is pretty huge. You have a Gadget now, and you have a counterfeit coin. So even though you know your opponent has a coin from Tomb Pillager, which gives their Gadget, I guess, a bit of an advantage, you also have your own coin from counterfeit coin, and you have 1 more mana than your opponent because you're going first, and Chaki utilized his going second coin. So I would say it's pretty close on who's going to be able to get Gadget first and win with it. You don't have any additional spells with it for Lovely Chook, so... Yeah. It's going the other direction with his hand, though. He may not have to all-in with it. He may still have to all-in with it, but... it's unclear now. Right, you want to think a lot of times about who Gadgets first. If your opponent Gadgets before you and draws their entire deck, and then you try and Gadget, well, they're going to have their entire deck to react to your Gadget and then play something really big. So it can oftentimes result into you having to react to that, and then once you react to it, you're too slow, and they just kind of snowball the game from there. So getting the first Gadget out, denying your opponent's Gadget by making them have something they need to deal with on the turn where they want to play Gadget, stuff like that is really important in trying to swing in your favor on key turns. It's a tempo matchup, but it's not directly a tempo matchup. The tempo is only important for setting up specific things. Okay. He's debating on whether or not to play the coin now. Only a 4/4. I don't like this play. This is a lot of resources that get answered by almost any rogue cards. I say needs either Eviscerate or Sap, but this deep in his deck, passing this amount of turns, you know there's no Drake. He would have played Drake last turn most of the time with the coin. 2 cards on the left have been there the whole game. Those are removal. There's no additional pirates in his hand at the time. So you can put like at least 3 cards in Chaki's hand on being removal pieces. Now it's going to be very difficult for Lovely Chook to cycle with Gadget later or all in with questing later. Both of his... this is his all in, I guess. I don't think it was time to all in. It's just... he's put 8 power in play and 7 health on the all in extension. He didn't have very good options with his hand, but sometimes the best option is to do nothing. But I guess he felt if he does nothing, he's going to lose. So he's decided, you know what, if I do nothing and if I wait another turn, I'm just going to lose from this position. So let's just go in and see. Maybe it sticks. I don't know, maybe he has to sap it and I can make something happen. But I disagree with his analysis of the situation, and that's going to result in here Chalky getting down the first successful gadget and being able to clean up his opponents, get a conceal, find the rest of his deck. 6 mana 4/4 is fine. He's got 2 gadgets in his hand. You're not going to have time to utilize both of them. I think the correct play at that point is just to drop the gadget and hope maybe it sticks, or whatever. Make it so your opponent has to deal with it to try and prevent Chalky from being able to go off with his own gadgets in Auctioneer, because he has to deal with yours. At this point, you know, he had no choice but to play the 6 mana gadgets in. The questionable turn is turn 5. That's the turn you want to look back at and say, was that correct? Did he have to all in there, or did he have more time to wait? Would waiting improve his chances or lower his chances? Because, of course, waiting can also lower your chances. If you wait long, you have more time for your opponents to get removal. However, if he had waited, you know, with the coin and all of that stuff here, he could have done, like, you know, other stuff here. Utilizing the coin this turn, to start the cycle, try and find more spells to go off with gadget, all that sort of stuff. So. Chalky's got a pretty good odds of finding his second conceal at this point. Also has the ability to kind of just clear the board and create a very large questing adventure. Even potentially an Edwin alongside it. Not going to be an Edwin, but it's a nice little 4/4 at minimum. A lot of backstabs, but doesn't need them. And that's tough to beat with 2 cards in your hand. Chalky has stopped writing stuff down at this point. He feels very confident. And that's going to be GG. Chalky taking a very quick, convincing game 1 over Lovely Chook. You know, if you look at the hands there, Chalky had the better hand going into it, which means Lovely Chook's got the harder decisions to make. And I think Lovely Chook went all in too early. I don't even think he thought it was going all in. When he did, his all in was like the coin. Questing and the coin, basically. And I think that was too much resources to expend with what his hand was shaping up to be. I think if he wanted to win with that bad hand, it needed to be some sort of double questing all in a little bit later. So... But those are tough situations to play in. When your hand is absolute garbage, that's the toughest spot to win and toughest spot to say what the right line is. Lovely Chook looking to try again with the Rogue. Looking to try again up against the Reno lock for Chalky. Now some slight variations in his Reno lock from the other North American players. I think it's like 1 or 2 cards different here. He does still have the Leatherclad Hog Rider. He's a big fan of the card. Convinced all of Team North America to rock Leatherclad Hog Rider. He is the #1 Leatherclad Hog Rider enthusiast in all of Hearthstone. He has Spellbreaker in his deck, which is a super key card against the Questing Adventurer Rogue. Because Questing Adventurer Rogue has the ability to just drop Questing Adventurer on 3. And if you don't have an answer for it, you can just die, just out of nowhere. They don't need to conceal it or anything, because there's not too many ways you remove it as Reno Lock. You gotta either like Soulfire it, Shadow Bolt it, or Demon Wrath it a lot of the time. And if you don't have one of those answers, it can be super, super painful. So the Spellbreaker gives you another answer to that. It also can react to late game Edwin Van Cleef, late game Questing Adventure that comes out unconcealed. Super, super important card. He also has Ragnaros the Firelord, which is just a solid card against Rogue in general, able to allow him to go for a pressure route more easily. Because there's 2 different routes you play this as Reno Lock. Route A is, I'm just going to be as defensive as possible, clear as much things as I can, and they're going to run out of ways to kill me, because they only have 22 damage in their deck, and I have a Reno Jackson. Which is oftentimes the most popular route. Route B is, screw removing their stuff. I'm going to play big stuff into their things, and go face and try and kill him, which sometimes when you have the hand that supports it can be the game plan. And if you have Ragnaros in your deck, you can imagine that game plan gets turned up. Works way better with a Ragnaros in your deck. So I'd say Chalky's got a pretty solid Reno Lock build for this matchup with a lot of ways they can take the game, a lot of versatility in it. And identifying which route to go with the hand is how you win the matchup. Meanwhile, a lovely Chook needs to identify what he's doing with his hand. Sometimes you get the all-in hand with Rogue, sometimes you get the draw a bunch of cards, conceal some stuff, and win that way kind of hand. And as we're looking at it right now, some beautiful minion pressure. Just beautiful minion pressure. Gonna be able to get a Tomb Pillager out quite nicely and has prep sap to gain just a huge tempo swing and just punch face a lot with mid-range minions, which is a great way to win the matchup. If you can force them to have to, you know, twisting nether something that's not concealed by just tempoing out with good timed saps and good timed preps, you're gonna be in a great spot to just finish the game off with a conceal. Starting to get a little iffy with his hand though. Now it's starting to get too many zero costing cards. Had the option to play Tomb Pillager there if he wanted it. A little scary against Shadow Bolt and limits your resources going forward. You know, it slowers your gadget cycle potentially. And the other argument to that though is if they don't have Shadow Bolt, you get in a ridiculous amount of damage and you don't really need that much gadget food because you have double preparation. So there's definitely some consideration, I'd say, to the Tomb Pillager. Fine doing it, fine not doing it. I'd have to think about it a long time to tell you if it's the best play or not. You definitely have to coin something here. Tomb Pillager over Drake. Drake's a battle cry. Tomb Pillager is a death rattle effect. So, typically speaking, you want to get the death rattles out first because they gotta die to get your bonus. And all he has to do to get the bonus from Drake is play it. So you're a lot happier trading a Death Rattle minion than you are trading a not Death Rattle minion. So it makes sense. The benefit of the Drake would be to have spell power, but with no cards that benefit from spell power in hand, sticking spell power in the field's not great. Oftentimes you expect the minion you play going into Reno Lock's turn 4 to stick, because Reno Lock's power turn is turn 4. That's when they play their Twilight Drake or their Mountain Giant. Now that is a sight for sore eyes. You could play Gadget this turn, but you'd lose a lot of cycle. Double Gadget prep sap. That's aggressive. And it is an option. I don't like it though. Oh my. It's gonna go with Coin Drake prep sap. Or just Coin Drake. Just looking to try and get mid-range pressure out there. Wow, the second sap! That's insane. So even if the Mountain Giant comes back, Lovely Chook's still going to have an answer for it, and that's a lot of damage accumulating. 10 damage including the dagger. Chalky's hand might have just been a little bit too slow for this. The tempo of sap is so crazy. Better than Innervate sometimes. Sometimes you can get 3 mana out of the deal, but when you combine 2 tempo cards, like you're combining Prep, which cheats the mana, essentially allowing you to play more mana than you're supposed to, which is just basically tempo. You get more mana on board than your opponent. And then you get Sap, which is crazy tempo because it's 2 mana, remove a creature. Just absolutely destroys the amount of mana in play, but at the cost of the downside of not actually killing it. It gives it back to your opponent to replay again later. But you combine 2 tempo cards together and whew, that's what you call snowballing. Sylvanas lost for Chalky. That's an important card in the matchup. We saw earlier Frozen was able to win this matchup on the back of a very well set up Sylvanas Shadow Flame to take a giant concealed minion. So it's one of the ways you can beat Conceal as a Reno Lock player. So not having that tool available later on could be expensive. Giant going back to the hand. Just bouncing all over the place. Not looking good for Chalky. really wanted that to stick the second time, or at least, you know, draw some burn. He was hoping maybe he has to eviscerate it or something like that, and then he's less scared of dying. Right now, with a questing and a Drake on the field, there's a lot of fear of dying, but at the same time, if you respect your opponent's ability to kill you, how do you win the game? Right? In Chaki's position, if he plays around, you know, eviscerate Cold Blood, something like that, I guess actually he just needs eviscerate to tie into a couple cards that he can play alongside it. But if you start respecting that sort of stuff and just go with a Siphon this turn, are you gonna win? Or do you need to maybe just risk the Emperor, hope it works out? Because it seems really tough to come back if you're just siphoning a questing this turn. That Azure Drake stays on the field, you get knocked down to 15 because the Siphon heals you a little bit, but you can't even play Mountain Giant Shadow Flame yet. Yeah, Chaki sees it too. He just can't win if he siphons. He falls too far behind against too many things, so he's gonna hope there's no lethal here by Lovely Chook, and he's not gonna be pleased to see this happen. I guess unless he doesn't hit the lethal. There it is. It's very unlikely for Chaki to live, but you have to take that risk. And that's going to tie up the series 1-1. Lovely Chook's Rogue gets a win. Chaki's Rogue gets a win. Rogue, extremely high win rate deck list throughout the course of the tournament. Turns out when you ban Shaman, Rogue is pretty good. Chaki's Warrior's banned. Lovely Chook's Shaman is banned. Yeah, and there's only really the Patches decks that beat up on Rogue right now. I mean, you could say that you could tech out Reno Mage to have a decent win rate against Rogue. If you pull up some stats on, look at Rogue. Rogue's looking real good across the board. It's phenomenal stats. The only matchups it struggles in heavily is against Aggro Shaman and Pirate Warrior. Everything else it's like pretty good against. It's favored against Reno Mage ever so slightly. It's favored against Dragon Warrior and Midrange Shaman ever so slightly. Struggles a little bit against Control Warrior. But yeah, that's been the deck of the tournament. The Questing Adventurer Miracle Rogue. Every team playing the exact same list, and then either banning out the Shaman matchup or the Pirate Warrior matchup, and then just look at all these slightly different shades of green across the board. That's the strength of Miracle Rogue. Just so many well-rounded matchups in the current metagame for the deck. Both players already got their wins with it. So now, Conquest pick order. Not really much to talk about it in there. Most players are going to random it. We'll just have to see what they come out with. But is there anything that either player is really going to struggle with if you look at the deck list? Oh, here we go. Lovely Chook with the Reno Lock now. Looking to try and get a win there. His variation of Reno Lock, no mind control tech, no combo. Up against Jade Druid for Chaki. Okay. Chaki has no Ancient of War and instead has a Druid of the Claw, but very similar to the North American player's variation of Jade Druid. The one thing that's kind of expensive for this matchup in particular is there's only one Gadgets in Auctioneer, which can hurt you when it comes towards going infinite at the end, because very often playing only one big Jade at a time isn't good enough. So if you're drawing only one Jade Idol a turn, you can see where that starts running into issues. So you have to save something at the end to try and get additional Jade Idols down in one turn. It's not an easy matchup to play. If we look at the statistics on it, it's going to say that Jade Druid is slightly favored at 56%, sample size about 1,000 games. Those are ladder statistics, and it's a really deep matchup. There's a lot of different things that can happen here, and there's a lot of counterplay that the Warlock player can do if they have a really good understanding of the Jade mechanic and what's going on with that. But no mind control tech for Lovely Chook, and that's a powerful, powerful card in the matchup. Keeps Emperor, he's looking to pressure him. That pressure he did find. Mountain Giant, there you go. I like the approach from Lovely Chook. You definitely want to try and just kill your opponent. That's option A. And when that starts fizzling out, then you try and survive. But always option A in the matchup for the Reno Lock player is, how do I kill him? Just put as much pressure as possible. Chalky mulligans away even Jade Idol. Doesn't want to begin the Jade count, wants to find mana ramp first and then build the Jade count. So, very aggressive mulligan for Wild Growth and the Blossom. And of course, like innervates and what have you. Not a lot going on this turn 1. Some Chalky note. Not too much to do here either. So, what went wrong for Frozen last time? Frozen went all in on trying to pressure in this matchup, because we saw this matchup played once before. Very similar deck lists, one card change between Chalky and Frozen's deck lists, which Frozen had an Ancient of War, Chalky has a Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw does allow for a little bit more surprise burst, I guess, with the charge form. But one thing that went wrong in the Frozen matchup is Frozen went all in on the Jade guys. He did not try and go infinite with the idols. He tried to just put as much pressure as possible. He set up lethal with the second Jade idol and an Uproot Ancient of War. And Lovely Chook was just narrowly able to survive through that, utilizing Kazakus Potion for AoE. Now, you know, that's one approach to the matchup for sure. The all-in Jades, just hope they get big enough fast enough and your opponent can't deal with them. The other approach up to the matchup as the Jade Druid is to try and go infinite later on down the road. Going infinite's a harder win condition to pull off with only one Gadgets and Auctioneer in the deck. It can be a little bit difficult with lack of draw, but the hand we see right here from Chalky, he had the Wild Growth, he's got decent mid-game Jade cards, and he has Nourish and Gadget after that, so he has the cycle to make it happen. So he can choose most likely to go for the control route instead of the tempo aggro route. But the thing that's going to really dictate his ability to do that is how much time he has. And Lovely Chook's looking to try and make sure he has as little time as possible. Even tempoing out the Sun Fury Protector to try and just get in any sort of pressure that he possibly can. Because if he can make it so it's more difficult for Chalky to develop clunky Jade minions early when the tokens are small, make it more difficult for him to cycle with Nourish or set up Gadgets ends, then the whole Jade plan gets slowed down a lot, which buys Lovely Chook a lot more time to come out ahead. A lot more time to try and survive. Or sometimes they just can't keep up with the pressure and you kill them. So it works for both ways of your strategy, pressure does. Pressure helps you either survive and it helps you try and kill them. Second Jade minion coming down for Chalky. Tokens are starting to get there, but not quite where you want them to be just yet. Definitely not big enough to conquer a giant. Behemoth's not a bad pickup though. At least it puts a taunt in the way. You can take a few giant hits and come out okay on the other side of things. The scary part comes in the fact that there's a Faceless Shambler in Lovely Chook's deck, and when that hits the giant, that gets real scary real fast. So that's got to be on Chalky's mind right now, is what if there's a Faceless Shambler? How do I beat that? Maybe I got to sink 4 damage into this to make that not as good. Maybe I just kill it now and swipe it and just pass the turn back. But he does know Lovely Chook has coin. So then that becomes scary against Emperor Thorsan. Because if you use your only removal spell to kill the giant, and your opponent coin Emperors, you can't kill the Emperor, and that's the surefire way to lose the game. So I like Chalky's understanding of the positioning there, and going with the Behemoth instead of going with Swipe to kill the Giant. He takes the risk against Shambler, but Shambler's a lot less likely than Emperor Thorsan, because Lovely Chook did keep that card, and he's held onto the coin this whole time. What could that card be? This isn't a matchup where you keep Reno Jackson, as it does almost nothing in the matchup. This is a matchup where you keep Emperor Thorsan. So that's actually just super huge to not kill the giant there. Because Coin Emperor would have came down and he would have been arrested in pepperoni. Nice little board cleanup for Lovely Chook. Second Nourish. All of the draw. Seems like a good time to either hit a Living Roots or a Wrath off that draw. You definitely don't want to have to swipe a giant. Especially one that's at 2 health. That's an expensive innervate swipe. Just gonna go for it. He really wants 8 life. This also plays around Earthen Ring Farseer. If Earthen Ring Farseer came down on that giant, he would have had to mulch it. Things would have got really awkward really fast. He gives up a little bit of gadget value, but does play around a lot of potential risks. So good call by Chalky there. Brand picked up to combo with the Jade things later on. Not a lot of things left that he needs to really mulch in the Reno Lock deck with Giant gone. There's just Drake, right? So you could think about using the tempo of mulch here. Squeeze out the Nourish. The other option is, of course, to kill it with Feral Rage. Free range board to develop. One thing Druid does struggle against is lots of small minions. And Lovely Chook's starting to get a nice little arsenal of Emperor discounted small minions. He could start and try and zoo him. Go big zoo. Doesn't matter how big your golem is. You can only trade with 1 minion at a time. I like it. Squeezes in the tap. Tries to keep the pressure flowing, but Arena Lock typically can't do this very often. They don't have very many small minions in the deck. Getting the Fierce Monkey is a nice pickup, though, to get this Zoo Reno Lock hand underway. Potentially, he's got 5 small minions in his hand with the Defender of Argus, even. You know, Tempo Reno is a Druid Claw at this point. It's discounted. And there's no AoE in the Druid deck. Like, there's Swipe, but it's not really an AoE, and one of them's gone. There's a possibility here that Lovely Chook can use this current hand to just flub the board. Go super wide with it, but Chalky's going to try and shut that down immediately. Get this Bran out there and play a lot of Jade stuff. Ooh. 1 mana away from Sylvanas Shadowflame. 14 damage on the table. Not a lot of ways you can die. But there's a lot of ways you could take a bunch of damage, then if you board clear, you die the next turn. So that becomes the fear. You need to heal enough so that Chalky can't set up a 2-turn lethal by going all face, burning you a little bit, and then finishing you off the next turn, so that you actually have the time to Sylvanas Shadowflame on your upcoming turn. It'll be interesting to see how much respect he gives the brand. At some point, Your opponent goes infinite with Jades a lot of the time, so worrying about the brand counter, I think, is optional. He's gonna go with a Shadow Flame this turn, though. He's gonna look to try and take the highest tempo play on the turn and try and just pressure Chalky against the wall. Makes sense. He breaks up Sylvanas Shadow Flame combo, but the upside to this is he's threatening to be able to push a lot of damage. He's gonna have to make Chalky respond reactively instead of giving Chalky the time to do some sort of gadgets and wild growth or anything like that. It's gonna force him on the back foot. He's got Siphon for single target removal to back up this line, as well as more minions to continue spamming. Could work out. That is a lot of big minions. $18 damage represented for Chalky. $18's beginning to become a terrifying number. That means 26 is not that unlikely to happen. 26 points of damage. This Druid has a couple cards in their arsenal that deal 4 damage, and Lovely Chook says, that's too much. I have to twist together and I have to give up this tempo push, and that's going to give Chalky the opportunity he's been trying to get to deploy the Gadgets and Auctioneer if he wants to. This Jade's at an 8-8. He could also try and play an 8-8 and a 3-5 this turn, but that would be 11 damage, and Hero Power pushes it to 12. You threaten lethal with 2 burn spells, which is not a bad option either. Try and force the Reno out, or potentially another board clear. I think oftentimes it'll just get answered by a Siphon, or Lovely Chook will maybe risk it, and you don't have the backup if he risks it, because you only got 4. He's gonna get the extra mana here, and wait to try and set up a bigger Jade turn. And he is trying to threaten lethal with that, the 2 burn spells here. So, Lovely Chook has to kind of respect the potential that Chalky could kill him here. He has some great options to respect it, though. He has the Siphon Soul, as well as any number of taunts. I mean, 2 taunts. This is a spot where you see your opponent Wild Growth pass. A lot of times they got a gadget in their hand. You could really think about this Dirty Rat destroying them. Oh my. Lovely Chook picks up on it. Oh my. That is catastrophic for Chalky. He only runs 1 Gadgets and Auctioneer in the deck. Both Nourishes have been used for draw. He's going to be on 1 card a turn for the rest of the game. Until he finds Azure Drake. Like Siphon Soul, Doomsayer, Mixtress. Uh-oh. He's letting the gadget stick instead of utilizing the Siphon Soul on it. That means Chalky is going to have 10 mana to cycle with. That can't be right. I think Lovely Chook just noticed there's a Siphon Soul in his hand. He knows there's an excess mana in Chalky's hand. I think he just threw the game. pressure must be getting to him or something. That is very out of character for this player. Throughout the entire week, he's been playing very solidly, and then just forgets he has a Siphon Soul in his hand or something. If he Siphon Souls that gadget, he pretty much just wins the game on the spot. Chalky just doesn't have any way to get more than one card a turn. I mean, obviously he still needs to figure out a way to deal with the board later on down the line, but he definitely puts himself in a very favorable position if he siphons the gadget there. Chalky queuing up his Reno Lock with the tech into the Reno Lock mirror here. And that's the tech right there, the Leather-clad Hog Rider and Ragnaros the Fire Lord. Reno Lock mirror, a lot of the time comes down to mid-game pressure. Just being able to put the gas in your opponent, get Mountain Giant out early, get Leather-clad Hog Rider charging at their face, and Ragnaros on the field. These are cards that are not easy for the Reno Lock deck to react to, so if you're able to get ahead on tempo and play Ragnaros, usually you win the game from that position. Same deal with Leather-clad Hog Rider, is they're quite a similar card. Ragnaros is an 8/8 that deals 8 face damage immediately. Leather-clad Hog Rider is a 6 mana 6/6 that deals 6 face damage immediately. Same concept. It's a card that you play and your opponent has to react to it, otherwise they die most of the time. Because 12 is usually too much in a Reno Lock mirror. No combo to back up on either side though, so it could go grindy. If neither player gets any sort of really big, strong early game tempo stuff, it could go super grindy. And in that case, I guess Chalky has a slight advantage because he's the only one with a charger. So he's going to have the most burst out of either player. (2-1). NA's last hope in the lead against Lovely Chook. So in this matchup, you're looking for the pressure cards. You're looking for Kazakis, you're looking for Mountain Giant, you're looking for Twilight Drake. Emperor Thorson is potentially almost a keep, but it's not that great. Lovely Chook already has Bran Kazakis. A lot of times you can just play Bran on 3. It's got a pretty solid chance of actually sticking around. It's got the 4 health, and most of the time there's no 2-drop on the board from a Reno Lock player, so the only card in the entire Reno Lock deck from Chalky that would be able to kill a turn 3 Bran if nothing is on the board is Shadow Bolt. Actually, that's not true. He runs 1 copy of Soulfire, so there's 1 copy of Soulfire, 1 copy of Shadow Bolt that would be able to kill a turn 3 Bran. So I'm a guy that likes to play the odds of things, so I play it every time. Now, there are some situations where your hand is so good that you think, my hand is so insane right now that if I save this to turn 7, I'll win. For example, if you had a Mountain Giant right now, then I'd be like, alright, don't play the Brand, you're going to play Mountain Giant next turn anyway. You're going to be able to Brand Kazakis on turn 7, that's fine. But when you don't have the Mountain Giant, his hand's pretty mediocre right now. He's got Sylvanas, which is good, but you know it's not the hand of dreams. I think it's more favorable just to play Bran, try and get 2 5s, and then just crush your opponent with 2 5-mana Kazakis spells. And Chalky's gonna see this, and he assumes Kazakis is coming down, so he plays Doomsayer, which will be able to mop up the board once Kazakis hits the table. Now, the interesting part about this is this Dirty Rat now punishes the natural counterplay from Chalky, so this guy's just got it all. Should attack face there first in case a taunt gets pulled out. Doesn't take out super high value minions from Chalky, but you know, removing 2 cards is pretty good in a matchup where neither player runs combo. Since neither player runs combo, it oftentimes will come out to value. And so the value exchange here is Chucky lost 2 random cards from his hand for Lovely Chook to lose Bran and I guess Dirty Rant. I'm not sure who comes out on top in that exchange. Chucky didn't really have too good of cards, so it's not that big of a deal. He had to spend a Kazakus potion to do that. So that was not free for Lovely Chook to be able to brand Dirty Rat there. Yeah, it was still pretty expensive. The leather, or the Ironclad Hog Rider. The tech. Charging 6/6. Pink leather. Pink mohawk, leather jacket. The animation gets me every time. And with that puts Chucky pretty far ahead in tempo, out of nowhere. Pretty powerful. Hellfire trying to set up for the Dark Peddler to contest the 3-2 now. Gotta imagine Voidwalker. Young Priestess has some amount of argument. Try and make trades a little bit awkward for your opponent. Can be cute with Sylvanas sometimes. Most of the time in this matchup, you're not going to want to really play these cards that you get from Peddler. You want a spell, or otherwise it probably just sits in your hand the entire game. Because you want to be able to have a really solid revive off of Kazakus. So trying to increase your revive value any means necessary is usually pretty good. Not sure what the card counts are at, but since neither player is running combo, this matchup can go to fatigue. Both players have the ability to transition into Jiraxis. Usually whoever does that first wins, but if Jiraxis is super deep for either player, they could accumulate a lot of answers for that and just continue setting up board states where neither player can really make that switch, and it can get to fatigue. It's not impossible. Like, for example, Chucky can hold back Ragnaros if he wants, and be super patient with that, and then when Lovely Chook tries to make a transition to Jiraxis, he slams down Ragnaros on that turn and puts out crazy amount of pressure. The old Emperor discounted Hellfire, Soulfire, Ragnaros, and then try and get the 15 over the top when they switch to Jiraxis. And then that would make it so Lovely Chook wouldn't be able to Jiraxis ever, and then they start getting to a position where whoever Jiraxis dies because they both set up 15 bursts. Lovely Chook extending the Young Priestess, wants the tempo on the field. Must not have gotten revive off the Kazakus potion. Maybe he got plus health or something, I don't know. Let's see. He got something with 3, potentially revive, or draw 3, and then an 8/8. So, you gotta imagine he picked revive, because you don't want draw 3 in this matchup. It's a matchup that goes to fatigue, but maybe you do. Maybe his thought is, I'm gonna draw 3 cards and find Jiraxis, but I don't read Chinese, so it's one of those two. If anyone in Twitch chat has it, feel free to let us know. It's revive 3, summon 8/8. Deal 30 damage and win $50. Classic Twitch chat response. It's revive this time. Last time I thought it was revive and it was draw 3. And Twitch chat almost put me on the cross. Chucky cleans up this board quite nicely. Kazaka's Potion's still a while away, but it's definitely a good one. It's one you're going to want in the matchup. He did kind of muddy the waters on the revive pool a little bit by extending the Young Priestess. And that's going to hurt him if he ends up reviving that later on down the road instead of something actually useful. And the Tempo Sylvanas. He had to play something, I guess. He's got... That opens up a lot of scary things. Not to mention it can just get single target removaled. Like it could get Siphon Souled. Chalky could play his own Sylvanas and power overwhelming his own Sylvanas. And then I guess you respond with Siphon. So there's not too many risks, I guess. He just had nothing else to play. He wants to pull ahead, I guess. It's gonna work out for him, it looks like. Interesting. I guess good timing on Tempo Sylvanas. Chalky really wanted to play Emperor that turn because he just picked it up so he could try and get Jiraxis transitions too. Oh, he could have taken the Emperor. He's gonna choose to try and keep maximum pressure on board, but a cute Emperor proc there could have done a lot of good. I guess he doesn't have that many great cards in hand for an Emperor proc. But you talk about the revive pool. One of the ways in this matchup a lot of players get a ton of value is Kazaka's revives. So if you kill your own Sylvanas and take your opponent's Emperor, you're going to have 2 Emperors in your revive pool later on and have a pretty good chance of getting some sick revive value. However, yeah, it puts the same amount of pressure and pushes the same damage either way. It's just you either have a Sylvanas or you have an Earthen Ring Farseer. And Lovely Chuk values the Sylvanas higher. He thinks the Death Rattle on the Sylvanas is more powerful than an Emperor discount in his current hand. Which maybe he's right. The Sylvanas is a terrifying Death Rattle to be able to interact with taunts and make your way into lethaling your opponent, so I think it's the more immediate aggressive approach, but a lot less long-term value. Now the Death Rattle gets wasted. But I guess he assumed Chalky didn't have an answer for it because he developed Emperor into it. 2 mana Mountain Giant. Well, a Giant's definitely a problem. You don't want to let that guy connect to your face. It's not unreasonable for Rhinolog to have 7 burst. Chalky's running both Power Overwhelming and Soulfire in his deck. Has them both Emperor discounted. Holy smokes. He's gonna just taunt up here and get his Emperor discount. Is there a lethal here for Chalky? It looks like there is. Abyssal Shadow Flame, Power Overwhelming Soulfire. Opens up a lot of Shadow Flame lethals, leaving the Giant up. There's another one too. There's a lot of collection of cards Chalky could have to kill him if the Giant sticks at this point in the game. It's pretty risky to leave that up. Doesn't even have a good hand for an Emperor discount either. It's not too influential. It's interesting because it's like totally conflicting from his previous turn, right? His previous turn he prioritized the Sylvanas. He prioritized the Sylvanas instead of taking the Emperor. And now he prioritizes the Emperor proc and the hand changed by 1 card. So I wonder what's really made his priorities kind of shift there. I don't know. Lovely Chuk just really doesn't like the card Siphon Soul. I think he needs to cut it from his deck, because he does not want to use it, no matter what. Chalky with the Aggro Shaman, the Hammer of Twilight tech. Hammer of Twilight. Only one copy, but here's the full deck list for you guys. He has Finley in there, which can be quite useful in a lot of matchups, especially against some of the aggro decks. One Drake, one Maelstrom, Flame Wreath, one Hammer of Twilight. Up against the Dragon Priest for Lovely Chook with the Mass Dispel, the anti-rogue tech. We saw a lot of the Chinese players, Lovely Chook included, able to take down some rogues utilizing this crazy teched out Dragon Priest. It's got the Defender of Argus in there for pressure. It's got the Mass Dispel to beat Conceal. It's pretty crazy, but it's been working. It's been the linchpin that has allowed China's lineup to function. And it's what's led them to be in this favorable position where it's just Chalky versus 4 remaining Chinese players. Three to 1. Chalky looking to try and close out the series with Aggro Shaman. And if there's one guy you can probably trust with Aggro Shaman, it's got to be Chalky. Chalky's been a face guy since 2013, and Aggro Shaman's no joke about face damage. He's one of the guys that, you know, invented the playstyle of Face Hunter in competitive. You know, not the ladder Face Hunter that's silly. The one where you got to space out your hero power, actually plan things, think ahead. The Math Hunter. That's Chalky. So he's really good at spacing out damage, understanding how many resources he has left, and when it's time to go all in. Dragon Priest not really teched out to deal with Shaman too well. One of the techs it's got in there that can help, it's got Dragon Fire Potion and Holy Nova, so it's got AoE at multiple mana slots dealing different amounts, which makes it a lot harder to play around the AoE. Because if it's 2 Holy Novas, you just play around Holy Nova all game, make sure things are out of the 2 health range. Well, when it's Holy Nova and Dragon Fire Potion, you kind of play around those cards differently. So it's a little bit more complicated to play around from the Shaman perspective. So I like having incremented AoEs like that a lot of the time, especially when deck lists are known. Not a bad start for the Dragon Priest. Chalky's got not a lot of minions yet, just rocking the weapons so far, but that can change very quickly with one pirate being picked up. But for now it appears to be just a totem. Although spell power could upgrade those claws into a War Axe really quick. I guess his hesitation here by Chalky's trying to make Lovely Chook think there's other options in his hand for the current turn. Deathwing. Currently, in the curve for Lovely Chook, he has one option on 4, but it's a situational option, so I wouldn't fault him for just taking the 4-drop just to shore up the options going on to turn 4. Yep. I don't know. He drives a Ferrari, though. You see, you think a guy that drives a Ferrari's got the style to pick Deathwing there, but the Dragon's pretty solid. And if you thought this hand couldn't get any more awkward for Chalky, you thought wrong. Double Flame Tongue, Lava Burst, Jade Lightning, double weapon. And no spell power to bail him out. He's gonna have to take the entire bad hand experience in this situation. Sometimes you get these hands as Shaman and you just hit spell power twice in a row and it fixes everything. But not today. Well, maybe the Flame Wreath can do some work. If there's no death, Flame Wreath could be your friend. He could bail you out. There's only 6 damage in play. It doesn't die on field yet. I guess at that point, Priest goes Zerg mode, starts rushing you down with the little dudes. Plays Defender of Argus to upgrade the minions on field to Speedlings and starts getting in additional damage. Typically, when I talk about this matchup and I talk about the tech cards, I would say that Defender of Argus is not a great card in the matchup, as a lot of the times the Shaman player is going to have board control going into your turn 4, and it's difficult to land the Argus. But in this case, the Priest is just fully commanding in board, and look at the size of that dragon. Chalky's been so unable to dump his hand that an anti-control card is proving effective against aggro Shaman. That's pretty nuts. Under the pressure of the board, Chalky's forced to defensively Lava Burst. Now the one thing that makes this aggro Priest deck complete is when it pulls some Shaman cards. There you go. That's pretty nuts. And better board control in the same burn. It's aggro Shaman Priest. How fast can Chalky try and kill him from this position? If he goes Tunnel Trog Feral Spirits, yeah, all this burn suddenly becomes live. Because he could potentially land a Flame Tongue Totem, Flame Wreath goes face. That is a very solid pickup. Question is how many minions are left at the end of the interaction. Maybe it's too YOLO just to Tunnel Trog Feral Spirits. You know, at least the spirits go down for sure because they just die on board. You can see the trades happen right in front of you. Now, what are you trying to play around? At this point, can you afford to play around anything? Shadowward Pain can shut this down pretty hard, but if the 7/5 connects face twice, you could win. He's going to go the full board control route. He's going to try and ensure these Flame Tongues get value and try and grind Lovely Chuka out of the game with Flame Tongue Totems. Value-oriented lines of play, and Lovely Chuka doesn't have any AoE. This could prove to be an effective strategy. Maybe he's found the way to come back in this game. Whew. He's gonna need to draw more minions though to make this strategy work. And anyway you slice it, whichever game plan Chalky picks, it's not gonna be a favorable one. He's gonna need to get kind of fortunate, and he does. That's pretty big. Jade counts are still extremely low, so Jade card's not very powerful. You've seen the first one stick. You have to imagine the second Flame Wreath Faceless is gonna do the same. The question becomes, do you continue trading now, or is that enough damage that you just start clubbing? You gotta worry about, I guess, Holy Nova also off the top is gonna clear it if you don't trade. Maybe this board control can be tamed. We'll just have to see which line he goes with. Is he going to try and fight for the board, or is he going to try and go all face? He's going to aggressively fight for the board. He's going to max efficiency fight for the board. So, instead of Flame Wraith Faceless, he's going to use Jade Lightning since it removes the minion more efficiently and makes it harder for Lovely Juke to kill the second Flame Wraith Faceless when it gets played if you're ahead on board as the priest, or as the shaman. So next turn, whatever gets developed, he's looking to hope to try and clear it with Flame Tongue Totems and then play Flame Wraith Faceless behind it on an empty board. A little optimistic. $3-9 makes very difficult to trade into. There's not really any way I'm seeing for Chalky to get the full board swing, but he's trying to take the routes that give him the greatest value for his cards while fighting for board, which isn't the approach you normally take as aggro shaman, but the way things have panned out, he's kind of backed in a corner, and he's taken a unique line of play to try and dig himself out of it. He does have the highest value cards in the deck, Flame Wraith Faceless and Flame Tongue Totem. Flame Tongue Totem can potentially get infinite value. It makes your hero powers a 2/2 when it's undealt with. We're looking to find a charger off the Maelstrom portal, potentially. And he's going to take, yet again, the full board control approach. Try and guarantee these Flame Tongue Totems value. That's all he's trying to do. He's trying to force Flame Tongue Totem to be able to get value by making sure he can empty Lovely Juke's board. And now that he's been able to actually swing the board, now they're going to get removed. He's fought so hard for these guys to get value, and right when he sets up a position to do it, Lovely Juke gets the Blackwing Corruptor Lava Burst to take him out. Now the Priest player is overloaded. Only going to have 7 mana next turn to react to whatever Chalky does. Most likely he's going to stick true to the line of play he's been taking. Clean off the Blackwing Corruptor with the 2/2 and the weapon, and develop the minions. Potentially hold back Feral Spirits and just totem, but other than that, that's the only thing I was unsure of. Maybe you try and squeeze in additional totems. The value of a totem has significantly decreased across the course of this game, though. Both Flame Tongues are gone. So you think every time you totem, it doesn't accomplish that much. Patches is still in the deck for Chalky. He's over halfway through his deck yet to find a pirate. That's pretty insane. 10 mana he's going to be at next turn. Has not found a pirate yet all game. And that's why he's having to play so weird. Adapting to the draw. Lava Burst sets up to try and clean up the Flame Wraith Faceless alongside the Holy Nova. That's a card he's definitely been looking for. That could give him ways to come back in this game, making the hero power a lot more powerful. As his hero power right now is garbage. He is out of Flame Tongues. He's out of ways to activate totems. I don't know about, like, he's wishing he had more life so he could utilize life tap alongside this, but at 10 life, I don't think you get enough mileage out of the life tap. I think you're really looking for the Priest hero power. I think that's the best one in this situation. That's going to allow him to take value trades with Flame Wraith Faceless and heal it up. Heal out his minions out of AoE range. I think it's significantly better than Hunter. Yeah, he's just following alongside the game plan that he's been setting up all game here. Trades and heals. He's being Priest. Meanwhile, the Priest is being the Shaman. The world's upside down. What a game. Azure Drake holding over. Cleans up most of the board pressure from Chalky. He gives the 7-1 a free trade, but you're not really concerned with that, as that's Chalky's last remaining minion, the last ditch effort. Chalky was hoping that AoE would just never be found. And that's gonna close it out here. So close, trying to come back. Try to dig his way out of the hole of a hand that he was dealt. Not able to get it done. Lovely Chook able to take it out. 2-3. Chalky still in the lead. Needs to get a win with Aggro Shaman. The most overpowered deck in all of Hearthstone. That's what people call Aggro Shaman. So you have to say he's probably favored in the series in that instance. But Lovely Chook didn't ban it for a reason. He feels like it's not that hard to beat. Remaining for Lovely Chook is the Pirate Face Warrior. And the Reno Lock. So how are those matchups broken down for Chalky? I would say it's a no combo Reno Lock, so that can be kind of difficult. And the Pirate Face Warrior matchup is strongly in Shaman's favor, but he only has one Maelstrom Portal. So here we go. He is going with the Pirates first, so closer look at the entire Pirates deck list. One South Sea deckhand, which means less likelihood to hit a 1-drop Pirate. 1-drop Pirate, extremely powerful against Shaman, obviously, but in contrast, he's added a second South Sea Captain, which it increases your odds of going 1 into coin 3, which is insane going second. So you want to be going second, and then you want to go 1-drop into coin either Frothing or Captain in that matchup a lot of the time. That's kind of the opening mulligan strategy for the Pirate Warrior against Shaman, especially when going second. One Maelstrom Portal for Chalky. Only one. And Hammer of Twilight. Hammer of Twilight. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad card in the matchup. I've never played around with it too much myself. If we think about it, you do not want to trade against Pirate Face Warrior very often, but it is a 5 mana deal 8, so it's a very mana efficient amount of damage, which is pretty good in aggro mirrors a lot of the time. It's his own little Arcanite Reaper. A little duller, but probably still gets the job done. So the cards you gotta beat out of the opening. Most of the time Pirate Warrior is gonna try and open with either N'Zoth's First Mate or Small Time Buccaneer. So that's kind of what you gotta be thinking about to answer. Meanwhile, on the Pirate Warrior side, it's a lot more complicated. Shaman's got way more directions it can go with the opening. You gotta worry about Tunnel Trog, you gotta worry about Totem Golem, you gotta worry about Small Time Buccaneer. So those are like the 3 main starts that Shaman can do on the coin. They can go like Tunnel Trog Pass and threaten coin Feral Spirits if you don't have an answer to it. They can go coin Totem Golem and just, that's a 3-4, that's just threatening right out of the gate. Or they could play a Buccaneer start. It's just so many different options to prepare for out of the mulligan, but conveniently, Warrior's got this magnificent card called Fiery Warx that answers almost all of them. It doesn't answer Totem Golem super efficiently, but any of the other starts that could come out of Aggro Shaman, or Shaman in general, or really Hearthstone, get answered by Fiery Warx, except for that Totem Golem. So, Chalky knows that Lovely Chook has kept 2 cards in his opening hand, and then passed on turn 1. So, that's setting up some red flags for him right now about this Tunnel Trog, and he's contemplating whether or not he wants to play it. The incentive to play it is, if it sticks, he coined Feral Spirits and wins the game. If it doesn't stick because your opponent kept Fiery Warx, you're immediately at a disadvantage. Because this is a tempo-based matchup, so if Lovely Chook plays Fiery Warx next turn, he can't swing with it at anything if you don't play anything. so it doesn't gain any value. So if Chalky successfully makes the read on this Fiery War X, it's a lot stronger not to play anything. He's going to take the gamble though, and you gotta imagine that's heavily influenced by the Feral Spirits there. There's a bunch of other things that could be in Lovely Chook's hand, not just Fiery War X, and if it's like, for example, Bloodsail Raider, the 2/3 pirate, you coin Feral Spirits and that's just lights out, pack it up, go home, bottom right, concede. So he takes the gamble on it, not rewarded, but the downside's not that bad either. So I think the upside side outweighs the downside, so I think it's a fine play. But now, the Fiery War X dance begins. Chalky's beginning to try and totem every turn to get closer to having a taunt totem. Whereas, if he develops a minion, he knows he doesn't establish any tempo because it dies to the Fiery War X, anything he plays. So, he's trying to actually make his mana on his turns worth something by toteming every turn, get closer to the taunt totem. If you could set up an infinite taunt totem wall, your deck will outvalue Aggro Warrior, and that's how Aggro Shaman typically wins the matchup. Sometimes you'll see him try to fight aggressively for the board and try and actually kill the Warrior player, but I think the higher win rate strategy is to maximize Totem's value, don't interact with their board at all, and they can never really steal tempo away from you, or they can never really like gain a lot of tempo out of their weapons if you never play minions for them to weapon down. You just spend your turn killing their minions and then toteming. And that's what you do every turn of the game until eventually they run out of minions because they draw their burn, and then you just keep playing Taunt Totem and they don't have any minions, so they just have to keep whacking it with burn. It's a really fun strategy to do because it's so triggering to play against. You know the other guy's just pissed sitting there swinging into a Taunt Totem every turn. Coin Jade Lightning coming out. The other option there was like utilizing a Lightning Bolt potentially. Like Totem, if you hit Spell Power, just Lightning Bolt. If not, point out the Buccaneer, get patches, and trade in that way. Still afraid to develop minions. Doesn't want them to get War X down. Wants to try and force Lovely Chook to miss weapon swings. Right? Warrior has a lot of damage, especially with upgrades and stuff like that. They can have like an insane amount of damage on their weapons, but it takes time. You can only swing once a turn. If you force him to sit here unable to get any value out of his War X, eventually he's going to just have to swing it at your face so that he can play Reaper. Now we're seeing that happen right now. That's not even a taunt totem. He's just swinging at a healing totem so that he can try and set up to get his better weapons established later on. And now Chalky's going to play all these small minions he's been saving. Like now these Buccaneers come out. Now the Feral Spirits come out. And now Lovely Chook's going to play Reaper. And there's going to be little teeny tiny taunts in the way. And he's going to really wish he had a Fiery War X. So excellent understanding of how weapons work from Chalky. Just the weapon tempo analysis. Look at that, totem every turn. Find your taunt wall. Gonna wait on the Feral Spirits until Lovely Chook has even less options in his hand. He wants to see more cards come out. He wants to make sure there's no way to get through Feral Spirits aside from swinging an Arcanite Reaper at them. And then that means that 3 mana 2/2/3 taunts turns into 3 mana heal minimum 10. That's a pretty good card against pirates. Now is where it starts to... already see the Reaper up, you could just play the Feral Spirits now. But taking another 5 from the Reaper is also pretty insignificant, as there's not enough over-the-top damage from Lovely Chook to close out the game from that position. So I think any number of plays here from Chalky will set him up in a favorable position for the game. And when any number of plays is good, rolling towards the wall. Let's build a wall and make the pirates pay for it. Damage. Almost in range. This is the part where Chalky now needs to start taunting every turn. And you can see he's going to have 3 totems after this, and that means Taunt Totem's going to be looming around the corner every turn. 18 damage in the hand for Chalky. 20 with the South Sea, actually. So he sets up lethal by playing Feral Spirits this turn. He can just, yeah. Trade in the South Sea and the 1/1. Play Feral Spirits. Lethal setup, taunt setup. A-okay. The defensive Mortal Strike. But it gets through the taunts. Uh-oh. Chalky got a little aggressive that turn, and this could start to bite him. Does he still have lethal, though? 10? Oh, he does. Alright. There you go. So his lethal setup was so good that it set up through the taunt and the Mortal Strike clear. Well played there by Chalky. I was gonna say, he missed a taunt roll last turn. I think he wins 100% of the time if he just makes sure he totems on the last turn. But he set up lethal so convincingly that even if Lovely Chook top decks the Dread Corsair and uses the Mortal Strike to clear to set up his own lethal, Chalky still had exact lethal. So that's why he did it, because it was exact lethal through the Dread Corsair even. Well played by Chalky, able to take the series 4-2 over Lovely Chook. Quite convincingly. Lovely Chook, though, he started kind of fumbling towards when he started playing against Chalky. I thought Lovely Chook played fantastically in his previous series, and I think he's maybe getting a bit tired. We see him yawning a lot. He's been up there playing a lot of games today. He's yawning right now, even. So, hey, he did good work. He took down 2 players from the North American roster, put China up in a great spot to take it. He needs a break. He's done his job. Now Chalky's up there, beginning to get a little bit tired, you know, but he's put everybody on the table. 2-4, Chalky versus China. Three players remaining for the Chinese team. Who will they send out to put a stop to the Chak? Let's take a gander at some deck lists, try and figure it out. They have X-Hope, LVGE, and Jason Zhao remaining. Now, I don't think they're going to send X-Hope. Hope's the guy that has Freeze Mage in his lineup. He's got Pirate Warrior. Here, let's pull them up. He's got this Freeze Mage build, interestingly enough, which is not great against Chalky's lineup, as Chalky's got... Actually, what do the stats say in that? I'm curious. I've talked to some Freeze Mage players. They've said Jade Druid is actually a good matchup for Freeze Mage. But, you know, you talk to Freeze Mage players, one that's a guy playing Freeze Mage. So is there even Freeze Mage on this table? There's not even Freeze Mage on this table. Okay. But you talk to Freeze Mage players, and they say that they feel comfortable against Jade Druid with Freeze Mage. But you talk to Freeze Mage players ever, they feel comfortable in every matchup. They're a different breed of player. A little crazy if you ask me. Aggro Shaman, same rogue build as everybody else. Reno Lock. His face. He's got the Reno Lock with the rag, so he's got a little extra oomph, just like kind of Chaki's Reno Lock. He doesn't have the leather clad, but it'd be a slightly better Reno Lock for the series than Lovely Chooks was. So, I don't know. It depends how you feel in the Freeze Mage vs Druid matchup if you would want to go with that. And then there's LVGE still remaining for Team China. They're discussing now who's going to play, looks like. There's only 4 of them sitting here, so one of them must have stepped up to the plate. It looks like it is... I couldn't pick it. It looks like it's Jason Zhao. He's the guy that's not there, right? Jason. So what are Jason's decks? Alright. I'm going to study up on some deck lists. They're going to run a commercial. We're going to be right back. See if Big Ol' Chak can take down China, or if China's going to stop the Chak.
目标成败，争取夺冠。碰到谁就希望打败谁喽。
好，恭喜莫言获得了广州站的冠军。欢迎大家来到我们的炉石传说黄金大公开赛上海站。
我这次来是专程因为电竞之星那个卡贝来的。
这一次也是我第一次来到炉石的线下的比赛。我是来自新疆乌鲁木齐，现场气氛我觉得挺好的，大家都很热情，
大家都是一起喜欢玩游戏的人，聚在一起感觉很开心。
其实每一站黄金赛都是就是像一个炉石的聚会一样，我觉得这种感觉特别好。
我爱炉石，我爱炉石，我爱炉石，打得不错。
我爱玩炉石，
我爱炉石。
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I believe Jason Zhao is coming up next to play off against Chaki. But no confirmation. We're gonna have to just wait and see who they decide to send up. Meanwhile, I do have some deck lists we can take a look at here. We have Jason Zhao with the Reno Mage, featuring Cold Light Oracle. could prove to be quite effective against Reno Lock, especially since Shockey's running a no-combo Reno Lock. As well as the standard rogue deck that everyone is playing. We have the Pirate Warrior. Same thing, the 2 captains, 1 deckhand, like every single player in the tournament. So these 2 decks are piloted by almost every player in the tournament. It's pretty crazy, huh? If you're looking to play a deck on ladder, you gotta assume these are pretty good. Aggro Shaman. Most people have a little bit different tech changes in their Aggro Shaman. We see the double Maelstrom Portal here, no Flame Wreath Facelesses, no any late game. What's going on there? It's just Aya at the top and 2 Azure Drakes, 2 Maelstrom Portals. What did he add? Oh no, there's Flame Wreath Facelesses. It's been a long day. We've been up since 3 a.m. Alright, I apologize for that. So Flame Wreath Facelesses. I was like, I didn't see him for a second. But yeah, the key thing here, double Maelstrom Portal, should help out a little bit in the mirror and hurt you a little bit against Reno decks. That's where we're at with that. Is there combo? There is combo. Combo and Blast Crystal. Holy smokes. You talk about a way to tech towards the mirror. Is Reno Lock's going to dominate in the mirror against Chalkies? And that is face. So, if they do pick Jason, I think he's got a solid lineup to be able to try and get the job done. This should beat Reno Lock. This should beat Reno Lock. This is pretty 50-50, if not slightly favored against Reno Lock. This, I guess, I don't understand the double Maelstrom Portal tech when you bring in combo Reno Lock for the mirror. But anyway, Aggro Shaman's pretty good against Reno Lock regardless of if it's teched for it or not. But yeah, it seems like he's got a pretty good lineup to try and shut down Reno Lock lineups. So I should imagine it'll do quite nicely against Chalky's lineup. There's Frost Nova and the Reno Mage as well to help out against Rogue. The Rogue Mirror is pretty 50-50. You got Pirates against Rogue. You got Shaman, which is good against Rogue. And the Reno Lock can make it happen against Rogue. It's just not super favored. So he's got like a soft Rogue pin and a pretty decent pin on Reno Lock with his lineup. Meanwhile, we're looking at some tweets. People are live tweeting the Gold Series. Twitter or something, or whatever they do for Twitter in China. Their social media input. Talking about the tournament and how great they're doing and stuff, and their favorite players, I imagine, all that good, fun, informative stuff. We don't have any social media outlet for this. I mean, you could follow me on Twitter and tell me if you like the show, or say like, "Yeah, this guy sucks. Firebat can't even read," and you wouldn't be wrong. All right, let's take a refresher, I guess, on Chalky's lineup. While we're still stoning it out in China. Chalky's got the Aggro Pirate Face Warrior. He's got 2 deckhands and 1 Mortal Strike. That's the North American variation. The Chinese variation, 1 deckhand, 2 Mortal Strikes, every other card the same. So those are the 2 variations that we've seen. Rogue, Questing Adventure Rogue, card for card identical to all 10 players in the tournament. Jade Druid. It's the music that means we're ready to start. He's got Jade Druid, no Ancient of Wars, 1 Druid of the Claw. Chalky. Hopefully it's Jason Zhao. Otherwise, we just talked about the entire wrong deck lists. Nailed it. It's LVGE. So none of the deck lists I talked about, except for Chalky's, are going to be played right now. So let's take a quick look at that, see if we can't get into it before they start the match. Usually they talk stone a little bit more. Alright, LVGE, same exact Reno Mage as... No, not same exact. He doesn't... yeah, same exact Reno Mage as Jason Zhao. He is running no combo Reno Lock, so that takes away some points in the mirror. But he does have a Ragnaros that can help out in the mirror. He's running Jade Druid of his own. Oh, they are going to Talkstone. I heard the music. I thought they were getting into it. So here, let me just... the Reno Mage, it's got Spellbreaker in it. Spellbreaker should help out against Twilight Drakes and stuff like that. It's got, there's no like Ice Lance or any sort of extra burn, but Spellbreaker plus Cold Light should allow you to cycle into enough burn to just put yourself in a good spot against Reno Lock for sure. So you should do alright against Reno Lock, and it's a fairly well-rounded build with Frost Nova. I imagine it performs alright. He's got his own variation of Reno Lock, very similar tech choices to Chalky. Both players running Spellbreaker, both players running Ragnaros, both players Sylve, Abyssal Enforcer, Draxus, no combo. Is there any differences? There's no differences between the two Reno Lock decks that jump out immediately, except the Leatherclad Hog Rider. I'm not sure exactly what that's over. Chalky's rocking some Leatherclad, and it looks like LVGE instead has maybe Defender of Argus in that slot. Or Sun Fairy Protector. Jade Druids are very similar. He's got his Emperor Thorsan instead of... and 2 gadgets. Emperor Thorsan and 2 gadgets instead of Chalky's Druid of the Claw and something else. Looks like the opening deck for Chalky is going to be the Aggro Shaman. So that's interesting. The Aggro Shaman's been left up, so that means most likely, I guess, the Face Pirates was banned. Potentially even the Rogue. Rogue does fairly well against LVG's lineup. With the Reno Mage, Reno Lock, and Druid, if you ban Rogue and they ban Shaman, I'd say you come out on top in the ban phase. Right? So like if you look at his lineup here, he has his own Shaman. Shaman beats Rogue. So he's got that to beat Rogue. And then it's got the Rogue Mirror, but they have identical deck lists, so you have to assume it's pretty close to 50-50 with identical deck lists. And then he has Druid, which gets absolutely destroyed by Rogue, especially with his tech choices of this super greedy package here with Emperor Double Gadget. So it's like super, super greedy, good at going infinite. And then he's got 2 Reno decks that are both unfavored against Rogue. So I would not be surprised to see a Rogue ban come out. And if Chalky continues to ban Shaman every round, it doesn't reanalyze his ban strategy for the lineup presented, then he could be at, I guess, a slight disadvantage. But I'm talking about bans like it's last year's standing. I don't know. The bans and conquests are quite silly. They don't accomplish much. Right, like in last year's standing, you get kind of worried about getting swept or what have you. And then in Conquest, all the ban really does is one of the decks starts with a win. Because the decks self-ban after they get a win. So they're fairly inconsequential. So I imagine Chalky's going to ban Shaman, LVGE is going to ban Rogue. And we'll see how it breaks down. It's either Rogue or Face Pirates, one of the two. Hammer Twilight Face Shaman, though, from Chalky. We've yet to see Hammer Twilight really get anything done, but it's a card that's in there, that's for sure. Hasn't been equipped, I don't think, all tournament. 300,000 RMB on the line. The last hope of North America. You can't stop the chalk. Make it happen. Taking on the team coach. LVGE. Coach for Team Chosen. Coaches have done well in the past in tournaments. Not too surprising. The coach requires the exact same skill set as a player. So a lot of the times people coach for like a couple months on a team or whatever, then transition into being a pro player pretty much immediately. And I guess that's what LVG is looking to try and do right now. Screw this coaching gear. I want to play on stage. Let's get it done. Reno Lock from LVGE up against Pirate Jadeface Shaman. And this is a matchup. This is where the Hammer Twilight comes in. This is what the tech is for. Better than Doomhammer. Allows you to not extend into AoE while also not extending into weapon removal. It's the perfect card once you're ahead. And it's not so bad in the metagame against Rogue either. Double Flame Wraith for Chalky. That's an explosive hand. No coin to smooth it out, but crazy. One of the things to note about Flame Wraith Faceless is there's no Blast Crystal Potion in the deck list for LVGE, which means if one comes down on 4, he cannot deal with it until turn 5 with the coin at the minimum. Unless he has, you know, enough things on board that can help out. But, you know, his single target removal, Siphon Soul, takes a pretty long time to get ready. And by that time rolls around, the second Flame Wraith hits the table. A little heavy-handed there for Jackie. Those are, aside from Azure Drake, he's got one Azure Drake. Aside from that, those are all of the highest costing cards in his entire deck. You know, Azure Drake, Double Jade Lightning still to be found, but it's not the early game he'd hoped for. Looks like he is going to just fight for the board aggressively, though. Doesn't want to fall far behind, and that'll help out. You know, sometimes you don't draw well, but you roll well. Not too bad. I don't know if you want to Soulfire that. But one thing's for sure, it is going to hurt. Either way you answer it. I think you take Soulfire, but I don't think you can afford to coin Soulfire. I don't know, your hand is pretty garbage here for LVGE. There's not a lot of things in his hand that cost less than 6. So maybe you just do it, and just get rid of something useless. Sylvanas is okay in the matchup, but it's too slow. He's afraid of, you know, what else Chalky could develop. Chalky's not overloaded when there's Dust Devils on the field. Like, so many things could stop that trade from happening. It's very unrealistic to assume the 2-2 trades into it. Chalky would need something, like, ridiculous in his hand, like double Flame Wraith, Faceless, Hammer of Twilight, for, like, the trade to ever really even happen. So, I'd say a majority of the time it doesn't. Siphon's going to take a very long time to come out on this Flame Wraith Faceless. LVG is going to need to find maybe Doomsayer to stall it from coming down, or he's going to need like a lot of minions to be able to develop to try and get a board that can contest it. Ping is a lot of the times better than Druid. You can go over the top, more flexible. Druid's really good when you have Doomhammer in your deck, because it allows you could double dip the hero power damage on the Doomhammer, but the Hammer of Twilight does not have Wind Fury. Can't get the double dip from the Druid. And this is going to be a tough Flame Wraith to answer. Man, imagine if he had this coil a few turns earlier. Whew. You gotta be feeling the pain seeing that. Where were you when I needed you? 7-drop's not gonna smooth anything out for him either. Holds on to the Sun Fury for usage later on with, you know, its actual battle cry coming in handy, maybe making some taunts. And in this position, Chalky knows there is no possible answer in LVG's hand to this Flame Wraith Faceless. The deck lists are public for the tournament. Both players are aware of the cards in their opponent's decks. No Blast Crystal Potion to be found in the Reno Lock from LVGE. And with his hand, I'm not sure how the Warlock player finds a way out of this. He's gonna need like something insane. That's a good start to maybe setting up AoE. Chalky is overloaded, so he can't put out the second Flame Wreath Faceless. This could just work. He's gonna take 7 minimum from it. It's gonna connect at least once. But if he Shadow Bolts it now, then on the following turn, he could find either Demon Wrath or Hellfire to be able to remove it. It's a long shot, but it's what you got. If you Shadow Bolt and Coil it now, because Zakka's 2 mana AoE also becomes an out. Which I think that's fine too. If you tap, what are the out we're looking for now? He's looking for like Doomsayer to stall another turn? Or Reno, maybe? If the Sun Fury sticks around, Power Overwhelming can get the job done, or even just the Sun Fury itself. So he's looking to try and make the Sun Fury be able to trade with the 7/7, which is optimistic. Chalky needed 1 damage out of hand to be able to clear Sun Fury Protector and make it so that there is no combination of cards that they can kill the Flame Wraith. There's no mind control tech in the deck for LVGE. There's no Soulfire. There's no Power Overwhelming. So the only card... What is this out? Maybe he can, I guess, buy some time with a Refreshment Vendor? Set up for... I mean, maybe Dirty Rat's a good taunt. Like, we can see the Flame Wreath there, but maybe he can stall some time with Dirty Rat if he's able to land it. Could set up for some AoEs, you never know. The Demon Wrath not too bad to stop at least the Buccaneer from hitting him. Now he doesn't have the coil anymore to clean up the Flame Wreath, but you know, it's a start. We're covering one problem at a time. It's just gonna opt to try and heal here. 14 damage in the hand for Chalky. 18 damage this turn. No, only 17 damage this turn. So you can't quite get the job done there, and Siphon Soul potential. So I like just jamming the second Flame Wreath Faceless and going all face. If your opponent Renos, they take the maximum amount of damage in that instance. Unless, actually, you can increase the damage if they Reno even more. So you trade Finley and the weapon so that your Buccaneer can't get traded into. Because you get the Buccaneer buff again next turn with your weapon. So now if Reno happens, you have 14, 15, 16, 17, 21 damage. You're overloaded, so you can't squeeze in the hero power. So if LVGE Renos, he's set back down to 9 health. And that's going to close it out there. No answer to the Flame Wreath Faceless for just too many turns. No Blast Crystal Potion in his deck. Nothing to kind of counteract Flame Wreath Faceless. Shaman takes a quick win. hammer wins a game. Chalky bringing down the hammer on China. North American team has hope reinvigorated. Fired up. Planning, talking. The comeback is real. Chalky about to make it happen. Get chalkied, China. The Rogue for LVGE coming out. Questing Adventure Rogue, piloted by all 10 players in the tournament. Full deck list here. 1 Swashbuckler, 2 Questing Adventures, no SI7s. Double Conceal, fairly standard. The Reno Lock with the Leather-clad Hog Rider. Coming out for Chalky, no combo. Leather-clad Hog Rider, Ragnaros. See if I can pull that deck up in time. Here we go. Before we get into it, it's got, you know, standard stuff, no combo, Sylvanas, Leather-clad Hog Rider, Spellbreaker is the tech choice. It's got Defender of Argus. Oop, wrong way. Power Overwhelming and Soulfire. And Ooze. No Sun Fury Protector. Just Shambler and Argus for the Taunt Givers. And I guess second-rate Bruisers. Taunt as well. Typically speaking, you'd say this matchup's Rogue favored. Stats are fairly close on the matter. Miracle Rogue versus Reno Warlock comes out to about 58% in favor of the Miracle Rogue. Some of the things that can kind of change that is Spellbreaker. I would say that's one of the most important tech cards in the matchup, as it allows you to interact with one of the ways you can just auto-lose as Rogue, or as Reno Lock a little bit better. It gets you another answer for just giant questing or giant Edwin. It just comes at you out of nowhere. So just having one more answer to that eliminates Rogue's ability to win while all-inning. Well, it doesn't eliminate it, but you know, it lowers the odds of them winning by all-inning out of nowhere. So it's just a great tool to depreciate their chance of winning with option A, which is make big Edwin, have it stick, win game. It's the simplistic, the smork, the all-in Edwin route. So more answers against that definitely helps out Reno's matchup percentages. It's also a good tool for your own game plan of running Rogue out of resources. It's just a good answer to make sure you have in your arsenal, so as the game goes long, Chalky can remember he has that tool and set up scenarios to be able to beat the questings and the Edwin. Not a good, I was about to say, not a good pressure hand for Chalky, so he's probably going to have to go the survivalist route, but that Mountain Giant is a very solid pickup. Now, he can definitely go for the pressure route if he wants to. So let's see, how much damage does LVG have? Because he's got a ton of it. If you were to coin questing there, you have the ability to go like backstab, prep any spell, Edwin, or coin, prep any spell, coin, Edwin, conceal, and put out a ton of pressure. It would be a 2-2, and then you get 5, 6, so it'd be 8, 9, 10, because the dagger pokes, and you'd conceal, you'd hit for 8, and then conceal, and then it'd be a 9-9, and you would have played 1, 2. Oh wait, I'm counting 2 coins in here. Yeah, it gets awkward because you don't have the additional coin, so you'd have to prep the conceal at the end. And I don't think it's enough damage over 2 turns, but it would put out a lot of pressure. Now I think you definitely just drop the questing and feel the water. If this questing sticks, you win the game, so... There's only one Soulfire, one Hellfire, one Demon Wrath, one Shadow Bolt, which is a lot of answers. Admittedly, if you want it to stick, you gotta coin it, but the upside isn't it sticking at this point. I mean, that's the upside. The idea is it stops Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake from coming down. That's the idea behind this play. Because they see this... Oh, whoa, what is he doing? He's fully committed to it now. He wants to make a big Edwin next turn, I guess, and have the... also have the big questing. So he's being super aggressive. Instead of going for the conservative route, where you just play the questing, which denies the Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake, forces them to use Shadow Bolt or Hellfire or Demon Wrath, and then you just follow your curve of Tomb Pillager, and you're the first one with a real threat on the table, and then you just lead into Gadget that way. He wants to try and close this game soon. He's being super aggressive here. Now, with the Gadget drawn, I tend to favor the conservative route, because if they answer the 2-2 questing, you just play Tomb Pillager, and they've developed nothing. You're ahead on tempo, you got to save a coin for Gadget. Your hand will be coin, coin, backstab, Gadget, which is a pretty good hand. This does give him an answer, though, to the Giant if he wants to take it. He can backstab and go face. Siphon Soul can't come out by Chalky just yet. It's only on 5 mana. Maybe that's the idea. Try and force the Giant to have to trade into it before Siphon can come out. Chalky's got Spellbreaker in his deck, but doesn't have it in his hand. Other than that, that's the only answer he's really got to this situation. Yeah, personally, the way I feel about this game, though, is if you wanted to all-in, you could have done it on turn 2 instead of on turn 3. And on turn 2, you can all-in with Edwin and just make it 10-10 and punch him with it, because there's no way they can beat it, then conceal it, then punch him for 10 again. And if they don't have the answer by then, which is only Spellbreaker or Taunts, then you kill him. And if you wanted to play... So I think that would have been the stronger all-in. And if you wanted to play conservatively... It's just this, he's doing this interesting middle-of-the-road line, and it's kind of working out. It's kind of working out, because the Giant trades. He beats Giant and maintains tempo. He beats Giant in a unique way. He had a lot of options this game. It's kind of cool. See a unique approach. And it's not even that bad. Seems to be working out really good. The way that the cards panned out this game. I'm not sure, if you could say broad spectrum wide, but hey. He beat the Giant and pushed 6 face damage. You can't get any better than that. Well, he has the ability to gain a coin here and continue the pressure that he's been applying. Gain the coin from Tomb Pillager, try and go questing coin Edwin. Or he's got the ability to play another Tomb Pillager, try and set up for Gadget. Kind of the 2 lines he's had every game. See if he's consistent with it or switches now. So he started out pressure. Now he's abandoning pressure and moving towards Gadget. Try to go the other direction with it, I guess. I'm not a big fan of wishy-washy lines of play where you switch between 2 options. I think if you wanted to set up for Gadget, you try and set up for Gadget from the get-go. You play questing on 3, they clear it, you play Tomb Pillager. You got 3 coins for Gadget instead of 1. But he's not in a bad spot by any means. And the Gadget's still going to get some value. He kind of like gambled on the questing. He's like, alright, if they don't have Mountain Giant here, they have some weak development play. I win. If not, I'm going to transition to Gadget. And so Chalky had a strong development play, and now LVG trying to transition out of it. And what a way to do it. This is going to be one big Edwin Van Cleef. He's looking for conceal for sure. He's got one conceal left in the deck. Prep Sap. He misses a coin this way and then can't play this Edwin Van Cleef. It's very difficult for Chalky to answer the Edwin and the Gadget without using Twisting Nether. There's one answer to it. Otherwise, he's forced to leave either the Edwin up, which kills him, or the Gadget up. So I really like the Edwin Van Cleef here. And the Twisting Nether needed to be in his hand. He can't even top deck it. He had to have had it already. So it has to be Emperor discounted at this state. And that's what he's going to do. So Chalky's in a situation where he is at 15 health, and unless he had Twisting Nether in his hand the previous turn, he's most likely going to have to leave one of these two minions up. In terms of, you know, Siphon Soul. Savannah Shadow Flame almost cuts it. 2 men off. Well, it's looking like a Reno Soulfire. He's got a 50-50 to steal the 14-14, but a giant 14-14, not great against Rogue. They run this fun card called Sap. So. The Reno and the Soulfire. Cleaning it up. But wow, that's a lot of free damage for the Rogue player here. 23. 7 damage off lethal. Got 24. Totally forgot about patches. As long as he doesn't sap the Reno, you gotta imagine the Rogue's in a great spot to take this one. Questing getting built up. It is a pretty large committal into the potential Twisting Nether, but I think it's fine because you want to establish another threat against single target removal, because we know Chalky does not have Twisting Nether already. He would have done Twisting Nether. He could still have Siphon Soul. He was just too afraid to use Siphon Soul because he would have died. So there is still a potential that that is in his hand. Because if he were to Siphon Soul the 14-14 last turn, it's very likely that LVGE uses Gadget to lethal him. So I like the way that LVGE established and protected a questing adventure to try and play around Siphon. The reason why it's sapping Reno is really scary, and why you killed Reno and sapped the Imp Gang boss, is because if you sap Reno, and then your opponent Twisting Nethers, and you don't draw exactly Leroy, you look very silly. Setting up for the Sylvanas Shadow Flame to win the game. Or at least take one of the two giant threats out of the equation. I like this by Chalky. The other option was some sort of like Sylvanas Taunt, but Sylvanas Taunt wouldn't have been good enough, I don't think. He's got to get the Sylvanas Shadow Flame action going on, so Good setup here by Chalky to try and swing this around. He's relatively healthy as well, so like Twisting Nether might be able to keep him in it. Is there a lethal here? There's a lot of cards in his hand, and he gets an additional card from the fan. So he can get the questing very easily up to 8. That's 18. I'm not seeing it. No lethal setup. Plays the final card to buff it out of range just in time. Otherwise, Chalky was stealing that 14 damage Edwin with the trade-in and then the Sylvanas Shadowflame. But now the Sylvanas Shadowflame does not clear the board. If that 1-1 doesn't come down there at that split last second for LVGE, he would steal it. You just trade in the Argus to the questing and steal it. That random 1-1. So influential there. The APM. Keeping him in it. So, how does Chalky win this? He's gotta find something. It's not it. The series is gonna be tied up 1-1. LVGE. Getting a win with the Rogue over Chalky's Reno Log. Looks like LVGE piloting the super greedy Jade Druid for match number 3. It's an interesting deck. It should do very well against the Reno Locks. He's hoping to try and hit one of Chalky's many Reno Locks, or hit Chalky's Reno deck with this. Hoping Chalky just re-queues up the Reno Warlock. Here's the full deck list for you guys. Double Gadget and Emperor Thaurissan here. Lots of card draw, discounts to make the gadgets work even better. Should be able to go infinite extremely quickly. Meanwhile, in the camp of Team North America, Chalky is going with the Rogue. It's a very solid deck to play against the Jade Druid. Especially this Jade Druid. Emperor Thaurissan probably helps a little bit because it gives you some percentage points to just do crazy busted stuff as the Jade player. But the double gadgets are definitely a liability. It's a terrible stat line against Rogue for one, and it's incredibly slow. So Chalky, big advantage going into the matchup. In the kind of standard unteched variants of these decks, if we look at the statistics here, it's right there. It's at 38% for Jade Druid against Miracle Rogue, and that's kind of unteched in either direction. And currently, the Miracle Rogue is with questing adventures, so it's teched in favor of Miracle Rogue more, and the Jade Druid's teched with gadgets, so it's teched against it. So it's going to be less than 38% on average win rate for the Jade Druid, I imagine. So it should be a very, very one-sided game. A lot of matchups in Hearthstone kind of lean this way at the moment. If there's one way to do it, It's hoping your rogue opponent draws dead. That's the best win condition against rogue sometimes. You know, when your rogue opponent doesn't hit gadget, doesn't hit questing, just hits a bunch of cards that cost 0 mana and does nothing. Well, Chaki's got some tools here. Already with double gadget, and the matchup's usually slow enough that you have time to play out your gadget on even turns 8 or 9, so it's not even that big of a liability that his hand is really crummy for the early game, because the early game's not winning you this game. It's the late game is what wins you against Jade Druid. You can do almost nothing in the early game, because Jade Druid's playing a lot of the time in the early game is just to remove your minions anyway. So you don't really need to even have them, because you can expect they're probably just going to die. Yeah, the Jade ramp begins. I was thinking about holding it back for gadget cycle, but ends up just dropping it out there. I like getting it out immediately. Just start ramping Jade as fast as you possibly can. Chaki had the ability to go with turn 1 6/6, but he feels like the odds that his opponent has mulch are higher than the odds that he just wins the game the traditional route. And you can't really argue with him there. Mulch is a card you'd probably keep off the mulligan against Rogue. And the statistics say that, you know, 38% of the time Jade Druid wins, and that's when it's teched for ladder with standard techs, and he's got questing Rogue up against greedy Jade Druid, so you gotta imagine it's like 30% for Jade Druid to win this game. And they probably have around that much percent chance, if not more, to have mulch if they're keeping it off the mulligan. So, Chaki gonna avoid taking that risk to just play the long game with his current hand. He's got a good hand for the long game. He's already got Gadget Conceal. I agree with him. I think his win rate's higher waiting than it is if he goes for the questing. Because, I mean, if you think about it, Auctioneer Conceal is pretty much game against Druid. They can't interact with it in any way in their entire deck. And then you just draw your entire deck and make Edwin the turn after that. So, Chaki has a superb hand for the matchup. No need to risk it with a turn 1 6/6. It is tempting though. Now he's got even more options to make big Edwins or big questings and Edwins in the same turn. He can make a 5/5 and an 8/8 this turn if he wanted, and the 5/5 threatens to grow even larger. And you gotta give up a lot of resources to do that. Maybe I think it's just better to wait. I think patience is key. Play it safe, get your Gadget Conceal, take your time, nice and easy. The Tempo Sap on the Azure Drake, interesting. I didn't even think about that line. Now, the reason why he does this is because, other than Gadgets and Auctioneer, it's probably the best Sap target in LVG's only deck, or his entire deck. That's pretty crazy. And Chaki doesn't care, I guess, if LVG draws cards, because there are no amount of cards that LVG can draw that help him deal with the Gadget Conceal into draw his entire deck, play the largest Edwin you've ever seen. So, I guess I can get behind it. Makes sense. He was kind of hoping the Azure Drake just came right back down. There's no Ancient of Wars in this deck list for LVGE. Just double Gadget, and then all of the Jade cards. Now with the second Conceal, that means Chaki is going to be able to play potentially, you know, 20/20 or bigger Edwin, and then Conceal it. But he could even preemptively just Conceal this, and then go off with Gadget next turn. he's waited so long and now he's just going in. He does have another Gadget Conceal now, but no coin to make it happen next turn, so Gadget Conceal is even one turn further away. Is there a lethal setup here though? He's gonna have 14, 15, 16, 17 damage. So no lethal setup, but he's got a 2-turn lethal, right? So the idea here is he punches him in the face with everything and then conceals again, then punches him in the face with everything. So Chalky sees the lines, he sees the 2-turn lethal. It's like 32 damage minimum over 2 turns. And 32 is a lot bigger than 23, and that's just math. Even 1 Feral Rage doesn't get you out of this, and there's very limited taunts in the deck for LVGE. He's got 2 Jade Behemoths for taunt, 2 Feral Rages for heal. Currently, Chalky can beat 1 Feral Rage or 1 Jade Behemoth, and he's looking to try and hopefully top deck some more ways to beat additional threats. So, the only other consideration is waiting 1 turn on the conceal, and then going with the gadget, and then going with the Edwin afterwards. But Chalky thinks that that would be too slow and wants to get it in now, and you know what? Seems to be working to me, and LVGE is panicking to try and kill him before he can, before he gets killed, because he knows what happens next. When your opponent does this, you know another conceal's coming out. So LVGE is just trying to put as much pressure on the board as he possibly can. Okay, Leroy picked up to the hand for Chalky. 16 plus 6 is 22, with the dagger is 23. Not quite enough to close it out, but it might help because he might have to trade some things here. Awkward part though is it does add 2 more additional damage to the board for your opponent, so even if you're trading, it's not removing much. 10 damage on the board for LVGE, looking to try and win the game with the swipe. And in Chalky's shoes, you kind of got to respect that. 4 damage isn't tough for Druid to come by. So now if the Druid gets a mulch on the back of this, it could start getting pretty sticky. Okay. He's avoiding the all-in. Not even playing the conceal this turn. He's just going to say, you know what, even if you have mulch, you can't kill all of these. One of these will stick. Which is fair. Druid cannot remove big minions very easily. However, Spell Power Swipe gets pretty darn close. LVGE has to, you know, pick his poison, which one of these things he wants to live up. But he can remove 2. Any 2 of his choosing. If he hit Innervate, he could remove the 3rd. He's going to leave up Edwin Van Cleef. Still also sets up lethal with any 4 damage spell. Well, he's seen 2 4-mana spells. He's seen a Feral Rage, he's seen a Swipe. He's just praying that there's not an additional one. Ezra Drake can hit either of those cards. Not if you play Brand before it, but Brand makes the big Jade count. So it's instead of going for lethal, LVGE is just going to try and set up a giant board that Chalky cannot deal with, and it looks like it's going to work. You cannot answer this entire board as Rogue, and Chalky needs to be able to find lethal here, and I don't think it's super doable, but it's not, I don't think it's impossible. So with Leroy Coldblood, you get up to 10, and then you can get Backstab to cycle maybe. Leroy Coldblood Sap. would do it. Leroy Coldblood Sap just does it. Yeah. Well, Prep Sap, and then you get the dagger. Leroy Coldblood Prep Sap. There's a miracle. Backstab Cycle. Adds additional damage slightly. Small Time Buccaneer. Ends the dream. Now, there's a lot of things to talk about that game. That game was very deep. Now, the biggest thing is the timing of the all-in for Chalky. He all-in'd at a time that's favorable for him to win the game. He all-in'd at the expense of his gadget fuel. And he also all-in'd in such a way that beat one copy of Feral Rage or one copy of Jade Behemoth, but the amount of pressure LVG swung back on him was able to actually stop the all-in. Now you could say either the all-in was too late or the all-in was too early, but there's definitely a really complicated turn there for Chalky. My immediate instinct looking at the hand was he had such powerful tools with Gadget that you don't have to all-in. And you just win with just Gadget drawing answers to things. You get 6 saps because you cycle your whole deck, and then you recover that way. And then you just kill him over, 2 or 3 turns with the Gadget cycle. But chose to go with the all-in and was not rewarded. It would have made the game a lot faster if you go all-in. But LVG had the correct cards to turn up the heat. Able to Feral Rage face, Living Root's face, generate so much pressure out of nowhere. Looks like it's going to be Chalky on the Jade Druid. Versus LVGE on the Reno Lock. Another consideration there is Chalky did have to kind of switch his lines. After the pressure came out, he respected the 4 mana, he changed the line. He didn't reconceal. He saved the conceal to try and switch out. He tried to abort the all-in mission and go back to the Gadget. And we've seen that happen a lot with Rogue. We've seen them have to abort mission and switch lines, and it almost has never worked during the entire course of this 3-round tournament. Every time Rogue goes all in, then switches and aborts, tries to go with a different line of play, they've lost. But I did like the way he switched, though. I think he wins most of the time when he switches. I'm just saying, that's kind of like what's been happening in the tournament. Staying consistent with the line can oftentimes be rewarded. It's usually correct, but in those rare instances, it is wrong. So it's always worth thinking about the other options. Never is anything always the best play, but a lot of times staying consistent to an original line is better. But the switch didn't work. Mulch, pretty solid matchup against Reno Lock. What Reno Lock's looking to try and do is kill you before you can get your Jades happening, before you can get it going on, or pressure you so much that you have to use resources in such a way that you don't want to use them. We saw a lot of pressure come out against Frozen's Jade Druid, and he got backed into a corner and had to utilize both Jade Idols for creating minions, and then was taken to Fatigue. So it's definitely a winnable matchup for Reno Lock. You break down the stats on it, according to the ladder, comes out to be about 43% for the Reno Lock, so 7% in favor of the Jade Druid. Not as one-sided as a lot of people would think. Pretty even. LVGE doesn't run a very powerful card, though. He doesn't run a lot of very powerful cards in the matchup. No Mind Control Tech, which is super powerful late game for taking one of the giant Jades and having a big tempo swing. And no Power Overwhelming. So you can't like Power Overwhelming his Solanas to steal something. You can't do any sort of Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame board clears. And I mean, it's just less burst to try and finish off the Druid. Jockey's got all the ramp and the removal for the potential Giant or Drake, so he's looking spicy. LVGE though, he does have some pretty solid cards in the matchup. You're gonna want Twisting Nether eventually. now's not the time for it, but I mean, it's a good thing to have around. And Emperor and Sylvanas are pretty key cards in the matchup as well. Fangel, though? Oftentimes, Fangel can stick here. You gotta worry about some Warlock removals like Hellfire and Shadow Bolt, but other than that, most of the time, it sticks. And if you play it and they have to Hellfire or Shadow Bolt it, that means the Reno Lock player is not developing anything that turn, so it's basically a free roll, right? If you play it and they don't answer it, you get to play Nourish. If you play it and they do answer it, they've developed nothing, and then you play Nourish the next turn anyway. That's the way I see it. But Shockey's got a plan for this Fandral later on. He wants to be able to utilize it for something. You can kind of guarantee that Fandral hits Nourish later on as well. That's some consideration. Or you can also just save it for Wraths for removal, because it supercharges the card Wrath. Like, Fandral Wrath is pretty nuts. And removal's pretty good when you're trying to just take the game to fatigue, go the distance and not die. Presented with a good mulch target. Can't really develop alongside the mulch, so if Shockey's mulching this turn, it's a fairly weak turn where he's just kind of Feral Raging to set up for swipe on the next turn. So, not so inclined to think that mulch is particularly terrific here. Usually you want to, it's your powerful swing card, so you want to do it when you're developing something big a lot of the time. So I'm a fan of just starting the Jade ramp, just jamming every Jade card one by one. But and that can be kind of expensive as well because Druid has no comeback mechanism. So if the Warlock, lands an Argus next turn and continues snowballing the board, it can get pretty scary pretty quick. So that's why I think Shockey's deciding just to answer the problem that's in front of him, play as defensively as possible. The longer the game goes, the better advantage he has. And he can't let the board snowball because he has no AoE because he's Druid. And they just don't have AoE. You can't play Kazakis or Twisting Nether and Druid. That's a minion you're going to want to kill. That is super, super painful. Not only does Shockey have to kind of waste his entire turn killing the Emperor has already had its effect. It's done the damage. LVGE maintains tempo with the Imp Gang boss, removes Shockey's entire turn, and then gets to power extend next turn because of the discount that the Emperor has already provided. So it's a swing twice over, basically. The immediate tempo of your opponent missing their turn because they have to remove it, then the secondary tempo of being able to flood a bunch more things than normal. And Druid's got no AoE, so I think every card that he could possibly play, he should play. I think the best way to do this turn is to play the literal maximum amount of minions you can play. Yeah. Seems good, and he's buffed them out of swipe range. Spell power swipe can't come down yet. Shockey's only on 8 mana. Well, I mean, it can with Innervate, but he's on 8 mana, not 9 mana, so good health totals for the minions all around. Jade Druid getting pressured down? It almost looks like a zoo board, right? If that Earthen Ring Farseer is not there, you think, huh, zoo. But, Reno Lock, man, trying to get the zoo style. Why is chat spamming that I'm retarded? Unlucky. Oh, I misspoke about some math stuff. I apologize if any of my information was slightly incorrect. Trying my best, man. 2:30 a.m. we've been casting. The sun is up now. LVG, what are you gonna do? Continue pressure, try and put his max stuff on the table should be the objective. So, what is the most pressure he can apply to Chalky? Getting a must-kill minion like Sylvanas down hidden behind a taunt could be proven pretty effective. He's looking to try and tap to find additional answers to the Jade Behemoth on the board. He is still going to develop Sylvanas. He could have played Sun Fury Protector instead of tapping that turn. I guess that's really the decision there, and he decides to go with Sylvanas rather than the Sun Fury Protector. 2-3 is a little bit of pressure, but he wants to find an additional card. I wonder what specifically he was looking for to help make that turn cleaner. Could have found Mortal Coil, maybe. Kind of make the trades a little bit nicer. Could have found Spellbreaker and tried to ignore. His Shadow Bolt wouldn't have been terrible. He had a few cards he could have found off that tap. Seems reasonable. Chalky just still trying to find a way to stop the pressure, stop getting overwhelmed. The double Living Roots does end up helping out though. He can't Azure Drake swipe, which is why I really like playing down Sylvanas. It makes the Azure Drake swipe so much more awkward. Fangel Nourish. Chalky's not going to clear the board yet. He's going to let it simmer. Try and set up for a big removal turn on the next turn. Just get these roots out there. I like it. It's definitely a lot better than trying to just full clear the board in the immediate. This way he's got a bunch of little 1/1s to contest the board. As well as removing the minions. Lots of Fangel value. Triple Fangel value. There's some downside to Abyssal Enforcer, but there's a lot of upside too. You could potentially try and throw out the other minion alongside it. Costs 2 mana if you play it before Abyssal Enforcer, so it takes a little bit of extra damage, but puts more pressure on the field in the immediate, and I like it. I think if you're going to play Jiraxis next turn, you just want to play as much junk as you can on the table. Okay, opts to play a 2-3 instead of a 4-3. So less immediate damage, but that's fine, because this immediate damage sets up lethal, so yeah, I can get behind that as well. This also makes sure that your Shambler has a target later on. So threatening 11, 12, 13 on the table with Jiraxis for additional 3 burst or Hellfire for additional 3 burst. Sylvanas also threatens to take a minion, so it kind of has to be dealt with. Chalky's got ways that he can full clear the board. Can't really develop alongside full clearing the board, I don't think, though. There's some partial board clears that he can develop behind. He knows there's no Soulfires and he knows there's no Power Overwhelmings in the deck for LVGE. He does know there's a Ragnaros though, but at this point you can kind of say, you know what, if he's got Ragnaros, we're probably not winning. Feral Rage, that's a good pickup. When you're at 12 life trying to hold on, that's a good time to find that Feral Rage. That can be super huge to help him try and stabilize this, but a clean board. It's the best time to play Jiraxis. He's got Twisting Nether to back it up as well. Shadow Flame hasn't even been used yet. He has all of the tools to close this game out. LVG is in a fantastic position. So how does Chalky come back then? He has Bran Elephant here. They also could just play both of the Jade cards, hold on to the brand. You kind of in this position a lot of the time say, you know what, I can't beat Twisting Nether, I'm just going to try and extend, hopefully keep on the board. So I do like to brand Jade Behemoth. His Jade token count, not very large yet, but it's getting there. Now, Twisting Nether Hero Power sets up lethal and clears the board and gives you a 6/6. It's just everything you want in a turn. So Chaki's gonna need to heal and deal with the 6/6 or begin, you know, his own pressure, and his Jades are smaller than the Infernals at the moment. Six plus 6 is only 12. It does have plenty of taunts though. He can create 2 6/6s and a 4/5 taunt this turn if he wants it. Yeah. Jiraxis is insane, man. Dirty Rat makes sense. Probably, there's not even a card in Chaki's deck that he cares if it's on the table. Like, Azure Drake actually was the worst possible case for LVG there, and it's not that bad. I don't know, I guess Gadget's maybe worse. That's the only risk, is it pulls Gadget, but... Is there a way out of this? There's no harm in looking. Both swipes been used already, though. LVG in the lead, 3-1 over Chaki. Reno Lock taking down Jade Druid. Jade Druid has been having an unfavorable win rate against Reno Lock this tournament. Pretty crazy. Yeah, obviously the sample size is pretty small, but Team North America not able to get that matchup going in their direction. 3-1 lead. Chaki, the only player remaining. The final hope of North America. The guy that needs to beat everyone for North America to be better than China. Otherwise, all of us, me, you, except not the guys in Europe. Actually, the guys in Europe too, because China defeated Europe. So everyone in this Twitch chat and me, unless you're Asian or South American or African or Antarctican, we're all worse than China if we lose this. So Chaki needs your energy. We'll be back in 1 minute. And don't let China beat us. Give Chaki your energy.
我觉得炉石传说对我最大的意义，首先应该是交到了很多的朋友。这小半年以来，打各种各样的炉石比赛，然后线下认识了不同的人吧。然后其次一个对我来说的意义是，获 获得了父母的支持，就得到了家里人的认可。因为之前我有跟家里也说过，可能想去往这方面发展，然后家里人不是很同意。随着近年来电竞行业在国内受到的认可越来越高，然后家里也慢慢接受自己去做这个吧。本次赛制是征服赛制和 KOF 赛制混合的赛制，然后因为我本身是今年开始才玩这个，才开始接触炉石比赛，然后我基本没有玩过 KOF 赛制，所以我可能相对来说比较陌生一点。然后征服赛制自己玩的还算比较多，可能更有信心一点吧。到时候可能跟队友多多探讨学习一下。我觉得 Chucky 他对卡牌的构筑理解就是挺好的，然后第2场因为也没有机会上场，我觉得他有可能是对面的一个隐藏王牌，然后最后一场可能会有亮眼的发挥吧。
I think the competition's rules are good compared to like previous years. I think it's kind of cool that like one player can really carry their team or just kind of bring the whole team to victory. So hopefully, you know, people get to really shine individually and help their team. In individual tournaments, it's kind of just like all on you. You don't really have to worry about pressure from other people. But in a team tournament, you really do have kind of a lot of added pressure that other people are really riding on your performance, and there's a lot more on the line. I don't think we're really doing anything differently. I wasn't here obviously last time, but Dog was, so I think Dog said he feels less sure about this time. Like last time he said he was really sure they were going to win, and this time we're kind of unsure. I think the Chinese team is a lot stronger than they've been in the past, but I think we're still reasonably confident and we think we can win most of the days. I would say I'm kind of fine doing anything. I kind of tend to like being sort of more of the anchor for my team. I'm fine being in like situations where there's a lot of pressure and maybe I can be the clutch player that brings it home. You know, go play, have no regrets. Hopefully we do really well. Hopefully my teammates do great too. Luga, I guess he's kind of like their coach. I didn't know that coming in, but it's kind of funny. We'll like watch them during their discussion, and he's kind of barking out the orders. I guess I'd compare him to me in that regard because I'm kind of coaching our team on what to do in that stuff. But I know the Chinese said he was their weakest player. They brought Paladin for him the first round, but he actually kind of just crushed us in the first round, so that was a little unexpected. But the second round, it was no problem for Sidonia. He just 3-0'd him. So I don't think we have too much to worry about with him in the third round.
Welcome back. You heard it there. Chucky loves being the anchor. He wants to be the guy that brings it home. And that's where he's at right now. He's the anchor, the last man standing, the guy trying to bring it home. But who's going to come out on top? Him? Or Luga, I think is how he pronounced it. I have no idea how to pronounce the guy's name, so I think I've been doing it wrong the whole time, so maybe I should continue doing it wrong for consistency, but Luga, he's the guy, the coach. The guy trying to take down Chucky. It's a coach-on-coach combat. Coach came out and was the player that kind of won round 1 for China. And that was also the Conquest round. That was the Conquest Best of 5 round. And now this is the Conquest Best of 7 round. And again, Luga looking to try and close it out and win it for China. Going in with the Reno Mage, the last deck he needs to win with. Up against Chucky's Jade Druid. This is a very one-sided matchup for Jade Druid. Even better matchup for Jade Druid than Reno Warlock. Reno Mage here. 0.3 up against Jade Druid. I guess there's a pretty big variance though, and that's understandable because so many Reno Mage decks are so different. They all have very different aspects of them that make them different in a bunch of matchups. You know, you got like your full value oriented one with like the Life Coach and Strife Crow variants. You have some of the more aggressive ones that you can see with like the Rage build with Pyroblast and Inkmaster Solia. So So it really depends on the cards you put in the Reno Mage. So let me pull up this Reno Mage deck list so we can get a look before they start getting into the game. So is it value? Is it aggro? We got Cane Blast, Babbling Book. There's a little bit of value in there. Definitely super draw heavy. Super draw heavy with Archmage Antonidas and Emperor Gorset. So it's an infinite Fireball Reno Mage deck, and that gives it a chance against Jade Druid. So now, the reason why Jade Druid performs so exceptionally well against Reno Mage is because most of the Reno Mages that you'll find on the North American and European ladder are not going to have any sort of way to make infinite Fireballs that consistently. Well, with Arcane Intellect, Acolyte of Pain, Cold Light Oracle for the draw engine here, I think Luga here is going to be able to pretty consistently get towards that Antonidas and be able to start generating Fireballs. So he has kind of like the Freeze Mage shell to be able to Alexstrasza Chalky, generate a bunch of Fireballs, and try and burn him out before the Jade get off the ground is kind of the hope. And looking at this hand from Chalky, though, the Jades are going to start off running. Like, they're going to hit the ground and then basically rocket ship up to, you know, 5/5, 6/6 out of nowhere. It's interesting, though. He could mulligan away one of the idols to save one for shuffling. Or, honestly, with this hand, you could just... Oh, he's going to mulligan everything. He's going to go super late game. He wants to go infinite. He doesn't want to just rush down with Jades. Because that's a lot of pressure. You could have went a 1/1, a 2/2, 3/3, and then just slam Aya on top of that, get a 4/4 and a 5/5. And instead, he's looking hard for the Wild Growth. What Chalky seems to aim to do is he wants to take the macro line of getting infinite Jades later on instead of rushing the Jades down. I guess he thinks it's going to be more consistent overall. It's such a favorable matchup for the Jade Druid that he thinks as long as he can control the board, not get rushed down, cycle through his deck, then he's going to win at the end of it. We saw him do this in a few other matchups as well with the Jade Druid. He's really focused on the big picture of the Jade Druid deck. His game plan seems very rigid. He doesn't adjust his game plan to the cards in hand that often, which is a stylistic choice. You see a lot of Jade Druid, or people piloting Jade Druid, and when they hit 4 Jade cards, they just keep them and then just try and rush people down with Jade stuff. And Frozen tried to do something similar to that in his match against Reno Lock. Ended up getting stopped just barely. So I mean, there's ups and downs to each style of play and each way that you adjust to the hand. In this game, Chalky's looking to try and find Cycle and Ramp instead of Jade. The Mulch forced to come down on the Brand. Too afraid of the Kazakus. That's definitely a way that Jade Druid can be put in kind of a pickle. A really expensive answer, but he wanted to save this coin. That's why he used the Mulch there, because he's got 3 6-drops in hand, so he really wants to be able to coin a 6-drop out. Innervate's a very welcome sight to this hand. Now he can innervate a 6-drop out, then coin a 6-drop out, then play a 6. So suddenly 6/6/6 is a good curve. On the back end of things, down in Luga's side, he's already has Alexstrasza, which is actually a super crucial card in the matchup, as oftentimes, as the Reno Mage player, you don't get too much chip damage in early, so the Battle Cry off Alexstrasza usually does at least 10 face damage. And he's got 9 damage to follow that up, so you can kind of turn on the heat pretty quick with this hand that he's got. Oh wow. Azure Drake keeps the curve going. Nice little Azure Drake, and then maybe bump that Water Elemental in there. Deny the Behemoth from being able to trade up into the Drake. Beautiful little curve. One of the best cards in the matchup is going to be Firelands Portal. That card is so insane against Druid. talk about tempo swings. It's able to remove a minion and develop a minion, and that's what you want to be doing. Sky Captain is not that bad of a card to get off Mulch, honestly. It's better than getting some random 1-drop or something like this. Because it's a card that has actual value. Shocky looking to just try and clean up this turn instead of developing another 6-drop. Wants to limit the amount that pressure can accumulate on the board. Blizzard. Blizzard's really good in this matchup. Any sort of freeze, right? Because the Jade Druid can't burst you out of hand. They need to rely on the onboard pressure. One super important thing about this variation of Reno Mage is there's no mind control tech. So if you're playing some Reno Mage and you got mind control tech, later on in the game, when the Jade Druid extends, you can oftentimes get a sweet mind control tech, taking something ginormous from them. If they're trying to play around it, a lot of times you could brand Dirty Rat, force them to play into it, take something ginormous, freeze their board, and if they've already utilized their 1 copy of Mulch, you kill them with their own 14/14 or what have you. It's pretty sick. But no mind control tech for Luga, so he can't rely on those sort of strategies towards the end of the game. None of the Reno decks have had mind control tech in it. Everyone's been cutting mind control tech. No one really expected Jade Druid to be a thing, and it's such a powerful tool against Jade Druid. Just thinking about throwing out this Dirty Rat here. Doesn't have really much to do on the turn, but not sure what he's looking to try and pull out. I guess just random Jade cards. Potentially something to Fireball. Other options include just like dropping the Cold Light, I guess. Or dropping the Sky Captain. I didn't trade that bad in the board. Kills a 5/3 and a 2/2 maybe. Be lucky. He's gonna try and set up the Flame Strike. This clearly choreographs Flame Strike already. You see Shocky panic and pick up the pencil as fast as he can to say he's got AoE in his hand. Yeah, even before the attack, just pointing at it showed AoE. But he wanted to guarantee that he could pop the Death Rattle to set up for the Flame Strike. Which is fine. Shocky doesn't have great ways to play around the AoE. He can just Hero Power and push 5 to the face. It's super slow. This way, at least at the end of it, he's got a 3/6 if the AoE happens. And you kind of still force the AoE to happen, which is nice. Nice little setup for the Dirty Rat Blizzard. The Aya popped. The Reno Mage deck does include Frost Nova, so he has more freezes down the road to try and develop while stopping lethal. Sometimes, once the taunts are gone, so LVEG should be making notes of the taunts, you can get an Emperor discount, and you can get Alex and Frost Nova in the same turn. So since the Jade Druid can't kill you out of hand, they need the board to be able to connect. If both Jade Behemoths are gone for Chalky, and the Druid of the Claw that he runs, then you can Alexstrasza them and Frost Nova them in the same turn with an Emperor discount, and then just follow up with 15 points of burn afterwards to beat Feral Rage. Because the Alexstrasza is just like the extra little kicker there. Full board clear. Chalky does not have a lot of great ways to develop, which is going to give Luga a very solid window to deploy this Alexstrasza. Put on a lot of pressure. Just thinking about going for the Nourish. Ends up going with the Azure Drake instead. He's definitely afraid of giving Luga too much time to really do stuff. You don't want to have to give him an empty turn. Whiffs off the Azure Drake, so he is going to end up having to go with the Nourish. Alexstrasza Arcane Blast. Develop an 8/8. It deals so much face damage. You get the Alexstrasza's getting in there for 11, and then you push the board for 3. Wow. That's 14 damage. And play an 8/8. And clear your 4/4. He might not even need the Antonitis, but he does have the Cold Light, which is going to help him try and find the additional burn necessary to close it. The mulch has already been used by Chalky. He had to mulch a Bran that Luga tempoed out there because he was too afraid of the Kazakis. Luga didn't even have Kazakis, though. That was a bait. He wanted that to get mulched. Oh, how do you beat this Alex? The Fandral plus the Wrath plus the Swipe cleans it. 2 damage on the board. You're not dead to too much. Reno Mage is... Although it's a mage deck, it does not have a lot of burn. Even asking them to have 10 burn, sometimes they can't get there. There's a Forgotten Torch that could get found. Frostbolt. Babbling Book could make it happen. It's not lethal, but it's not lethal. It's pretty sweet. I was just talking earlier how Firelands Portal is such a great card in the matchup, and this is why right here. You just destroy your opponent's minions and get to develop usually a pretty okay minion. A lot of the Firelands Portal minions from the latest expansion have been kind of suboptimal. They've also added one unfavorable outcome, the 2/2 Death Rattle, deal 5 damage to yourself. So it's become a slightly worse card with the latest expansion, but still, definitely top tier. Just thinking about other ways he could get lethal this turn. Gonna not play Firelands Portal, it looks like, and just try and play out a lot of minions. The Village Idiot usually connects. Maybe go for that with one swipe gone. Full minion development since the swipe is gone. I can get behind it. It's very difficult for Chalky not to take any damage from the board in this scenario. Whereas if you Firelands Portal, all of your firepower is kind of consolidated in that one minion you just developed from the portal. And there's not that much reason to kill the Fandral, as it doesn't threaten to make any trades. Kind of like that line. The more I think about it, they just go wide since they already used removal. Pretty cool. So 14 damage if you go all face with everything. Obviously not this turn, because Firelands Portal and Fireball can't be cast at the same time. You have to imagine Chalky's going to find his second Feral Rage. He's got 5 or 6 cards left in his entire deck. So his LVG, he's kind of running out of time to make this damage happen. If you have 14 in your hand, you're looking at a Forgotten Torch in your deck, because he hasn't played it yet, so it's not even in roaring form yet. So that's going to be 17. Your opponent's at 17 health. They have another 8 life you need to figure out how you're going to chew through. He's going to need more fireballs. He's got the ice block to buy an additional turn. And he's got the cold light, which could potentially translate into burn damage. He's playing Firelands Portal there. It looks like looking for lethal. Like Leroy or Doomguard or something to put on the face pressure, but since not finding it, decides to then trade with the minions and ping. Gadget's a scary minion to leave up, but seems oddly risky. Why not just Firelance Portal to Gadget? He believed in the face line, then stopped believing halfway through the turn. So is Chalky here. When you see someone Firelance Portal you in the face, you get a little scared. So I respect Chalky's decision to play this Feral Rage here, gain additional life. I understand now. I understand. The reason why Aluga here decided to Firelance Portal the face was because of that 1 damage efficiency. He assumes his minions are getting swept off the board. Setting his opponent down to 12 is a lot better than setting your opponent to 13, which is what he would have done if he had to Firelance Portal the minion and then go face with his minions. This way he had the lethal out of either Frostbolt or the Forgotten Torch if Chalky does not play the Feral Rage. So it looked really weird, but that 1 health difference is why he was doing that. And now he's going to add a 4/4 Charger to his deck, it looks like. So yeah, it makes sense at the end of the day. I don't know if I agree with it or not, because the board presence potentially can connect for 1 additional as well, but that's the reason why he Firelance Portal the face there. Is try and set up that top deck in case Chalky doesn't have second Feral Rage. Second Firelance Portal. Chalky's going to take 1 point of fatigue damage. Okay. Falling down to 13 life. And with Ice Block, that should be GG. A lot of the time. So he's got 6 + 5, that's 11. He can fit in 2 pings alongside that, but the armor kind of counteracts that every turn. So the armor counteracts the pings, they're kind of irrelevant, so he goes 6 ping, Ice Block, and then he goes 5 ping. So that's 12. Chalky's at 14. It's not quite enough. Healbot could destroy everything. Not a Healbot, so he still needs to find additional burn to close out the game. $15, $16, $17, $25 damage on the table for Chalky. So he went with the Firelance Portal, and that's caused him to miss a ping here. The ping is kind of irrelevant anyway, so it's fine. As he's on the plan where he needs to draw Roaring Torch or bust at this point. Roaring Torch 14.29% of the time. And not terrific odds to win the game, honestly. He also has Frost Nova to buy himself another turn, but actually he got popped at 1, so that won't be the case. I jinxed him. Oops. No way to freeze the face. That's going to be a hero power to close it out in favor of Chalky. Whew. It was looking scary there for a while. The pressure of the mage was getting to him, but I mean, Chalky able to stabilize, heal out with Feral Rages, and take this game. Still alive. North America's still in it. Chalky taking him down. pings himself. Close it out. Chalky still has to win with 2 decks. And then, after this, he still has to defeat 2 more players from Team China. They have 3 players to try and take down Chalky, including Luga. He's got his work cut out for him. And he still has to claw his way back into this series. Going with the Reno block. The leather-clad Hog Rider tech. The pink Mohawk pig on a motorcycle. No combo in this build. Ragnaros at the top end, as well as Jiraxis. Soulfire and Power Overwhelming on the 1-drop slots for Shocky. A lot of little teeny tiny removal spells that can help out. And he, of course, is going up against the Reno Mage from Luga. All Luga needs to do is win with Reno Mage, and he takes home the prize money for China. 300,000 RMB for Team China. All Luga has to do is win 1 game of Hearthstone against Shocky, finishing out the series, finishing out the tournament, claiming the title of CN greater than NA. Now, Chalky's Reno Warlock has a few techs that help out in the matchup. First tech, Spellbreaker, allows you to silence card draw from your opponent, silence some of your frozen minions to turn up the heat, punch face really hard. Also has Ragnaros, which you talk about a card that adds a lot of pressure. Ragnaros will get it done. And a Leather-clad Hog Leader puts out a lot of aggression. Reno Mage oftentimes has 6 or more cards in their hand, so that's just a 6-mana 6/6 Charger against Reno Mage. Pretty nuts. And that's the number one way Reno Warlock wins in this matchup, is just trying to put out as much gas as possible. They don't try and outvalue Reno Mage a lot of the time. They try and actually kill them. They try and be the aggressor in the matchup, which is really weird, because typically you'd think, you know, Reno Lock's always the defensive deck. It's got infinite value, but Mage's got even more. Especially since Luga does have the Bran Kazakis Manic Soulcaster combo that he could potentially do at some point during the match if he's given enough free time to just sit around and draw his deck. One of the things Chalky needs to be kind of careful of is that Cold Light Oracle could be hiding in the shadows to make him overdraw and potentially mill some important cards. Another thing to note, there's no Dirty Rat in the build for Chalky, so he's not going to have any sort of cute Dirty Rat plays that he could do later on. Dirty Rat's usually pretty strong in the control decks. We see it here in the hand for Luga. In the control mirrors, it's a pretty big help and sometimes a liability against aggro. Pulls like Bran or Kazakis or even Reno sometimes can be quite nasty. No answer for the Twilight Drake. Well, that's gonna be a problem, and as soon as that gets unanswered, the next thing coming down is a Mountain Giant, and get this, the pressure doesn't stop there. You get a Hog Rider charging at you after that. Really powerful aggression curve for Chalky. How does Luga set up to try and kill this? He also has to worry about potentially Shambler. So inflicting some damage on it to try and stop Shambler is pretty good. Using a Fireball there is super huge. You're going to see Jockey write that one down for sure. That's going to significantly limit the Reno Mage burst. They really don't want to use Fireball if they don't have to. Luga feels like there's so much pressure that he has to. He doesn't want the pressure to be accumulating. He's afraid of the Shambler. He's afraid of additional threats coming down after this. Saved the Polymorph. But even though the Mountain Giants dealt with Leatherclad, Hog Rider needs to come out after this with Charge or Emperor. He's got options now. Emperor is also extremely powerful, especially with Jiraxis in hand and a Fireball and a Polymorph being used. Yeah, the Reno Mage deck's starting to run out of answers. And yeah, he's going to go with that one first, get the discount, and then be able to do more things on upcoming turns. And since Luga's having to use so much burn here to just control the board, he's going to quickly find himself in a situation where if Chalky transitions to Jiraxis, he's not going to have 15 points of burn in his deck to punish that. And we do see Jiraxis already in the hand for Chalky, Fireball already having to be dished out for the Reno Mage player. Potentially Frostbolt going to have to be dished out as well. And then you're looking at max 11 burn in a turn. Unless more Fireballs are generated or discovered. And if Fireland's Portal gets used, then it's like max 6 damage in a turn for the Reno Mage without discovers. He's thinking about whether or not he wants to utilize this. Gonna go with the coin instead, save the Arcane Blast to combo with Drake a little bit later, potentially. He falls under the necessary cards for the Hog Rider. So it's now just a 5-mana 6/6, no charge. That's pretty funny. Seems like a good turn just to play Abyssal Enforcer. Yeah, you don't get any value out of the Battle Cry, but it's big, it's annoying. It doesn't die to Fireland's Portal. Ooh. This is also pretty good. This gets even more stats. You get a 6/6 and a 2/4 this way. Max pressure. You don't get the ability to charge the 6/6 later. So that's the downside. But the upside is you get a 2/4 in the immediate. So more immediate board presence seems fine. The animation's so much better when it has charge though. Kind of disappointed that it doesn't have charge. Ooh. Ethereal Conjurer has a large % chance to discover burn. You can't really do multiple hero powers in one turn with this deck, so the Priest card not quite optimal. Crip came up with a pretty cool OTK deck with that card though. So you can do some fancy stuff with like Finley switching your hero power, getting multiple hero powers in a turn. But none of those kind of cards that work with it in this deck. Jockey can play Jiraxis here safely if he wants. There you go. Seems good. Now there's going to be an extra 6/6 every single turn, and he knows that Luga does not have the burn to kill him. Luga hasn't even cycled Roaring Torch yet, so his max burn, assuming no random cards, is only Fireland's Portal. Because Roy George pings less than Firelands Portal, so 5 is the max burn. Now, there are some lethal setups with maybe Firelands Portal phase, discover Leroy, and discover more burn. Well, I'm just gonna go for board control for now. Try and establish a minion that can kind of connect. Maybe it can hit for 5, get some work done. Most of the time, your opponent's not gonna transfer into Jiraxis unless they have some amount of healing. So you have to kind of assume that Shockey's got either Refreshment Vendor, Earthen Ring, Farseer, or Reno Jackson in his hand. Because otherwise, the Jiraxis is pretty risky to just getting like killed over 2 turns by Antonidas Generation or what have you. So you have to be kind of careful about the all-in and expect that Shockey's in such a favorable position at this time. He's not going to YOLO Jiraxis without any healing in hand. He signaled 3 times now that that card is a 1-costing card. And the only 1-costing card besides Babbling Book in Luga's deck is Arcane Blast. So either that is the greatest bait ever, or there's Arcane Blast in his hand. So I think Shockey's quite aware of the Arcane Blast. Zakis can get armor gain. Kind of seal the deal even more. There's one random card in Luga's hand that could be a Warlock card, a Mage card, or a Priest card. Looks like something to do with 2, probably summon 2 and gain 7 armor. Could also be draw 2. I don't speak Chinese. Not using Soulfire that turn to make sure that you do not discard the heal is super important. Is there a way to set up lethal? With any top deck for Luga here. It's not looking like there's too many ways to stop lethal, so that means the only option is to set up lethal. And with no draws in his deck that are additional burn damage, because he's had to use it early on, he's going to opt to try and create a fireball here and establish a threat. So maybe Chalky can't easily deal with Archmage Antonidas and pop him at the same time, which could buy him an additional turn. Because I don't see any way he sets up lethal for that turn. So he's looking to try and somehow have this Antonidas buy him an additional turn. Maybe the Antonidas slows him down and then he top decks Reno and that buys him more time. Either way, the one thing Luga does need is more time. With additional time, an Emperor Thorsan, and one more burn card, he could establish a way to win this game, but the armor's kind of going to seal the deal here in favor of Chalky, as that's a life total that's pretty tough to beat. Soulfire does discard some healing, but not really all that essential amount of healing anymore, as you're popping them when you got Reno. You already got the armor gain off. That's not Reno. You can still find an ice block this turn. You can Dirty Rat a Doomsayer. He's going for the Doomsayer pull. He gets it! Okay. Now you can remove the weapon, and if they don't have exactly Hellfire, you're alive. Hellfire or Abyssal Enforcer kill him if the weapon is removed. So, this deep in his deck, that is quite a few cards to die to. Other option is to try and discover an ice block or an ice barrier. Goes with the discover first, and if that fails, I guess you just play the ooze. So close. The Doomsayer pull almost made it back into it. He saw the lines. He went for it. Got rewarded with the pull, but unable to live to see the next turn. That's cute though, I like that play. Chalky. Now 1 game away from trying to move on. LVGE still just 1 game away from winning the entire tournament. 3 rounds of competitive Hearthstone over 8 days. It all comes down to this. Chalky on Miracle Rogue up against the Reno Mage from LVGE. North America looking to try and take it over China. China looking to try and take it over North America. The last time this tournament was held, the NA vs CN, North America came out on top. This time around, China is a lot closer. They're looking to strike. They're in position to take the title. 300,000 RMB for the team, and the title is on the line. Questing Adventurer Miracle Rogue with double conceal up against Reno Mage. A very, very close matchup. Very close matchup, and it's heavily determined by, you know, the tech cards in either deck. Questing Adventurer builds are typically the most favored builds of Rogue against Reno Mage, and bursty variants of Reno Mage are typically the most favored against Rogue. Luga here has some of the key cards that are super influential, and they include Dirty Rat, being able to, you know, pull gadgets in, or Leroy Jenkins or Edwin Van Cleef for questings and then just deal with them conveniently without them getting set up. He has Spellbreaker, which can answer Giant Edwins or questings, what have you. He has Frost Nova, which can beat Conceal. It's just an extra freeze to help out alongside that. So he has some tech that is very strong in the matchup. Some of the tech that he doesn't have that's good in the matchup is he's got a very limited amount of heal in his deck. There's no Refreshment Vendor. There's no Earthen Ring Farseer. These are cards that really help make sure Rogue doesn't just kill you out of nowhere. So instead he has more removal options instead of heal, which makes sense with his ban. He bans out aggro face pirates. So not the typical Reno Mage deck that you'll see running around on ladder, as every Reno Mage deck on ladder is going to have heal instead of these silences and Cold Light Oracle. Cold Light Oracle can be extremely potent against Rogue as well. A lot of the times Rogue is very efficient at drawing its entire deck, and Cold Light Oracle at that point can turn into burn damage. An early Cold Light Oracle though, that turns into Rogue having a really freaking good turn. So it's definitely a card you're going to want later on in the match. Chalky holds back the Pirates here, does not want to give Luga a good ping. Risk drawing patches. but allows you to next turn play the pirate and then cold blood the patches, forcing your opponent to ping. So he wants the ping here to be useless, as the 2 drops in Reno Mage consist of Blood Mage Thalanos, which you don't want to play here, a 6 Swapus, which you wouldn't feel too bad playing here, Doomsayer, which isn't at its best here, and Dirty Rat, which is a little YOLO on turn 2. So he wants the turn from Luga to just be ping pass, doing nothing instead of killing a 1/1. Makes sense to me. Also gives him the opportunity to get a bigger Edwin later on. So you got the ability to go coin Swashbuckler Edwin Van Cleef on turn 3, which is disgusting. And get that guy out there, cold-blood it, hit him in the face, conceal it. Wow, he's going with the YOLO Dirty Rat. My. Pulls the Edwin and shuts him down. You gotta think this is because he saw Chalky keep a card? I don't know. Chalky kept 1 card in the mulligan. So when you see someone keep 1 card, the most likely thing that they're keeping is Buccaneer. Then turn 1 happens, they don't play Buccaneer. The second most likely thing has got to be Tomb Pillager. And then the third most likely thing, I guess if it's not Buccaneer and it's not Tomb Pillager, would have to be Gadget. And I'd say the 4th most likely thing with an only keep has got to be Edwin. So that's a ballsy Dirty Rat, but he is rewarded for it. And that'd have been a good card to have with your Edwin Van Cleef, huh? Well, this is a perfect time for Doomsayer to come down, try and prevent the development of a Tomb Pillager. And Chalky is extremely salty about that. If anything, that play just definitely triggered him. I'm still confused about that Dirty Rat pay. Like, if Chalky had kept 3 cards, for example, then fantastic Dirty Rat, because he's probably kept an Edwin hand. If you keep 3 cards and don't play Buccaneer, sure. But Chalky kept 1. And if you keep 1 card and don't play Buccaneer, I don't know how you put that on Edwin. People keep Auctioneer, they keep Azure Drake, and they keep Tomb Pillager against Reno Mage. Like, they keep any of the big minions. Number 1 priority in the mulligan is all of the big minions against Reno Mage. Because he had so much time that the minions are just so good later on. From this position, I guess you just gotta cycle the fan. You don't really got a lot of things going on. There's no point trying to clear the Doomsayer, protect your 1/1s. That doesn't help you out very much. Takes the 5-mana Kazakh's Potion. Oftentimes looking for the 4 damage AoE that's so strong in this matchup. There you go. Tomb Pillager on 4. Chalky's just a Gadgets and Auctioneer away from the dream now. So he's not out of it just yet. Looks like it is summon 2 or draw 2 and gain 7 life. One of the 2 of those things. Oh man, another Kazakhis. You have to forego the silence on the Tomb Pillager, but in this matchup, Tomb Pillager is not what you want to be silencing. You want to silence Questing Adventure, you want to silence Edwin Van Cleef. You want to be able to deal with the end result of what the coins are doing, not just the guy that's given the coins. You know, you got to follow them to their leader. Tomb Pillager's a small fry. He's just out on the streets. He's not really the mastermind behind the whole rogue operation. The front runner. I don't know what I'm talking about. Cleans up the spider tank. Honestly, Chaki's already got the whole prize pool in his hands. Look at all those coins. Is draw 2, gain 7 life. Working towards trying to find that second Kazakis. He's got the questing. He can conceal it twice. He's got 3, 6. No, he can only play 5 of those cards alongside it. So he can play... Well, he's going to draw another card. So he's got 6 cards he can play with it next turn. So that's 8 damage that he can make it connect for. And then he can reconceal it again for an additional 9. So 8 plus 9 is not 32. He has to be patient. He has to wait for Gadget or another questing and get a double questing setup. The game's nowhere near over. There is definitely some outs here for Chaki that could really flip this table around. Buccaneer's not the guy, but it is something to include in the conceal push when you finally get to that point. But plenty of time. Chaki may not have a lot of resources. The one thing he has is time. There's 4 power in play. He's at 30 life. Alex Straza can't come down for another turn. At this point, you can probably say you can't beat Alex Straza. You just wait for the all-in until it's the appropriate time to do it. Currently, no way. It's just a dagger pass turn. Ice block's gonna come up though. He's not gonna be able to win this on burst damage now because there's gonna most likely be an ice block Reno by the time he gets to that point. He's gonna need to win this with a double questing setup. There's polymorph for one questing and spellbreaker for the other, but he doesn't have the polymorph just yet. He's going in. Can you wait one more turn for Gadget? It's starting to become a lot of pressure. That's 8 damage on the table. And Chaki says, no, we can't wait one more turn for Gadget. Gonna set up the conceal this turn. Frost Nova and the Spellbreaker. Double Babbling Book, looking for more single target removal. Another Frost Nova! Off the book! I'm amazed Chaki's not even a little bit tilted. Good composure. I'm impressed. No Gadget. And that's gonna be it. China on the back of an extremely ballsy Dirty Rat against a 1 keep hand from Rogue. Lands against the Edwin Van Cleef, takes the game, That is going to be 4-3 over Chalky, 5-2 against North America. Luga takes it, defeats Chalky. Jason Zhao didn't need to play today. WeX Hope didn't even need to play today. So Luga, WeX Hope, Jason Zhao still remain undefeated from the Chinese team. Omega Zero and Lovely Chuk paving the way for Team China to win. We'll be with an interview
那
right after
其实
this.
这次中美来说，美方主要是靠
Enjoy the interview and congrats to China. I'm gonna look at Raynet's Twitter. Apparently he's going nuts.
平平淡淡，是，对吧？然后中国队这边的话，应该算是都有还可以的发挥吧。如果特别是 Omega Zero 和还是小洛基比较好一点的，
对，都是有非常好的发挥，
都拿到了连胜，对吧？
是的。吕哥在第一天也打出一个连胜，
是对，然后最后也顶住压力，终结了这次中美，也算表现得非常好。
打完了，我们经历了1个星期的苦战，再次恭喜一下中国选手，获得了这次中美对抗赛大比分2-1的这个获胜，同时也拿到了高额的奖金。接下来我想问几个问题，先问一下这个若基，好，若基拿一下麦。问一下若基，在这一次这个对阵 Chalky 的时候有一场失误，当时没有去解这个加基森，当时的想法跟大家也分享一下。我觉得我们赛后讨论一下也是比较正常的。对，
就是因为我看他的手牌就是不太多嘛，然后我觉得这个就是虹吸留到后面可能更有用一些，然后就没想到对面就好多法术。对，
当时你预读他的时候是2张，因为就2张牌嘛。
对，
你预读他是1张法术1张随从是吗？
对，就是之前那个就是成长过的那个法力过剩嘛，然后因为我觉得就是如果有加基森的话，他会就像我直接，我觉得他在赌抽加基森，就拉出来，然后我就，而且那个虹吸我感觉那个场面有点亏吧。
对，可能确实也是当时判断对方手牌也是一个抉择。
对，
好，那接下来问一下这个驴哥，来把麦给驴哥。驴哥在自己这个刚才也有弱势卡组的对战啊，尤其是其实小鸡也经历了，就是宇宙树去打这个青宇德的时候，在弱势对抗的时候，你是怎么样去想，怎么样去应对的呢？
我觉得宇宙树打青宇德主要就是要不就是自己冲脸抢死，要么就靠变大王，然后压末日，就是扭曲虚空末日一波返场，反正就一定要尽可能的进攻才能赢，所以而且那把手比较顺，4费神抽了个目光龙，所以整场节奏比较好吧，然后最后抢下来了。
是的，那刚才你也是在最关键的一局当中，打满了7场，跟 Chalky 也是打得有来有回，那么最后是获胜了，现在的心情是怎么样的？
现在就反正心情挺激动的吧，因为刚才最后一手打下去就已经特别紧张了。本来我当时想的是，反正后面还有2个队友，如果脏鼠拉了加基森，反正也出名了，被弹幕骂就骂吧，反正然后我就跑了。如果拉出蓝龙和匪贼我都能接受，然后海盗能接受，就只有拉达人和加基森可能会直接崩。对，然后如果拉到饭就血赚，反正当时就一个赌博心理嘛，主要是因为后面还有2个队友，然后反正就
想去拼一下。
对，
所以说这个勇气不但是让美方选手惊叹，让我们在座的各位以及这个看直播的小伙伴也都非常的赞赏。所以我希望你以后打比赛的时候能够保持这股勇气，因为年轻就是要爱敢拼才会赢，对吧？好，最后我问一下另外2位，就是我们的Hope 和Jason 周这个2位兄弟，作为在躺着也能赢的这个中方选手，你们现在是什么感受？啊，你先来。
我们喊666喊得好呀，
现场喊的声音不够大啊，不是还干什么了？
一开始喊，然后美国队后面就不太乐意了，就觉得我们好像在。就向他们示威，
或者说是在说一些，因为他们也有些听不懂中文，怕是说一些透露信息牌库信息啊这种牌，所以我们举牌子，对吧？
对。
好，那问一下我们 Jason 呢？
我觉得我们这次赢的关键2点，首先场上的队员打得比他们好。 然后场下的4个队友比他们做得好，对吧？他们不会喊666，我们会喊666呀，对吧？
好，那说明了
很关键。
打炉石团队项目一定要会喊666。
对。
好，这包括大家平时玩魔兽世界大秘境也需要这样的队友。那接下来我们请上这个美方的，我看不到这个信息，所以那应该是不需要请上美方选手了。我们最终来个合影，给我们中美对抗赛，也是我们猴年最后一个炉石传说国际性的赛事，落下一个完美的结果。恭喜一下中国队的5名战将啊！希望大家能够记住他们，也同时记住这次中美对抗赛。大家这6天关注了，也非常辛苦在年前能够好好休息一下。过年以后还有更多的炉石传说比赛等着我们，也希望我们今年炉石传说结束之后，明年有更好的成绩。好，大家一起应该开心一点，欢呼起来吧！好，那说好啊，对呀、我就说等炮。好，这现在已经耳鸣了，但是我们明年还有更多的比赛等着大家，我们一起跟镜头挥手吧，挥手说再见。
All right, now that all of our ears are bleeding, thanks everybody for watching. I appreciate you all tuning into the stream. There's the prize money distributions up at the top. North America didn't go away with nothing. Able to get a few bucks. Able to win round 2. 200,000 RMB for Team North America. 470,000 RMB for China. Congrats to both of the teams, all of the participants. It was a really fun tournament to watch. Thanks for China for asking me to cast the tournament. I had a good time. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to me cast it and watching the event. Good times. Anyway, that's going to be it for me today, guys. Thanks again for everybody that tuned in. Probably be doing a little bit more casting in the future. Got some events lined up, so if you enjoy my casting, drop me a follow on Twitter, and I'll keep you guys informed when I cast again. Have a good rest of your day, everybody.